have the time for a break once. I'm there already. Yeah. Nah.
What? What do you want? What do you want? Incoming. Come on, Rod. Come on, Rod. Roderick. Come on, Rod. Oh, poor baby. You're a fucking buddy. What dog are you? Struggling? You're a fucking hard.
I got enough math.
Oh, yeah? Get with the coach. Good job, mister. What do you think eat that was no good? It's cheese powder. Well, come on, mister.
She probably will.
Okie dokie. Oh, now I have to pee. God damn. Double week. Whatever word. We're upstairs now.
I don't care. I'm getting into this yellow and just keep pushing. Let's have a look. Just go in the where zero are. Right here. Page 7 in the open row. That's what we're doing now. I can see that. I'm living in the area. You have to be alive, right? But, so.
Everything you wanted upstairs, do it.
I did say that.
Go upstairs? Come. All your stuff is upstairs. Breathing.
Mm.
Now that we got out of the way.
Song for Hall & Oates, Private Eyes, 1981.
Oh, so close.
1981. I was working at
So
Shaw
close.
when they came to the building.
That was on a mixtape that might really. Yeah, you have a picture, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you? So two things. My dad. That was on a mixtape that my dad made me, which is why that range, those years, I'm pretty good with, because I have very distinct memories of like the music that was on the mixtapes that my dad used.
You know, I
to
was
make
just
for
about
me.
to say mixtapes. We don't do this anymore, but nowadays you could just you could do a mixed thumb key,
Something.
right? It isn't somehow.
Used
but
to hand,
you
and
could hand it to
especially
somebody.
your crush. That was like
Yeah.
everything. But even in the 90s, and when I was in high school, late 80s, and like that was it was still the thing to give someone a
Yeah.
cassette. Even though we'd moved on to CDs, that was still your curated little love list. But my dad wasn't. You know, I didn't live with my dad, and so that was his way of like staying connected through the music. It was awesome.
Hall & Oates.
Did you watch the? I forgot what it's called. Greatest Night in Pop.
Not yet.
So Daryl Hall is in it.
Okay. Is John Oates in it, or
Yeah.
just there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch it this weekend. Maybe.
Wisconsin.
No, instead
Great
we get
hair.
very busy watching Griselda on Netflix. This is the what's her name? Sofia Vergara
Sure.
limited edition series thing.
I wanted to say I highly recommend The Greatest Night in Pop.
Yeah, no, we've talked about it enough for sure. I want to watch it.
Okay, so what's Griselda?
Griselda's about it's based on a true story of a woman
Yeah.
who basically became the queen of cocaine in Miami.
That
back in the
sounds
60s,
awesome.
I guess.
Oh my God, she'd be so perfect for
Yeah.
that role.
And a lot of it is in Spanish because that's
Yeah.
what it was. They were a Colombian cartel, and she's okay.
Guess
No, well,
No
maybe
way.
Val thought she was pretty good. The story, it's again one of these situations. But then again, maybe
kind
if
of
you
like
want
the
to watch
Grammy
it,
Awards last night.
kind of. I will just tweeted today was, hey, just woke up. Are the Grammys still on? Because what did 3 hours and 40
I
minutes
gave
last
up
night?
3 hours in, and then I watched the rest this morning.
But it was a pretty good show.
It
all
was.
things considered.
Yeah, I
He's
was
a
saying
pig.
earlier to you, I cried a lot,
Karen.
and I'm like, am I just getting old and
Really?
sappy? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
But there were so many.
Yes.
Shush.
I'm sorry.
I was
Why?
young and sappy too. Okay, I've always
You're
been sappy. My personality.
Oh.
But all that to say, there were a lot of moments that I found to be.
Yeah.
It started with me with Tracy Chapman.
That was a huge moment.
Oh.
And I thought that was.
I did
it
not
was
know
so
Tracy
nice
Chapman
because
was going to be
Beautiful.
fucking
you don't know who's on
performing.
stage,
Yeah.
right? And and then boom, lights come up, and it's Tracy Chapman.
You
That's
got fast
been around
car,
about
fast.
50,
Just
Yeah.
gets me and like,
For many people, by the way, I still think that song "Fast
No,
Cars" is the song of the
Grammys.
generation.
I agree.
Which
It was
no one
all
ever
over the
gave a
radio
shit
back
about
then.
ever.
It had a lot of impact on a lot
Grammys?
of people, and
Grammys?
covered by Luke
Grammys?
Combs, and again turned it into a number
Together.
one without, by the way, to Luke Combs' credit, changing a single
No.
word in that song.
It was beautiful. It was,
It
and then
was really a nice.
singing together.
Yeah.
They were both really
We
taking it
didn't
in.
understand a
And
word of
that's
that
why I
song.
think you felt it so much. I had a lot of moments last night where I was like, man, the art's really need it. Like our little souls need that, whatever we were being fed last night.
It was nice, and it was nice to see people we had, like Mariah Carey showed up to hand out an award. I thought, wow, that's pretty cool, Mariah Carey.
She did. I mean, I kind of, I'm kind of over her, and so much that I think she's, all about herself. But whatever, most pop stars are. But I found that moment really great last night too. Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, Joni Mitchell
cried
performing
during
live.
that too.
What I found is this. Did I read this somewhere today? That's why I'm thinking this. Women basically last night taking over the show,
It was
right? Usually
crazy.
there's a lot of guys.
All the categories. Some of the categories were only women, and then beyond that, some of them were like dominated. There was like one guy nominated. We're going to be speaking with a Grammy winner.
Two from Montreal, right?
Yeah, 2 from Montreal, but I think we're going to be able to speak with one of them shortly. I'll let the suspense just hang on as to who it might be.
Last night.
Do they? I don't.
Except for the woman who won, and I've not heard her name before. Do you know who she is? Who was it last night?
Alison Russell, Montreal.
Have you ever heard her name?
I have not. But then it's funny because I listened to. I must have Googled it during the show, and I was like, oh. Anyway, our search is out for her, but we are going to be speaking with Yannick Nézet-Séguin, who is our beloved maestro. Here, he worked on the film Maestro, actually. So.
And he. Again, this is not his first award. He's won before, which is kind of interesting as well. So the moments last night, I not just but really bad. The in memoriam for the people who passed away musically.
I agree.
What was that about?
It was weird.
Started, stopped, and who picked "The Best Is Yet to Come" as an appropriate song for the memoriam?
And I love Annie Lennox. Love her. And yet somehow that didn't quite land right either. She sang Sinead O'Connor's Nothing Compares to You. And I felt her, but for whatever reason, the whole thing was awkward. Just felt awkward.
We're going to talk more about this in a sec because we're going to make this the basis. I'm sure half the world watched last night, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the ratings are.
I don't know. I was going to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is a great show, which I've watched religiously for the last 11 seasons. They kicked off their 12th season yesterday and completely forgot.
Let's check in with okay, we've got in 39. You didn't watch, Brian, I'm assuming. And Dean, you didn't watch? No. All right.
Watch what? Grammys?
You didn't watch any of it?
Nah.
He was watching.
I mean, I was on the train, but I was following along on Twitter, and I saw some of the moments. My favorite moment was Jay-Z calling out pretty much everybody. That was great.
That was terrible.
No,
I don't know.
That was awful.
Aaron, come on.
That was like Kanye walking up when Taylor Swift wins and going, hey, I don't want to spoil your moment. No, that wasn't necessary, but them not awarding Beyonce or recognizing her talent. I thought that was awful.
I thought it kind of made sense.
No, man.
I mean,
I love Jay-Z, and I love that he's looking out for his woman. I do. There's no question, but I didn't feel like that was the time and the place.
No, it wasn't.
When you're getting, especially the kind of award, it was a humanitarian
the
award.
Dr. Dre award that he got.
A humanitarian award, right?
Just be gracious, accept the award, say, great, this is wonderful. Don't sit there and go, hey, you know what? My wife has more Grammys than anyone.
History.
But you never get, so what?
That makes no sense, though. If you
fine, then you have a problem with it. Discuss it with them. Don't do it on that. What's that for?
I mean, it raises a little bit of awareness to the whole thing.
I agree with that.
Aaron, I'm just going to be honest with you. I live and breathe all this music stuff.
I know,
but I got to say, like, I'm looking at some of the people that were nominated in categories. They were not supposed to be there. You look at, for me personally, I'm a hip hop guy. Killer Mike winning the hip hop album of the year, that's completely false.
As opposed to what, rap album of the year?
Yeah, well, no, just the categories. The other
what category should he be?
Travis Scott, no, he should have been in the hip hop album. He should have. But the other nominees, they had better record sales, they had better albums, they had better tours.
There's always controversy.
At the end of the day, it's not about record sales.
No.
Right? Otherwise, we could just know the award winners before we start, whoever sold the most
but we know there's been all kinds of issues with the Grammys. We know that it's not a straightforward voting procedure. There are favorites. There's been issues for years and years. They've been called out.
It's the same with every award show. Get the Golden Globes, the Academy Awards. People launch, petitions to get someone to win. That's just the way these shows work. If you want to take all that out of it, just say, hey, you know what? This movie, Barbie, should have won every award this year because it sold more tickets than any other movie. So is that the way we want to do it? Maybe. I still don't think what Jay-Z did, and good for him for winning the award.
It's funny because we're going to be talking, our question of the day is going to have to do with the Grammys, and it's funny, I didn't bring Jay-Z into it at all, but the underlying question is being ungracious, like showing a lack of decorum.
They're giving you an award.
But that's interesting. Yeah, look, Brian's like, no, that's his, you love that he did that he took a stand, and he said, That's so interesting.
Different generation.
Anyway, I'm going to change the subject.
Maybe not. I just want to ask one last thing. Killer Mike got arrested last night. Did you see this story?
Yeah, he got arrested for
battery.
He rushed the security guard and before the Grammy show. You see it on TMZ. I saw this morning. And then the security guard didn't like it, and they arrested him.
What? I thought that was I thought that was a joke.
No.
I thought it was a racist joke, honestly, that they were making about someone getting arrested.
No,
I didn't
he won
realize.
2 Grammys and got himself arrested that same night.
Yeah, I believe it was like right after he got the best hip hop song.
How crazy is that?
Wow,
Spent
lots
too
to
much
talk
time talking about this.
In more important news, probably the biggest news of the day, actually, Aaron Rand got a haircut.
That's not news.
That's big news.
Don't. I think cut my hair. I'm still not into that. I'm like, I know where I go because it's close to the house.
You need to know your hairdresser's name.
Yeah, I don't have that much to begin with. Just go ahead, trim it up a little bit or whatever. And I go home, and what does my wife say? It's too short. So there you go. And I always say the same thing. It'll grow back. In the hope that it will.
That's the good news.
Let's go to traffic. CJD 800 Traffic Center. See what's going on right now. Lauren Glazer is there with a check. Lauren.
Good afternoon, Aaron. Good afternoon, Natasha. We are seeing a pretty slow drive already for northbound DeCarry. The volume starting Queen Mary up to the top. Also delays on the westbound side of the Met between P-Nup and the DeCarry interchange. Pretty busy as well on the eastbound side of the T-Can. The volume there starting Chateau-Vaudreuil to the Latour Bridge. Again between Côte-Liesse and Saint-Laurent on the eastbound side of the Met. Southbound 25, pretty slow as well. Sherbrooke to the tunnel, also delayed southbound 13. The volume between Saint-Martin and the Bisson Bridge, we did have a stall at Sampson, but it has been pushed out. Book with Air Canada Vacations and save $400 per family of 4 at Hyatt Ziva Riviera Cancun. Contact your travel agent or visit aircanadavacations.com. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report at 2:30.
Thank you, Lauren. That one brought to you by the English Montreal School Board. The EMSB is celebrating Quebec Francophone culture this month. Kindergarten registration starts today, February 5th. Go to emsb.qc.ca for more.
So we also talked today, before we get into the question of the day, and I don't have all the clips.
We're going to talk more about your haircut?
No. Miley Cyrus.
Yeah.
You don't like her?
Okay, so I do like her. I love the song, but I found she was not super gracious last night either. I didn't.
Okay.
I loved the moment in the song where she said, you know,
Where she said, I forgot my underwear?
No, she said, I want, what?
You didn't catch that part?
She said, I forgot my underwear?
Yeah.
No, I noticed her saying, I just won my first Grammy. Yeah. She sang that in the lyrics.
She said, if I forgot to mention anyone after she mentioned anyone, right? She said, and I also forgot my underwear, something like that. And she walked up.
As if she ever wears underwear.
Well, there is that. Is he on the line? Yannick Nézet-Séguin is on the line. Good afternoon.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. First question, did you watch the show? First of all, were you there?
Yeah, absolutely. I was there to collect my Grammy, and I was there also at the show at night. So, yeah, I was present the whole day.
Wow, that must be such a blast to be there. Obviously, you know, you compose and you write and you conduct classical music, but in terms of pop and whatever and rap, do you have favorites? Like, what do you listen to?
I really like R&B. So yesterday I was really happy to see people like SZA or, you know, artists who are bridging everything, like John Batiste is my king, you know, and I was just so happy to have, even I love Dua Lipa. I listen to a lot of music that's non-classical. I would say less and less classical for myself when I listen to music. Not that I love it less, but just I think it helps me also trying to bridge everything in my work.
I wonder when you're there and you're with those artists. I mean, you're a rock star in the classical world, but you're meeting the pop stars and the rock stars there as well. Are you thinking about possible collaborations with them ever?
Constantly.
I bet. I knew it.
You know, I would love to collaborate with Billie Eilish or John Legend is coming to the Philadelphia Orchestra in a couple of years, so we're trying to maybe collaborate together. And I think this is, you know, people say a lot of the word crossover, and it's kind of suspicious in the classical world because, you know, classical music is its own right, but it's not necessarily about crossover. It's about opening the door to something else, you know, and really when two music genres are just connecting together and just speaking to each other, I think this is when everybody wins. So, of course, when I'm there, I'm thinking about more collaborations, and I was not surprised. I mean, but still surprises me how many people know me when I get to these events now. I just always feel like, oh, I'm the unknown person because it's classical music and it's less mega popular. You don't have billions and billions of people in classical music, but I think it's a good moment for classical music, and it's cool again, I would say.
Well,
and therefore, I could feel that vibe yesterday.
That was
you
my
made
next
it
question.
cool, by the way. That's you. That's your doing.
My next question was going to be, when you say you're surprised at people who recognize you, you're a classical composer, and yes, you obviously you've established a record, and people to some degree, I guess, certainly within the industry, know who you are. Do people, who came up to you yesterday and said, "Oh my God, I know you. You're the guy from Montreal." Does that happen?
Well, it happens quite a lot, and I don't know, honestly, everyone that's come up to me, but what's happened recently, which is, as you're aware of this film, Maestro, and was collaborated with Bradley Cooper, that, of course, has gotten me closer to all the world of Los Angeles and the actors and Netflix, and so this is, of course, I love to be present there, not just because it's fun, but because I don't want this to end. I don't want this collaboration with for the film Maestro to be it. I would love to use those contacts in LA to try and get more exposure for classical music on Netflix, for example. So I won't reveal you now on radio all the projects I have, but that's what I have in mind.
You're keeping busy. Wow. Are you going to be going to the Oscars?
Absolutely.
Are you nominated in an Oscar category?
No,
for Maestro?
so that's the little sad thing is that the soundtrack of Maestro, which is a great soundtrack, it's not an original one, and the only nominations you get for the Academy Awards and the Oscars is for an original, so something that's been really composed for. Now, this is music by Bernstein, Beethoven, Mahler, so it's music that's already existing, which I conducted, and therefore, even though I'm very proud of it, it cannot be nominated, but Bradley as Best Actor being nominated, or Maestro being nominated as Best Film, I'm lucky enough to be considered really an integral part of this success. So I'm very happy that I'll be joining the party.
I know we talked about it at the time as well. So you actually worked directly with Bradley Cooper, in mannerisms and everything else, right? Like how to conduct. Was that part of what you did?
Absolutely. That's essentially my role. Like the soundtrack came at the very end of it as kind of an extra thing, but the years of preparation were really to teach him how to conduct, how to be like Bernstein in the conducting aspect of the film, and also making sure with him, because he's obsessed with details and he wanted it to be really believable all the way through, that every detail, musically speaking, I was in charge of making sure that it would all make sense, every detail about the composition, about how the orchestra is placed on stage, how it works, with the applause, with everything else. And so, that was my role. Cool.
This is your 4th Grammy, right? I wonder if each one feels, it must feel different. Is one more special than the other, depending on your involvement in the project?
Well, what was special this year is that it's the first time I'm actually in Los Angeles to collect it. So that's the fun part, to be there. But there is a thread throughout those 4 Grammys, is that all of them feature composers of our time and music of our time, and especially like Champion, this opera yesterday by Terence Blanchard. Terence Blanchard was is still one of the only African American composers featured on main stages of opera, classical opera, and that is why also we want to feature his work, because he's amazing, and he is the one also that is a much needed voice to come to the traditional white male stages of European influence classical music, and we're trying to change that. And we want it's my mission and my passion to focus the work on the works of the voices of our time, and especially the ones that we feel have been historically neglected on stages of classical music, and to see this recognized by the Academy with the Grammys is really an encouragement to continue.
By the way, do you happen to know, or did you get a chance to meet Alison Russell, the other Montrealer who won?
So you were talking about wanting a collaboration. We didn't meet, but I thought last night we must collaborate. I'm such a huge fan of hers.
Wow.
So here it is. I'm saying it on radio. So Alison, let's collaborate.
We're hoping to speak to her. We'll put in a word for you, Maestro,
Yes,
because we're hoping to speak to her today or tomorrow as well. Oh, my goodness. How exciting. I know, listen, you're musical director of the Metropolitan Opera in New York City now, but just know that you're still ours.
I'm forever Montrealer, Canadian, linked to Orchestre Metropolitain. You can come and hear us every time. I'll never leave the OM, and I'm forever
That's
yours.
nice to know. Also, we have to wrap up. I think, first of all, as Natasha said, congratulations on the win, which is unbelievable yet again. And I will, based on what you said, I will put in a word with Billie Eilish to have her work on an opera or something with you. I think she'd be great.
Fantastic.
Okay. By the way, last thing.
I count on it.
You were in the room last night. Anything crazy happened? A story you could tell us about something you saw or heard?
I mean, nothing so crazy, but I have to say, maybe it's because I was in the room, but I think it's more than this. I felt it was an especially great show because every performance was well balanced, well crafted, and all the ideas that from generations to generation to speak to each other, between Luke Combs and Tracy Chapman, or even with Billy Joel, they told the story of this young guy who wanted to kind of force Billy Joel to come back. And I just thought this is a music world I'm happy to live in.
Oh,
well said.
This gave me goosebumps.
Again, congratulations. Hope we can chat again soon. And I'll let you know how my meeting goes with Billie Eilish. And if we talk to Alison Russell, we'll absolutely pass on the offer, the invitation to work together with her. Congratulations again. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Maestro.
Yannick Nézet-Séguin, winner, conductor of the Montreal Symphony. Again, a winner of a Grammy last night. Would you say 4?
4.
Pretty impressive.
Woo.
I felt like I want to go online now and listen to that opera, which I obviously don't know a whole lot of.
It's called Blanchard Champion.
Don't know.
I wanted to say Champion.
Wait, gonna have to find it. That's what he wants.
Yeah, so best opera recording.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to stay Carmi. We're going to stay Grammy focused.
We are indeed. I guess I can't really set up the question right at this moment, so let's take a break. We'll get you to news, and when we come back, in a nutshell, this whole thing about bridging generations is going to come into play, and it has to do with Celine Dion being snubbed last night.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Stay with it. That's coming up.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. The new year, new you event is on now with amazing prices on all your sleep essentials. Sleep well, stay well. Dormez-vous.
Scotiabank helps you put money back in your pocket so you can do more of what makes you, you. From now until February 29th only, you can be rewarded with up to $550 when you open a banking package along with a TFSA or RRSP at Scotiabank. Now that's rewarding. To qualify, certain conditions must be met. Get details at scotiabank.com/welcome offer. Scotiabank, you're richer than you think.
Putting off surgery for back pain? Need medications to get through the day? Back pain, stenosis, and sciatica used to mean surgery and medications. Richard Kim Medicine, the region's regenerative medicine expert, solves back pain with a unique solution. No surgery, no medications. Get back hope and get back to living. Richard Kim Medicine. Medicine that moves you.
For a free consultation, call 514-657-8919. RichardKimMedicine.com. 514-657-8919.
Introducing Le Sherbrooke Residences, an address unlike any other. Located in the heart of the Golden Square Mile, Le Sherbrooke blends rich heritage with modern elegance, rising 25 stories, delivering upscale living at its finest. Embrace an elevated level of luxury with exceptional amenities at an address that says more about you than you ever could. Call Le Sherbrooke Home. Upscale condominium starting from the 400,000s. Reserve an appointment at lesherbrooke.com.
Hey Nissan, please tell me about the 2023 Aria 100% electric crossover.
Great. All you need to know is 0.
0?
Yep, 0. As in a lease rate of 0%.
0%? You have 100% of my attention.
Lease the 2023 Nissan Aria Platinum e-Force all-wheel drive at 0% for 36 months.
Wow, you just went from 0 to hero in 30 seconds.
Until February 29th on approved credit. Conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
Tonight on CTV News.
Quebec is offering free colon cancer test kits, but will it really make a difference in the long run? And going to the moon, what kind of food do astronauts eat? Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on CTV News and CJAD.
Come party your heart out at the Casino de Montréal. Grab your friends, rock to red, and come celebrate Valentine's Day every Friday and Saturday from February 9th to 17th. Must be 18 or older.
Good afternoon, it's 2:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. Here's what's making news. The Tourism Ministry is giving the green light to a replacement roof for the Olympic Stadium as well as renovations to its technical ring. The $870 million project is set to run until 2027. Provincial Tourism Minister Caroline Proulx says this will keep the Big O open year-round, bringing more tourists and opportunities for concert tours. Outremont is introducing a new rule for drivers. Cars that are stopped for more than 10 seconds at a time, say at a red light, will have to turn their engines off in an attempt to reduce emissions. The Ensemble Montréal team in Outremont says the rule is set to apply anytime it's between 0 and 25 degrees out. And some members of Montreal minority communities have sent a letter to Mayor Valérie Plante calling for her to denounce Hamas and fire the city's anti-racism commissioner, Bokra Manai, because she attended pro-Palestinian rallies. Those include former Councillor Marvin Rotran and former MP Marlene Jennings, among others. And now heading over to the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. How are the roads looking, Lauren?
Well done. Looking at the westbound side of the Met, we do have volume now between Lac-Bordier and the DeCarry interchange. Also delays on the eastbound side of the T-Can from ahead of Château-Vaudreuil to the Latour Bridge. Volume as well between Côte-Liesse and Stinson on the eastbound side of the Met. Lacadie out to Papineau, and again between Longe-Ligue and the Anjou interchange. Northbound DeCarry, pretty slow. Coteau-Luc Road to the top. Also delays for the westbound side of the 20 now between Angrenio and Ville-Saint-Pierre. Busy drive northbound 13 starts at the T-Can up to Henri Bourassa. For southbound 13, you are losing time between Sampson and the Bisson Bridge, again between Hickmore and Autoroute 20. Right now, experience the Subway 6-inch Black Forest ham or cold cut combo sandwich for just $4.99. Only at Subway. Offer ends April 8th. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 2:45.
And now your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. Sunny today with a high of -1. Clear skies ahead tonight as we drop to a low of -10. And then more sun tomorrow with a high of -3. It's -1 downtown right now. Your next CTV News update is coming at 3 o'clock.
This newscast brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK, making it easy to get rid of unwanted junk. All you have to do is point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
Accent Insurance salutes you, smart home and auto owners everywhere. You've worked hard to find the right home and the right car, but what about the right insurance? Accent makes it easy by shopping around for a solution that's right for you. And with combined home and auto insurance savings up to 30%. Accent Insurance Solutions. Auto, home, and business. Right solutions, right price. 514-363-3636 or visit accentassurance.com. Here's Joey Elias to talk about
visibility. I saw that one coming, didn't I?
Wow, I'm impressed.
Because when you're a pedestrian, it's vital that drivers see you coming.
Oh, okay. This is a serious ad.
It sure is. We need to watch out for pedestrians, but pedestrians also need to make themselves visible. And a lot of things can help with that, like crossing the road at the right place and not walking between cars.
When it comes to road safety,
we all need to drive change. I saw it coming again. Am I alert or what?
A message from the Gouvernement du Québec. Longing for thick, healthy, gorgeous hair? Hair Volume from New Nordic is trusted by millions of women around the world. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume. Available as a tablet or gummy. Hair Volume is available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Walmart, Loblaws, and London Drugs, or ask for it at your local pharmacy, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca.
Ready, set, go bold with the best-selling PHEV SUV in Canada, the Mitsubishi Outlander. Also available in gas, packed with advanced tech and safety features, you'll feel like even the most ordinary trip turns into a memorable journey. And with the Outlander's standard super all-wheel control system, you'll have the confidence to handle any weather condition. Ready to experience what real driving feels like? With lease rates starting from 4.99% for 24 months on select models, plus a no-charge 2-year maintenance package, the time is now. Visit your local Mitsubishi dealer today. Conditions apply.
If we trained parrots, we'd be really good at it. Really good? But at Hydro Solution, we sell and install hot water heaters, and we're really good at it. Really good? We even install heat pumps and charging stations, and we're... Really? Polly, we get it. Hydro Solution, we get it done.
When a cop loses her sight, she gains a partner she didn't expect to have. Now, can they work together?
Tell me every detail.
To bring the truth to light. A new episode of Sight Unseen, tonight at 10 on CTV.
When I say that I'm happy to be here, I really mean it from my heart. Celine Dion made a surprise appearance last night at the Grammys. So she was giving away the award for Album of the Year. And as you just heard there, she was oh so Celine, like emotional, dramatic. You know by now that she has stiff person syndrome. And so she hasn't been able to perform because of that condition. So I'm sure it was a bittersweet moment for her to be on that stage giving away that award. And Taylor Swift wins it. She comes up on stage. She's clearly overcome. She's caught up in the moment. She's hugging everyone. And then she kind of just grabs the award from Celine without even looking at her, thanking her, hugging her, or even acknowledging her very presence.
Who gives a fuck about the
the
lady?
internet has gone wild over the big snub. People I know who don't even really care about these kinds of things have been speaking up and writing about it. How rude, how self-centered. Now, I have some observations. Miley Cyrus, who performed last night and was absolutely fantastic, she did the exact same thing to Meryl Streep last night. So when she came on stage to accept her award, she failed to even look at her or acknowledge her presence. Now you might think, well, okay, it's all a little overwhelming, I'm sure, to be in the presence of living legends like Meryl Streep and Celine Dion. But I don't think that's what was going on at all. I don't think that has anything to do with it, actually. I think both Taylor Swift and Miley Cyrus, yes, they were swept away in the moment, but I think it was an oversight. And it all comes across as a little bit ungracious. I might even say lacking respect, especially for these. We're talking about iconic women here who paved the path, right? So while people are piling on Taylor, and they do love to do that, because she has the gall to cheer for her boyfriend at his games, give me a break. I'm not a Swiftie, but I do deeply respect her achievements. You cannot take that away from her. That said, I think this was kind of rude. And same goes for Miley with regards to Meryl Streep. I think it was kind of rude. How about you? Is this a big deal? What are your thoughts on Taylor Swift snubbing Celine Dion? And I want to add to it, is this perhaps a generational thing? Does the younger generation just simply not have the same level of reverence, the same level of respect for those who came before them? Does it matter if they do or not? Maybe just let them have their moment. What do you think, Aaron?
So here's the thing.
And we want to hear from you. 514-790-0800. Text to 514-800.
I think the key word here is oversight. It was a bit of an oversight. You get on stage, and you can't put yourself in someone else's head at that moment to win a Grammy Award. So you get up there, your nerves, your whatever, your adrenaline is pumping, and you kind of lose it, I think, for a second. You kind of forget where you are. At least that's my take on this, right? Someone hands you an award, you're not really paying attention to that person. For whatever reason, I think it's different than, again, at the Academy Awards than it was last night at the Grammys. I think everything was moving a whole lot faster last night, right?
Yeah.
And I think you get up there and you win and you're like, okay, now you're in this fog and you forget. The obvious thing would have been to say, oh my God, Celine Dion, I can't believe you're here. Thank you so much. That's what we kind of all expected.
Just look her in, as you're taking the award from her hands, look her in the eye, acknowledge that she's there.
But I'm not gonna diss the people who didn't do it, because I don't think that was something they did willfully. I think you're caught up in the moment. You just sort of forget where you are in the room. You see your people, the ones who help you win that award. They're the ones you're like, oh, I have to make sure they're here. And you just, for whatever reason, not because you're rude or not because you're not being respectful, you just forget you're lost in that moment. So I'm cutting them some slack.
I'm giving them the lost in the moment. I'm giving that. And I'm giving them the oversight. I still think it's a lack of respect. We are talking about iconic, legendary women.
Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't matter who the person would have been. Regardless of who they are.
Look at how earlier Miley Cyrus reacted with Mariah Carey. She made a whole big deal out of that. But then completely, Meryl Streep is like she wasn't even there.
I will agree to disagree. I don't think it was a slight. I think it's just, again, one of those things you're just caught up.
I don't think it's deliberate, but I do wonder
if it's not deliberate, I don't think we can criticize it.
But I think it speaks to a generational thing. Like, I think we were more conditioned to show respect and reverence for the people who came before us, for our elders. And I don't think that neither Celine or Meryl Streep would like to be referred to as elders, because they're not. But you know what I'm saying? They're living legends. And I don't think it's too much to respect, to expect just a moment of taking that in and acknowledgement.
And I half agree. I think it's not too much to ask. I just, again, don't think it was done with any malice in mind or disrespect in mind, if you want to use the word respect.
But you see Jay-Z, what he did as being totally disrespectful.
Yeah. That's like going to a dinner. Someone's invited you to dinner. And as you say, thanks for dinner, you start chewing them out for not having had this or not having, served someone that. It's just not the place to do it. And understand, let's not get into Jay-Z, because that's a whole different discussion. So your question today is basically asking what you think.
Yeah. And is it a generational thing? Like, so do you, what do you make of this? Is it a big deal, this snub? Because online it's gone completely crazy. And is it a generational thing? Do you just let them have their moment? It doesn't matter if they show respect or reverence, or no, you should always be polite in that way.
790-0800. Bonnie's on the line out in Côte St. Luc. Bonnie, what do you think? Bonnie, are you there?
Oh, I think Bonnie's still. Oh, Bonnie. Oh, okay.
Bonnie, can you hear me?
Oh,
there
yeah.
we go.
Hi.
Okay.
What everybody's not talking about is that on Facebook, this radio station, 91.8 CHFI, has a picture of Taylor hugging Selena
after the show.
Oh yeah.
We know
They
that.
took all kinds of pictures together afterwards. Yeah, for sure. And Celine would be great in those ones. She'd be like, "Oh my God, don't worry about it. It's totally fine." But it's still what that moment represents.
Well, it's what Celine Dion has. Maybe Taylor didn't know how to react.
But did you see? Yeah.
Did
you see that moment though, Bonnie?
But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe the not knowing how to react. It's for us. If you want to do this generationally, it's second nature to go up, acknowledge the person who's giving us the award.
Thank you so much.
Exactly.
She didn't even. She just kind of took it out of her hand and never even made eye contact with her in that moment. I was like, "Oh."
But then again, Bonnie, thank you for the call. Donna, how about you? What do you think?
Hi, I think she should have been in awe of who was handing the award to her. I would have been like, wow, and thank you so much. And I think it is a generational thing. The younger generation today isn't the same as 40 years ago. It just isn't. They're not as much respect for anything or anyone. They're just generational.
I love you.
Okay. And that's part of the question you're asking. By the way, I will point out, beyond, Taylor Swift sort of reacting that way, there was the whole idea of Taylor Swift using what would be, that's a big win, to promote a new album.
I've got a text that says,
where it's at
so
now?
Listen to this. This text says, it was rude. No respect for either of them. Also rude that Taylor Swift plugged her next LP. That was interesting to me. That didn't even really register. I thought it came across as, I just didn't feel the moment with her. It came across as promotional, but I wasn't offended by that.
It's just
interesting. This one says, This one says, I don't think it was a deliberate snub. I think everyone is so thin-skinned. You aren't even thinking in that moment. I agree with Aaron. Another one here, though, says they're both Swift and Cyrus are experienced pros and should have better manners. And then they say, but just like the way Brian and Aaron disagreed on Jay-Z's speech, it must be generational. This one says, everyone is angry online, myself included. Ashley says there is no respect for anyone with the me generation. If you ask me, she says, I'm with Natasha. And this one says, I don't mean to sound like a Gen X old fart, but I find that the young adult generation in general lacks manners.
Look what you've done here, Tom.
But I'm telling you, I felt it. I was like, hang on, what does it cost you? It's 2 seconds. You just look her in the eye. Thank you so much. It's just common courtesy.
Before that, even as judgment, when it happened, I'm like, wait a second, she didn't say anything to her. She even look at her. I was like, wait a second, did she forget? Thinking that at some point she would steal while
Please,
accepting the.
for the love of fucking Christ. Unfucking bearable.
Senators are grilling the CEOs of social media companies in order to implement, they say, new child safety laws to protect children. All of us want to protect children, but is that the aim of the government? Or is this about control of social media? Cast your mind back now. Hello there, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining us on our voyage to truth and freedom. Remember, we make exclusive content every week for members of our Awakened Wonder community. So click the link in the description to get access to that content, as well as to be able to attend interviews live with brilliant journalists and pose questions to them. We're posing an important question now. These ongoing inquiries into online safety, of course, are about an important subject. No one would question the integrity of the notion that children should be protected from online bullying, from pornography, from potential forms of exploitation, from being able to access information on how you might harm yourself in a variety of ways, even with the most ultimate and irreversible of acts. Now, speaking to someone who is, as an adolescent, experienced, well, yes, some bullying, but also I've had a lot of mental health issues, addiction issues, and kids engaging in self-harm. I recognise that these are important issues, and yet more significantly, of course, I'm a parent right now. I have 3 children whose safety is obviously the most important thing in my life. So no one's questioning the importance of child safety. What we are questioning is what these hearings are really about. Because the very same social media companies that are now being harangued and barracked by senators and these extraordinary sponsors, it's so theatrical, it's propaganda, even as you're watching it, there are literally staged moments that couldn't have happened without pre-discussion and without conversation and organisation. Actually, the question is, what are these hearings really about? It's a bit like the pandemic. We all agree that human life is sacred, that we should all protect one another, love one another, that we're all invested in one another and your safety. And when we forget that, we go crazy. That's something we need to be reminded of. Like the pandemic period was exploited to introduce measures that were potentially advantageous either in terms of profit or the ability to regulate and legislate. Perhaps this conversation around child safety is similarly open to exploitation, in so much as you will grant governments the ability to censor and regulate social media companies that would inevitably go beyond getting rid of things that might be harmful for children. Let's have a look. For a start, Tom Cotton, is a complete as this clip vividly demonstrates. Both parties' fear-mongering over TikTok is grounded in dumb innuendo. There's far more evidence they're censoring for the US government than China. This is all about more government control over social media. Now, Blake Greenwald is obviously an expert in this subject, has worked long, hard, and successfully on the degree to which governments control, censor, surveil ingenious ways to ensure that nothing we ever say cannot be tracked if necessary. So let's have a look at this inquiry and note how the CEO of TikTok is vilified and barracked by this extraordinary senator. And think about how theatrical it is. And note how language that's literally redolent of McCarthyism is used. Are you a member of the Communist Party? Are you a member of the Communist Party? How do I know Singapore's even a real place?
If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it. I think the event had the lawsuit and it was overturned. I can't remember.
No, it's another time. Biden administration that reversed those sanctions, just like, by the way, they reversed the terrorist designation on the Houthis in Yemen. How's that working out for them?
I think the man that sits behind Mr. Cotton is Tom Cotton's inner life. That's actually what happens in Tom Cotton's mind. Just some sort of going, just sort of staring. His expression doesn't change during this entire inquiry. He's either bored by it or understands it on a level so deep that it doesn't register.
But it was sanctioned as a Chinese communist military company.
He's got a bit of a nerve saying that because social media companies in the United States have explicit ties to both the military and have often engaged with deep state organizations like the CIA and FBI. We know that because of the Twitter files. And it's pretty clear that ultimately what the government want is control over social media sites to sort of claim that there's a connection between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese military and TikTok, when TikTok is a company founded in China. It's actually superfluous. Of course there is. It's from China. It's very difficult to create a company that's most successful.
That's fucking hilarious.
And what we're watching now is the dramatization of the government looking to get control over social media companies that become too big and powerful. Sometimes that might be beneficial.
Yeah, TikTok was made in China, so I would assume that China is monitoring TikTok. Indeed.
People join them in that crusade. Well, if it was, I don't know, threatening to my children, what would you say then?
You said today, as you often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singaporeans.
Singapore. Now, why do you love it so much? Do you want to marry it?
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, sir.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
You can see that Xu Chu is considerably intelligent in this regard. It's of talking to how you might talk to somebody on the other side of a bus window down through a lunatic asylum. Okay. If you truly believe that you're Napoleon, I'm sure you are.
Senator, I've served my nation. No, I did not.
You have a Singaporean passport.
Yes, and I served my military for 2.5 years.
Yes, yeah, that's what we do in Singapore. And I suppose you go to sleep in a Singaporean house at night, didn't you? Goddamn comment.
Do you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, sir.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. This isn't going how I planned it. Time to bring out the big guns.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
That's a really weird thing to say, isn't it?
If a person supports
Oh, that. This is not going quite how I planned.
Something like he who smiles gets a smack in the mouth. I'd like to talk to Lex Friedman about that one day. I've spent some time around Russian people. They don't play. I'd say they're the sort of country that you should think very carefully before going to war with. And if there is the diplomatic solution. Again, I can't express my sympathy for the Ukrainian people who are suffering in this war, and indeed the Russian people who are suffering in this war enough. And of course, that is just a purported interview with Putin at the moment, although I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. In Here's the News, we're going to be exploring the new Child Safety Act, which, well, it's, the fact that it's called the Child Safety Act suggests it's not anything to do with bloody child safety. It's going to be about government control over social media. You'll love it. You'll enjoy seeing Zuckerberg participate in a piece of propaganda. You'll enjoy seeing the rather dignified head of TikTok spoken to as if he's a rent boy. It's pretty extraordinary and amusing, and I think you'll like it. I'm just hearing, of course, that some people are saying that Tucker could be in Russia to talk to Snowden. That's a pretty good interview, but you want to see the Putin interview, don't you? That's the thing you really want to see. Now, if you want to see our conversation with Tucker, that is up for our Awakened Wonders right now. In fact, have we got where's it? Like, we're going to play that. But we're going to play that for you, because if you're watching this on YouTube, we got the show today is brilliant. We're going to start off with Tucker and Putin. Then we're going to talk about the new Apple goggles. You know those Apple goggles, the augmented reality. They're absolutely, well, this is the thing where I'm conflicted by technology. These Apple goggles look bloody brilliant, but they also are going to present an opportunity to literally control our total experience of reality. If you're watching this on YouTube, we're going to do about 15 minutes over there. Then the rest of our fun-packed, jam-packed, free-speaking, free-wheeling hour will be over on that Spartacus in Moscow. A few things to unpack there. I don't know that you would say that Tucker Carlson is sympathetic to the Russian president. It's just like, we showed you last week, there was a poll of 40,000 people in our country where we were asked, who would you vote for? Rishi Sunak, Moderna investor, WEF stooge, Keir Starmer, centralist Davos affiliate, or Vladimir Putin. And you know what people are like now? People went, Putin, we vote for Putin. People are so now throbbing with anti-establishmentism that we've literally rolled the dice on former KGB agent Putin. Is it Vladimir Putin? I should learn the name of actual world leaders given the job I do. Who's that guy? Over there in front of that castle. That's the Kremlin. He seems pretty cross. Yeah, he's the president of Russia. Frightening guy. Has he got a first name at all? Listen, I'm too busy. And who's this last guy? Boris Yeltsin. All right, I've not got time to educate you. Nevertheless, what I would say is that what Tucker Carlson's not done is immediately bent over to globalist, anti-war, jingoist rhetoric. That, do you remember, check this out, just as an example. After the Second World War, and during the Second World War, in fact, Japanese American citizens were put into internment camps, weren't they? It's like, well, we're at war with Japan, we've got to round up Japanese people. And then, after the Second World War, there's a kind of reckoning. Was that right that we did that to Japanese people? Didn't we mistreat them a little? Was that the right way to behave? And now we're back to the kind of jingoism that preceded it. Like, oh, well, if you're Russian, you're a baddie. If it's Solzhenitsyn, Tchaikovsky, Lex Friedman, Constantine over in our country, they're baddies. They're all we're not at war with Russia, purportedly, are we? We may be advocating for, supporting, financing Ukraine's war with them, and not questioning the principles of Ukrainian democracy. And a lot of Ukrainian people think that Ukrainian democracy is in serious trouble. Now, former Chief of Staff Phil Crystal, who played a leading role in advocating for the 2003 invasion of Iraq, also as the director of a group called Defending Democracy. Check out where that's funded. It'll be one of those organizations called Defending Democracy, brought to you by Pfizer, brought to you by Northrop Grumman, won't it? I mean, I haven't even done this research yet. Why don't one of you in the Rumble chat, I'm talking about you, Central Scrutinizer, or you, Steve McGraw, find out now where Defending Democracy gets its funding from. I bet it ain't from the Girl Guides. I bet you it ain't. Anyway, this is what he posted about Tucker, literally saying, perhaps we need a total and complete shutdown of Tucker Carlson re-entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what's going on. That's a late night tweet, Bill. He's taking Elon Musk's advice, isn't he? And doing his own X post. And maybe some people shouldn't do that. Tucker Carlson's a journalist. A journalist has every right to speak to a world leader. I think what they're realizing now, tell me if you agree with this. I think what they're realizing is Tucker Carlson is like a monarch of online space and journalism, okay, isn't he? If Tucker Carlson posts a conversation on X that won't censor it because of Elon Musk with Putin, and Putin says, if you let us have Crimea, if you allow some sovereignty and autonomy for Russian natives in the area of Donbass, the disputed region of Donbass, and if Ukraine don't join NATO, we'll end this war tomorrow. Now, if that gets said, and we all see it, how many of you want your taxpayer dollars and pounds going upstream to NATO? How many of you even know what NATO is for in the post-Cold War world? How many of you wouldn't welcome a genuine reckoning when it comes to the role of the IMF, the World Bank, the WHO, the WEF, NATO? What are all these things doing for you lately? They're helping you with your grocery prices. They're helping you with your energy prices. They're helping you in your community. They're helping your democracy. They're helping you in your marriage. They're helping you in your relationship with God. Oh no, I don't know what I'll do if NATO gets ended. I mean, the truth is, I literally don't know. Because as far as I know, maybe Russia is an imperialist, expansionist nation that has designs to recreate the Soviet Union. Maybe they are a nation of Mongol people that will stop at nothing until they've achieved total control. You know what? I'd like to see an interview with a guy that's running that country. And to say that it's like treason to have that conversation, What kind of moronic language is that? What do the legacy media think they're playing at? What do they think they're dealing with? Dupes, dopes, and rubes from rinky-dink towns that don't know nothing, that can't assess information for themselves? Is that what they think we are? We know that the answer is yes. That's exactly what you think you are. They think you are, excuse me. You can think whatever you want in your own private consciousness for now, until the Apple goggles are on, and then you'll think whatever the state demands you think. Another move that offers leisure and convenience that ultimately might end up controlling the spaces of your attention. In our conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy that our community on Locals joined us for, we talked about that attitude of parentalism. I liked it. I liked it a lot because what I liked was he said that what they believe in, essentially, the establishment, let's call it, for simplicity's sake, the NATOs, the WHO, the neocons, the neoliberal organization, what they believe in is parentalism. They believe that you don't know how to assess information. That's why they advocate the censorship, because they think, oh my God, if those poor fools see all this information, they're going to make bad decisions. They mean your humble narrator in the Rumble chat. They mean FX Extreme. They mean Ghostar. All of you are too stupid, they think. We even talked about controlled opposition, you know, because I see some people talking about my tattoo. I love the tattoo, 33 vertebrae in the spine. I love our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, 33, sacred number. I'm telling you, do some research. You will not find me in the Masons or the Illuminati. Let's have a look at Tucker in a Russian hotel. And anyone that's spent any time around Russians will know that stay calm around them, because they can, you know, they can get pretty leery.
Меня зовут Алексей. Мне нравится то, что вы делаете. Вы лучший журналист в США. Я живу в Москве.
I call that Pope manners, isn't it? Like, you know, you sort of go, thank you. Or maybe if you're at a funeral, thank you.
Я люблю этот город. Он красивый.
Thank you. It's really, yes.
Что вы делаете в России? Хотел на нее посмотреть. Я так много читал о ней.
Tucker got every right to be in Russia and talk to Putin or Edward Snowden. He's a journalist, isn't he? Communicating with the world. We did a poll earlier on a number of sites. Let's have a look at those poll results right now. We asked you, does he have every right? This is good, the way we posed this question here. 45,000 of you voted. Who's the real traitor? Joe Biden for continuing to fund the Ukraine war, or Tucker Carlson for maybe interviewing Putin in Russia? Dun, 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 dun. Do you believe in democracy? Do you believe in referenda? If so, Biden. We asked the same question on another platform, 88%. Some people went with B because of the power of propaganda. Let's carry on. If I press play, it's going to continue with Tucker where we left off. Let's have a
Melanie.
Because I've read so much about it, but I've never seen it.
Я хотел поговорить с людьми и посмотреть на то, как все устроено. Может быть, взять интервью у Путина? Ваш визит в Москву взорвал медиа США. Я не знаю, они сумасшедшие.
That in America or the UK would have been a Tucker laugh, no? You know, when he goes, ha ha ha, you know, when he does their mad laugh. Oh my God, you peed in my yard! That's a hoo-hoo! You know, I say this as an advocate of Tucker Carlson. And I believe if I was voting in that, of course Tucker Carlson should interview Putin. Of course we should all hear what Putin's saying. If Putin publicly says these are the conditions under which we would be willing to accept a diplomatic agreement, then we triangulate that with our assessment of current Ukrainian democracy and the well-being of Ukrainian people and the number of Ukrainian lives lost and Russian lives lost and American taxpayer dollars spent, and what we know now about the expenditure in the Afghanistan conflict, $2 trillion. What the hell did that achieve? Our other adventures in the Middle East, the escalating conflicts elsewhere in the Middle East, the Houthis. Shouldn't we be saving some money to kill Houthis? Wherever I see a Houthi, I say, Houthi are in trouble, Houthi. Can't we, you know, if you assume that we are unable to assess information, then you are at odds with everything we believe in. In fact, that's the video we made for our Awakened Wonder community is on that subject precisely. We take some of the work of Terence McKenna and talk about individual sovereignty. I'm being asked in the chat by 136H90M, Russell, will you interview President Xi? Yes, I will. I'm on my way to China. I've already been accused of being a Chinese asset. I'm getting over there now. Logically AI, they say I'm a Chinese asset. I'm getting the hell over to China right now. You see some politeness there, I tell you. Like I'm laughing about Tucker's manners in Russia. You mean China? Hello, Mr. Xi. I've always thought you're doing a good job, sir. I liked the Olympics. I like Chinese people. I'm panicking. I can't bring them anything to say. Let's see how the legacy media reacted. And if you're watching us over on YouTube, you've got to join us on. You think we're interested in hate speech? You think that's what inspires us? You think me as a father of 3 children, I get up every day and say, how can I spread hate? I want to spread love so that we have a chance of saving the lives of future generations that this globalist establishment cartel is hell-bent on destroying. You've seen their games. Okay, let's have a look at how the mainstream media reacted to Tucker. Tucker Carlson in Moscow for Putin. That's the pro-Kremlin crowd. Jose, are you pro-Kremlin? Are you pro-Putin? I ain't pro. Yeah, Queen Manners. Someone on GVFD, one of our community members says, Queen Manners. Yeah, I did meet Her Majesty the Queen once. I was like, hello, Majesty. Hello, yes, no, Your Majesty, please, thank you. Let's have a look what Mother Jones say about the Tucker going Russia. Leaked Kremlin memo to Russian media. It is essential to feature Tucker Carlson. Do you remember as well? It isn't part of like the Tucker's deal with Fox, like and getting booted out of Fox. Like, and remember people were hacking his phone, weren't they? Saying, "Oh, he's in touch with the Russians." Super Day 101. Keep going, Russell. I'll keep going. You keep going. We'll all keep going together. Pro stay free only, says Chaotic 02244. We're about to hit 20,000 in the Rumble stream, guys. On YouTube, we need you to join us. Before that, I'm going to show you a brilliant reaction from RFK on X. The legacy media is in shambles because we've caught on to their lies and propaganda. Tucker Carlson has every right to interview Putin. We need more transparency instead of less. It used to be understood journalists would interview world leaders, even those with whom we were at war. Look at how the legacy media behaves now. The legacy media want to shut down dissent. The legacy media are an arm of the establishment now. They will actively find people, I know this from personal experience, that are opposing government narrative, and they will do anything they can. They will amplify untruths. They will lie. They will do whatever it takes to destroy. Let's have a look at what Glenn Greenwald's saying, that a journalist or any American becomes a traitor by visiting a foreign country we're not at war with and interviewing its leader is in equal parts demented, stupid, and authoritarian. But this McCarthyite jingoism is also fully normalized in liberal discourse. That's liberalism. Those are the countries that will say, you know, well, Russia, you know, like remember when Sting released that song, Do the Russians Love Their Children Too? Now the answer will be, no, they don't love their children at all. Poor old, once you start arguing with Sting, you've got a problem. He's one of our great pop stars. Okay, listen, if you're watching us on YouTube, we got some fantastic stuff. We're talking about the Apple goggles. I'm not going to call them their proper name out of, I don't know, childishness, call it what you will. That's the future now. Will the world be augmented? Well done. In Apple goggles. We're talking a little bit about Rogan's new deal and what that means for legacy media. We're talking about Nikki Haley on SNL. Is she an establishment stooge or what? If you're watching this anywhere other than Rumble, click the link. Get over here. Join in with the freedom. We're spirited. We believe in change. We ain't terrified. We ain't a part of the apocalyptic cult. We're part of freedom and love, and you can be with us. Click the link in the description. Get over here now, y'all. Click that link right now. Listen to this. This is the Apple Vision. Car companies don't want. China. I've already been accused of being a Chinese asset. I'm getting over there now. Logically AI, they say over to China right now. You see some politeness there, I tell you. Like I'm laughing about Tucker's manners in Russia. Hello, Mr. Sheep. I've always thought you're doing a good job, sir. I like the Olympics. I've always I like Chinese. Anything to say? Let's see how the legacy media reacted. And if you're watching us over on YouTube, you've got to join us on. You think we're interested in hate speech? You think it inspires us? You think me as a father of 3 children, I get up every day and say, how can I spread hate? I want to spread love so that we have a chance of saving the lives of future generations that this globalist establishment cartel is hell-bent on destroying. You've seen their games. Okay, let's have a look how the mainstream media reacted to Tucker. Tucker Carlson in Moscow for Putin. That's the pro-Kremlin crowd. Jose, are you pro-Kremlin? Are you pro-Putin? I ain't pro. Yeah, Queen Manners. Someone on GGFD, one of our community members says, Queen Manners. Yeah, I did meet Her Majesty the Queen once. I goes, hello, Majesty. Hello, yes, no, Your Majesty, please, thank you. Let's have a look what Mother Jones say about the Tucker going Russia. Leaked Kremlin memo to Russian media. It is essential to feature Tucker Carlson. Do you remember as well? It isn't part of like the Tucker's deal with Fox, like him getting booed out of Fox. Like, and remember people were hacking his phone, weren't they? Saying, oh, he's in touch with the Russians. Super Day 101. Keep going, Russell. I'll keep going. You keep going. We'll all keep going together. Pro stay free only, says Chaotic 022444. We're about to hit 20,000 in the Rumble stream. Guys, on YouTube, we need you to join us. Before that, I'm going to show you a brilliant reaction from RFK on X. The legacy media is in shambles because we've caught onto their lies and propaganda. Tucker Carlson has every right to interview Putin. We need more transparency instead of less. It used to be understood journalists would interview world leaders, even those with whom we were at war. Look at how the legacy media behave now. The legacy media want to shut down dissent. The legacy media are an arm of the establishment now. They will actively find people. I know this from personal experience that are opposing government narrative, and they will do anything they can. They will amplify untruths. They will lie. They will do whatever it takes to destroy. Let's have a look at what Glenn Green was saying, that a journalist or any American becomes a traitor by visiting a foreign country we're not at war with and interviewing its leader is in equal parts demented, stupid, and authoritarian. But this McCarthyite jingoism is also fully normalized in liberal discourse. That's liberalism. Those are the countries that will say, you know, well, Russia, you know, like remember when Sting released that song, Do the Russians Love Their Children Too? Now the answer will be, no, they don't love their children at all. Poor old, once you start arguing with Sting, you've got a problem. He's one of our great pop stars. Okay, listen, if you're watching us on YouTube, we got some fantastic stuff. We're talking about the Apple goggles. I'm not going to call them their proper name out of, I don't know, childishness, call it what you will. That's the future now. Will the world be augmented? Well done. In Apple goggles. We're talking a little bit about Rogan's new deal and what that means for legacy media. We're talking about Nikki Haley on SNL. Is she an establishment stooge or what? If you're watching this anywhere other than Rumble, click the link. Get over here. Join in with the freedom. We're spirited. We believe in change. We ain't terrified. We ain't a part of the apocalyptic cult. We're part of freedom and love, and you can be with us. Click the link in the description. Get over here now, y'all. Click that link right now. Listen to this. This is the Apple Vision Pro headset. Went on sale in the US this weekend. It's $3.5 grand. That $3.5 grand, £3,500. It's you should go to Russia, Russell. Yeah, I will. I'd like to. I'm a bit scared of Putin. I reckon it's one of the people. If I can't make someone laugh, I get edgy. Like, and I think getting a laugh out of Putin, that would be a good laugh. If you're yes, good. Hey, Putin, I hear you've got the media says you've got bum cancer. I don't think this is good funny. Yeah, I would be well into that. Russian brand, what do you mean? What my personality would be like over there? Oh, Russian brand. Is that a pun, Cal? Russian brand, that's what the headline would be. Our producer, Gareth Roy, said that the headline would be Russian brand. Russ in Russia says long-time listener. If you think RFK is different, I have some land this area. I love Bobby Kennedy. I've got to tell you, I pray that he's different. I pray because I know Bobby now, and I love him. Russell, can you list all your smoothie ingredients? Two more, right? Kale, spinach, lemon, ginger, apple. And I'll try to go heavy on the spinach and kale. Is that what you guys meant? Welcome. If you're over here for the first time from YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to be in a space that's not I would say regulated by the WHO. Let's have a look at this. Would you pay that? Yes or no? Y or N? Would you pay $3.5 grand for a Vision Pro headset? Let's have a look at it. It's a.
All right, this is officially a dream come true, right? We got the NBA dashboard over here. I'm watching an NBA game. Let's go Heat, right? I can just grab the corner and make it smaller, but then I can also make it huge. Like, look how big I can make this thing.
I mean, it's good, isn't it? It's good. Like, you'll be sucked in. Wouldn't you get sort of sucked in to that? I mean, but here's the issue. I would say that they will normalize this technology, and could it become in the project of transhumanism a problem if we all start to accept the idea of augmented reality? To a degree, we live in an augmented reality already, don't we? The information we're granted access to is heavily censored and heavily curated. That's one of the things we talk about continually. A lot of you are saying no, but what if you got it for nothing? I must say, I'm such a, like, I can't believe, I'll go, oh my God, there's tellies all over my house. There's a telly over there with X on it. There's a telly over there. This is the Rumble telly. Oh my God, I can put me on different telly. You know, it's bloody ridiculous. I don't think that, I personally don't believe that technology is going to deliver the solution, not technology as a subset of what this kind of globalist state capitalism with science, you know? Like, the science is obviously miraculous and incredible and can deliver and has delivered so many solutions. But when it's a subset of state globalist capitalism, all of its ingenuity and endeavors are marshaled towards control. And God, man, Apple have got enough power, don't you think? At the moment, they've got enough power as it is. They can already, like, when on your news feed, you know, do you get that when it's like Apple curated news? You didn't ask for it. It goes, Ukraine have got a new 100-mile bomb made by Boeing. And that's a headline. I didn't ask for that information. Why are you giving me this information? Why are you trying to curate and control my reality? But isn't it possible for us to sort of enjoy the ingenuity of these products? If I was only $5 grand a week, I would take it. Would you take it for free? Stop asking about Corn Pop. You've asked about Corn Pop. Corn Pop was a bad dude. That's all you need to know. So all you need to know about Corn Pop, I will tell you that. Let's look at the rest of this. But I don't want to show this and for you lot to think it's propaganda, because I'm not endorsing it at all. I think probably it's a step in the wrong direction, even though it would be sort of amazing.
And it feels real. Like, it feels like it's in my space. Like, look, half my dog is not even showing up. It's like, I'm walking through here. I'm going over here to grab this, right? Like, it just feels real. I got Twitter over there in the corner.
I'm not showing any more of it. It's too seductive. It's too powerful. Those of you talking about Bobby Kennedy there, like, I guess, look, you'll probably, if you have concerns about ongoing events in the Middle East, then watch our conversation with Max Blumenthal, because he's going to give you information that's going to blow your mind. But we do have to find ways of creating alliances if you want to make a difference in this system. I don't know what you lot think is the route out for us, man. I don't know what you think the route is. Let's have a look at the legacy media selling Apple products. Let's have a look.
That is our next guest, having some fun testing Apple's new Vision Pro headset. Apple's first mixed reality headset blends digital content into the literal space around us. And today, you can get it yourself for $3,500.
Oh, thank you so much for allowing me to get that myself for just a small thing. It's a bit cumbersome, isn't it? It's like, might as well be a swim mask.
That is our next guest, having some fun.
Sorry, I've already played that. Let's have a look at some. Is this people using it? Mind is just going to start masturbating. It's like, okay, this is doing my computer, this is good. And finally now I express myself in the way that Mother Nature intended, in public, on a train, wearing my lavender goggles. Yeah, that can't be the future, can it? Yeah, nice. Okay, hey, listen, you lot, we got some fantastic content coming up for you. We're going to be looking at that social media inquiry where they've got all of their CEOs of various social media companies lined up, and they pretend, and they no, stay there, guys, stay there. That's good. I'm going to do that now. And they pretend that this is about child safety, when in fact we know it is about censorship and it's about control. We're going to that in a second. Now it's time for a word from our partners. Behold the elixir. I'm calling this Love Mace. It's mace in the face, but it's Love Mace because this is from our sponsors, Charlize. Charlize is like a cosmetics brand, that doesn't include any toxins at all in their brand. If you're looking for a gift for someone, this is a fantastic gift. This ain't the only product. This is the toner, a toner that lifts your serotonin levels and is based on apple stem cells. You've noticed how the humble apple remains pure and glorious on the counter, while the saucy banana browns itself off, where the filthy peach wrinkles like a Pelosi neck. No, I don't mean to criticize people for their physical appearance. It's wrong and I don't agree with it. This guy, by Charlize, the toner, it lifts your mood, it tightens your face, it makes you feel fantastic. Me and my wife are using these products. Boner juice, Central Screen.
That's a good sell.
I've not sprayed it there. I daren't. But it's 100% toxic free. The whole Charlize skincare line is. She, by the way, this woman, she's powerful. She's already stood up against the Biden administration. She's been in trouble for spreading disinformation. She one of us. I will take a look at Daniel in the Bible. I will read the book of Daniel and read a lot about IT. Good suggestion. Thanks for that, guys. So listen, you lot, if you want some beauty products for yourself or a loved one, because I'm a man, I can use these beauty products. Use our code. This is a good way to fight aging without toxicity. You could drink this. I don't recommend it. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I can't touch it. No drinks, no drugs, 21 years. But you can get 25% off by going to charlize.beauty and using the promo code BRAND. You get a quarter off, okay? So consider this product makes you look like Charlize Theron. Possibly, possibly. They're a damn good company from a damn fine American woman. Support them if it's within your interest and means, because you'll be supporting us by doing it. Thank you. Now, what do you think about Rogan extending his deal? $250 million, although often these things aren't entirely true. There's going to be more of it up on YouTube. What does this mean for journalism? What do you guys think about that? Because what about what Rogan said just recently about liberals? Like, he's out. Didn't he say, I'm never voting for Democrats again? See if you can find that. We'll talk about that in a minute after our presentation, because I want to tell you this social media thing. Recently, the head of all the various social media platforms, the dudes from TikTok, Zuckerberg, of course, the woman that runs X for Elon, they were all lined up while various senators sort of like really tried to go for them. And what I feel like is, like anyone, you would think that child safety is paramount. The protection of children, that's our job. That's our function as a species, to protect the children, to protect the vulnerable, to build a better future. Just, I can't help but notice whether it's child poverty or certain medications that were pretty highly recommended in recent years that may have caused an 8% rise in the UK in child deaths. May have caused, I'll say that's an absolute fact. There's some information that suggests that. Certainly there's been an 8% rise in child deaths in the UK. That's a fact. I don't know what's caused this happening. So, are the government and the state interested in child safety, or are they interested in control? Yeah. So 1, if you think child safety. 2, if you think control. While you settle down and enjoy this episode of Here's the News. No, here's the effing news. We'll be back with Jake Sullivan and some of his propaganda. We'll be talking a lot about Nikki Haley on SNL. We've got some great stuff. What, 1 or 2? Let us know. See you in a few seconds, guys. Senators are grilling the CEOs of social media companies in order to implement, they say, new child safety laws to protect children. All of us want to protect children, but is that the aim of the government, or is this about control of social media? Cast your mind back now. These ongoing safety, of course, are about an important subject. No one would question the integrity of the notion should be protected from online bullying, from pornography, from potential forms of exploitation, from being able to access information on how you might harm yourself in a variety of ways, even with the most ultimate and irreversible of acts. Now, speaking to someone who is, as an adolescent, experienced, mental health issues, addiction issues, and did engage in self-harm, I recognize that these are important significantly. Of course, I'm a parent right now. I have 3 children whose safety is obviously the most important thing in my life. So no one's questioning the importance of child safety. What we are questioning is what these hearings are really about. Because the very same social media companies that are now being harangued and barracked by so theatrical, you can tell it's propaganda even as you're watching it. There are literally staged moments that couldn't have happened without pre-discussion and without conversation and organisation is brilliant. You're really going to enjoy this. What we're actually questioning is, what are these hearings really about? It's a bit like the pandemic. We all agree that human life is sacred, that we should all protect one another, love one another, but we're all invested in one another, and your safety and my safety and our collective safety are important. And when we forget that, we go crazy. That's something we need to be reminded of. Like the pandemic period was exploited to introduce measures that were potentially advantageous either in terms of profit or the ability to regulate and legislate, perhaps this conversation around child safety is similarly open to exploitation, in so much as it would grant governments the ability to censor and regulate social media companies that would inevitably go beyond getting rid of things that might be harmful for children. Let's have a look. For a start, there's this tweet by Glenn Greenwald. Tom Cotton, one of the senators conducting the inquiry, is a complete imbecile, as this clip vividly demonstrates. And both parties' fear-mongering over TikTok is grounded in dumb innuendo. There's far more evidence they're censoring for the US government than China. This is all about more government control over social media. Now, Glenn Greenwald is obviously an expert in this subject and has worked long, hard and successfully on the degree to which governments control, censor, surveil their populations, working in ingenious ways to ensure that nothing we ever say cannot be tracked if necessary. So let's have a look at this inquiry and note how the CEO of TikTok is vilified and barracked by this extraordinary senator, and think about how theatrical it is, and note how language that's literally redolent of McCarthyism is used. Are you a member of the Communist Party? Are you a member of the Communist Party? How do I know Singapore's even a real place?
If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it.
I think they then had a lawsuit and it was overturned. I can't remember the
No,
it's another company.
The Biden administration that reversed those sanctions, just like, by the way, they reversed the terrorist designation on the Houthis in Yemen. How's that working out for them?
I think the man that sits behind Mr. Cotton is Tom Cotton's inner life. Like, that's actually what happens in Tom Cotton's mind, to some sort of kind of just sort of staring. His expression doesn't change during this entire inquiry. He's either bored by it or understands it on a level so deep that it doesn't register.
But it was sanctioned as a Chinese communist military company.
He's got a bit of a nerve saying that, because social media companies in the United States have explicit ties to both the military and have often engaged with deep state organizations like the CIA and FBI. We know that because of the Twitter files. And it's pretty clear that ultimately what the government wants is control over social media sites. To sort of claim that there's a connection between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese military and TikTok, when TikTok is a company founded in China, is actually superfluous. Of course there is. It's from China. It's very difficult to create a company in America that's both successful and doesn't have ties to the state. And what we're watching now is the dramatization of the government looking to get control over social media companies that become too big and powerful. Sometimes that might be beneficial to ordinary people, sometimes that might be deleterious to ordinary people. What the government wants is to be able to use that power for their own ends. What would make people join them in that crusade? Well, if it was, I don't know, threatening to my children, what would you start then?
You said today, as you often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
You keep saying Singapore. Now, why do you love it so much? Do you want to marry it?
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
You can see that Xu Chu is considerably more intelligent than Mr. Khan. You're sort of talking to him how you might talk to somebody on the other side of a bus window bound for Linda. You truly believe that you're Napoleon? I'm sure you are.
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for 2.5 years.
Yes. Singapore, I suppose you go to sleep in a Singaporean house at night, do you? Goddamn Tommy.
Do you have any other passports from any other nation?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Okay. This isn't going how I planned it. Now, time to bring out the big guns.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Oh my. That's a very weird thing to say, isn't it?
If a person supports organizations labeled communist by the Department of Justice,
communist. Also, would the Chinese Communist Party even let you in if you were from Singapore? They'd probably be quite strict.
Pause. Senator, Singapore. No.
And then, are you member? Are you
Right? Like, just suck and ask them the question we wanted to ask them the whole time. Like, get it out of your system so, like,
remember,
people
like
can go back to work.
How he stays free from another country sometimes, dressing himself up. You love communists, don't you?
Let me ask you some hopefully simple questions. You said earlier, in response to a question, that what happened at Tiananmen Square in June of 1989 was a massive protest. In Tiananmen Square?
This is a weird bit, because like all of us know about Tiananmen Square, the fella with the carrier bags, the tank, all of that. He seems to be trying to blame old Shoo Choo for Tiananmen Square. He said he's in Singapore, probably weren't even born when that happened. Look how young he is. It's kind of weird, and as Glenn Greenwald said in his tweet, full of innuendo. We all know that that was a terrible massacre. I don't think anyone's saying, you know what I like? China. And in particular, I like their massacres. I'm not suggesting that TikTok don't surveil, don't spy, isn't a manipulative space. I'm sure it's all of those things. What I'm saying is this inquiry is not about that. It's certainly not about protecting your children. They don't care about protecting your children. They still haven't done a proper inquiry into what the hell went on Epstein Island. If you care about children, let's look into that. Let's look at children's health. Let's look at diets and pharmaceutical measures that were taken in the last few years that may or may not have been beneficial to children. If it's children's safety is the issue, don't just focus on an aspect of children utilised to advance a particular agenda. It should be, we care about children's safety in all areas of life. That's why Kraft Foods and McDonald's are in a hell of a lot of trouble. We're shutting that shit. They're not going to do that, are they? Why? It's profitable and it can't be utilised in order to advance a censorship and surveillance.
Yes, I think it's well documented. There was a massacre.
There was an indiscriminate slaughter of hundreds or thousands of Chinese citizens.
No, it was more than that. Don't just say it was a massacre. Were you there that day? Were you either him or the guy in the tank? Even more likely. He don't think he understands what Singapore is, what China is, what history is. He's so confused. I actually think the bald geezer at the back is controlling him. I can't become a senator, not with this crazy face, but this pretty boy, you can do it, Cotton.
Do you agree with the Trump administration and the Biden administration committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
No, also this thing, like, you pretend to care about the Uyghur people. Like, you can tell that geezer's like, what's happening to the Uyghur people? Can we do something about the Uyghurs? I think it's outrageous that they can't practice their religious beliefs in China. Let's just talk about the Uyghurs. Now, what's happening for the Uyghur people in China is outrageous. It's might even be a genocide, but what it isn't is of any concern to Mr. Clinton, and he don't care about it in the context of this inquiry. He's just pulling out all of the bad things that have ever happened. Have you seen the movie Ice Age? That squirrel, he had months to live before he froze to death. Goddamn dinosaurs, they all dropped dead because of asteroid. I'm from Singapore, mate. I don't know anything about this.
Senator, I've said this before. I think it's really important that anyone who cares about this topic or any topic can freely express themselves on TikTok.
Key point there. Anyone who cares about these topics can freely express themselves on TikTok. Now, he's taken us to the heart of the matter because what this inquiry is about is we should be able to censor the information that's on TikTok. He's saying, get on TikTok and talk about Uyghurs and sort that out. Now, in China, I imagine that information is heavily censored because for the internal politics of China, that's an important subject over here. You know, the Uyghurs, people aren't doing a great deal about it, are they? Let's face it. But what they, I believe, want to control, and I believe what this congressional or Senate inquiry is interested in establishing is the ability to censor information that could cause disagreement, rising, counter disinformation, organisation, lack of trust in political institutions, lack of trust in the media, the breakdown of the pandemic narrative. This is what we're witnessing now, along with the ubiquitous now censorship laws that have been passed in Canada, UK, EU, US. People have realised, the powerful have realised, oh no, this online technology means that people can instantaneously communicate, news organisations can formulate around counter narratives, communities can organise around different ideas. We have to shut that down. Of course, misinformation is a thing, but I'll tell you what is actual, definite, real-time misinformation is Tom Cotton pretending to care about Uyghurs and Tiananmen Square when actually all any of them care about is control of new media spaces. I know that because I've seen how the government in my country give money to organisations like Logically AI and a bunch of other organisations to censor stories. Well, let me tell you what the topics are. Pandemic and Big Pharma, the Moderna have been involved in that. War and the origins of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. True information gets censored around that. January 6th, an uprising and insurrection. Truckers movement. Oh, it's interesting. They're all counter-narratives where there's definitely been an attempt to control information and prevent true but unhelpful information getting out. And that's what this inquiry is about.
It's a very simple question that unites both parties in our country and governments around the world. Is the Chinese government committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
I may have a lot of beefs with Joe Biden and Donald Trump, but when the three of us get together and the subject of the Uyghur people comes up, as it inevitably does, because we all care so much about the Uyghur people, that's why you'll never find exploitative practices within companies like Apple or Facebook or Meta or any of our energy companies or Halliburton or any of those guys. Because if it could happen to a Uyghur, it could happen to any of us. Oh, God. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. They're not all united. Like, that's not what brings people together, like a can of Coca-Cola. Uyghurs, is it? You never hear Uyghurs talked about, except in that brief moment where mentioning a Uyghur would legitimize censorship. Can we say anything? I don't know, Uyghurs? What are Uyghurs again? Oh, it's just Muslim people in China that have been put in concentration camps.
I love you.
How's that relevant to me? You could say you cared about them in order to censor TikTok. He's going to regret pretending to care about them Uyghurs, because I think the Uyghurs actually have been employed almost at near slave labour levels to do work for Apple. And indeed, Apple have enormous contracts in China, and the American government have to have a good relationship with Apple. And when bloody the leader of China comes to America, Tim Cook, he's right in there from Apple. He's over there meeting them. So if you actually cared about the Uyghurs, you would just be bothering this poor geezer from Singapore. I recognise he's the CEO of TikTok. It's not nobody. But one Tom Cotton and all of this entire inquiry, if what they really cared about was Uyghurs, they've got a real direct route to the Chinese president, the head of Apple. They've got so many ways to do it. It's not like this bloke's got his pent-up rage about Uyghurs. He's never had a chance to mention it ever before up till now. Finally, you're from China. I've told you Singapore. That's near enough. Do something about those goddamn Uyghurs. I thought we were here to talk about TikTok censorship. I get to that when we finish talking about those Uyghurs.
Senator, anyone, including you can come and
Yes, sir.
talk
Yes, sir.
about
Yes, sir.
this
I'm
topic
asking you.
or
Yes,
any
sir.
topic
You are a
that
worldly, cosmopolitan, well-educated man.
What's that supposed to mean? Look at you. Are you gay? I told you I've got a wife and children. And anyway, what's that got to do? I said, are you gay?
Express many opinions on many topics. Is the Chinese government committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Actually, Senator, I talk mainly about my company.
I sort of got busy at TikTok. I mean, I think so. I'm not sure it's complicated. You've put me in a corner. But actually, if you really care about the Uyghurs, do something about the Uyghurs with like the president of China and the president of Apple.
And I'm here to
Yes,
talk
sir.
about what
Yes,
TikTok
sir.
does.
Yes or no? You're here to give testimony that's truthful and honest and complete.
It's theatre, isn't it? It's like Tom Cotton has seen other inquiries and is doing an impersonation of what he's seen at other inquiries. Significantly, the McCarthy trials, where saying things like, are you a member of the Communist Party, was one of the repeated refrains. And McCarthyism is something you should be aware of, because McCarthyism was using the threat of communism to impose control over the entertainment industry, which I understand exists to this day, to generate fear so that people won't speak up and generate solidarity, to look for ways to persecute and crush dissent, to generate control when there was a perceived external threat. The threat now is a domestic threat. We all know that. The threat now is you can't keep a population under the level of control you once could by saying, China are terrifying, Russia are terrifying. You can't do that anymore. People now have the ability to get a different type of perspective on reality by using different news sources, aggregating them. We all live in a different world now, and that world is hard to control. And what's being created now is the mechanic to control it.
Let me ask you this. Joe Biden last year said that Xi Jinping was a dictator. Do you agree with Joe Biden? Is Xi Jinping a dictator?
We can't continue to make this content without your love.
What does that have to do with this guy?
Appreciate them all. We also need, of course, our loving sponsors and partners like Field of Greens. Now, resolving to eat healthy this year was easy.
Where it's like sometimes you're not sure if they're having like the same conversation.
To health and longevity. We want to stick around here for the revolution, don't we? And a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. How is your family? Field of Greens is my healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's one of the best habits I've ever had. It's the only vegetable product that literally promises better health. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health if you get an appointment, or you will get your money back.
Fruit thing that promises you better health, actual fruit does too, you know.
Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected by an actual doctor for a specific health benefit, not at random. Some support the heart, some support the lungs, some support the kidneys, others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. To get healthier, it all starts with Field of Greens. I've managed through techniques 15% off your first order and free rush shipping. They're not going to muck about waiting for Houthis to attack them. They're putting it out stuff to you. Visit BrickHouseRussell.com and use the promo code BRAND. It's posted here. That's promo code BRAND, B-R-A-N-D, my name, at BrickHouseRussell.com. 2 S's, 2 L's. Let's get This world needs us. It ain't going to save itself.
Senator, I'm not going to comment on any of this.
What? Now, Mark Zuckerberg is a divisive figure in these spaces. In fact, he's a billionaire CEO of Meta. So we all assume that his affiliations will be with the state. Certainly, we know that he sent some true information on behalf of the state during the pandemic.
Kind of establishment done that, asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable or true.
Indeed, Jimmy Dore tweeted on March 15th. I also wanted to share a few ideas of ways we could help you get your message out. Zuckerberg then censored scientists, professors, doctors, nurses, and citizens from criticising Fauci's recommendations regarding lockdown, school closures, and COVID mandates, and silenced all criticisms of experimental mRNA vaccines. Facebook classified mRNA vaccine injuries as malinformation, meaning information is likely true, but still should be censored to prevent doubts about the experimental RMNA vaccines. Numerous Facebook mRNA vaccine injury support groups with hundreds of thousands of members were banned. So, Facebook, when they were compliant with the government agenda, were favoured. Now, it seems the government have a slightly different introduce more regulatory measures and to control Facebook nominally and explicitly in order to protect children. But pause for a moment. Do they really care about your children? I'm not saying that they don't care about your children. I sort of am, I suppose, but I'm saying that there are lots of areas of public and political and financial life where the care of your children is relegated. How are your children's nutritional standards being taken care of? What about American infrastructure, healthcare, information? How are children generally being protected? Were there any medical measures in the last few years that potentially were not as beneficial as was claimed, whether that's taking children out of school, making children wear masks, potentially recommending certain medications that might not be beneficial for children? So, once again, let's have a look at how Mark Zuckerberg is handled in this Senate inquiry. And in particular, notice that what takes place is plainly a staged event. Their control of social media is about controlling your perception of reality, not protecting your children.
A stunning moment. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg faced a withering grilling over allegations his company is failing to protect children on social media.
There's families of victims here today.
And look at the politicians, again, this other one. Look at the style of it. Look at the tone of it. Imagine the sort of psychological...
Yeah, that's exactly what I
There's families
thought.
of victims here today.
One consistent thing, and I'm beginning to
Like,
think
the guy's
that
not fucking
mastermind
killed
is that ball game. He's there again, but he's still not interested.
Yeah, but like,
You apologize to you. Would you like to do so now? Well, they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by
Which
your
he
father? Show them the
has
pictures.
many times.
Zuckerberg stood and
But
turned to
Mark
address the
Zuckerberg
hearing
is
room
not the
filled
reason
with
why
the
your kids
families.
killed themselves.
That is a sort of
Your kid killed
Let
himself
me
because you were a
reiterate
neglectful
once
parent.
again that
And you were not
children's
obviously
lives
paying
being
attention.
negatively affected
Like,
and ended as a result of information shared
it
online.
doesn't just like
It's terrible
mysteriously
and
fucking
awful. What
someone
I'm
says
questioning
update
is this
one day and
inquiry
your
really
kid
about
fucking
protecting
off
children,
himself.
or
How
is
fucking
the
suicide
protection of
works.
children merely a spearhead that will allow a lot of other regulations to be passed? A kind of Patriot Act, shall we call it, for online spaces that will lead to regulation, censorship, and surveillance. Certainly we know that typically our governments have that appetite. Certainly we know our governments have been doing that for years. Certainly we know that our governments are terrified of independent media and independent political movements emerging out there and the opposition that's generated in these spaces. And what I query is the degree to which they care about child safety, which, like any parent, I believe, should be paramount for them.
Many held signs with photos of loved ones who they say have suffered because of social media.
I told her though, like, she was like, oh, well, sorry. I was like, don't be sorry, I'm just fucking with you. Like,
Zuckerberg now is like a sort of a just a nerdy guy. Clearly a person with some pretty strong ties to government.
just like
And it's
corrupting
convenient.
me.
Certainly a person who during the pandemic period would have a particular type of relationship with the government. And I'm sure even that, I pray, was motivated by a desire to do good. I'm not going to assume that everybody's evil unless there's corroborating evidence. I think that's an important way to go. But what I'm saying is this situation where these poor, either
You ever
grieving
watch,
or hurt parents are holding up these pictures because they've been told
That guy's
to
name.
by someone like, what we're going to do is going to have a moment where you hold up a picture
Charles
and press,
Manson.
oh, this is a bit, is it, where we're going to do the photograph. It's a staged
Charles
moment
Manson?
so that all of us start to associate
Yeah.
online censorship,
If you
children's
actually,
safety,
like, watch
online
his
censorship,
biography,
children's safety.
the guy
Brilliantly
in
Ireland,
smart
when they're not
human
clear about what they mean
and
by
his
hate.
mother
Oh,
was a
just hate
prostitute
badness,
that put
stuff
him
we
in
don't
a
like. Is that what you mean?
fucking
UK online
orphanage.
safety bill, which was brought about at the time
And
that
he was
I was
getting
being
beaten
attacked,
and
and we now know that
molested and
various
shit. He
agencies
kept
were
running
involved in
away
that attack.
from all
Maybe
his
So what you do know
that's
is you
why people
cannot
tell
trust the
me that
government.
it's,
What you do
uh,
know is that the government
good
wants to
thing
control
it didn't
online
end up
spaces. And what
being,
you do know is if the government genuinely
serial
care about
killer.
children, child safety,
Well, no,
and child health,
so
there's a lot of ways
he'd
they can
find
do
his
it.
mom
Food,
eventually,
traffic safety,
and then she'd be like,
nutrition,
"What are you
poverty.
doing
There are so many ways
And
to
he's
look
like,
at
"I
improving
came
child
to
safety. But
see you,
this
and
way of
now we
protecting
can live
child
together."
safety
She's
gives
like,
them more
"I
power.
don't want
Isn't it
you.
curious?
That's
the
why
one
I
they've
left you
chosen to
there,
focus
because
on.
I don't want you."
Wow.
And he would do this
That
again and again and again.
moment
Because
is
he was like,
something
"Yeah,
that
but I'm being
I
fucking
believe that we
sexually
are going to
abused
be
by
looking
like
back
priests
on
and fucking
and
shit. Like, I'm
talking
being
about
beaten by the nuns
for
and shit."
quite some
And she's like, "Well,
time.
And
it's not my
then
problem.
using
Like,
to
I love you."
legitimize some draconian
Like, so I
online
can
censorship
understand why
measures,
someone
which
might be a
I
little
suppose
fucking
will
at
be
that.
beneficial to the legacy
Yeah, I
movement,
guess,
because our main
people are
competitor is
fucked because we have
independent
to keep
media. In
them.
fact, any time that we get
We're gonna
a
go there and
chance
fuck
to
shit up.
destroy an
It-
independent media
it
figure,
might
we
be,
should really get on board with that, whether it's
because the ones I saw were
media figures
pendants,
with dissenting
Oh.
but
views,
they're
we should
silver.
find, in fact, anything
Mine's
we can
brass, so
to
it
destroy
could
them,
be the
because we're
1800s.
going to be annihilated otherwise.
Which is very cool.
Because it's basically like a coin.
That allows the control of
It's made
social
like a
media
coin. It's
under
been
that most
stamped.
laudable
Yeah.
of reasons.
But
Not just a key that's been shaved.
But that means like it's valuable like a coin.
These clients,
Wait, it's very hard to value.
Face value.
right now.
It's
So
it's probably
you just
gold.
have to ask yourself,
Oh, no,
is
it's
this
probably
about
not
protecting
silver.
children, or is this
No, it's-
about
I thought it was brass.
Just try to bend it.
I thought it was brass or
You
copper.
can bend it, it's gold.
But they don't care about that. They care about control.
Well, why don't
Say no.
No, Uyghurs. That's
said it's
one
soft,
issue
you're
real
okay.
Uyghurs. Oh yes, no, Uyghurs, that's important as well.
This will not happen to America's
No,
children.
it might be
Uyghurs.
it's the price on
To
it is
blast the
because it's
billionaire.
an artifact.
Shouldn't you be held accountable personally?
And I got
Right,
three
right
pieces
into this
of something
now.
at one
You're a
time.
billionaire.
But even if
You
it's
set
from the
up a
church,
victims
don't throw it out.
compensation fund with your money, the money you made on these families sitting behind
It's not
you.
ready.
Yes or no?
Interestingly, Michael Tracy tweeted this. Senators are going wild right now, screaming about how social media is anti-Semitic and pro-China and sharing all their latest theories about
Yeah, and
online, while
Elon
Biden
Musk
goes
gonna quit
against
before
news
when
campaign
with all that money, I don't
that
even
they have
understand why he
not
didn't start his
authorized
own
hashtag
game.
priority.
Oh,
Again,
all the
very
fucking shit
difficult
that
to
he
take them
lost,
seriously in
all
all
the
their
cars that he
ballad,
had
all their
to
bombast, when we
fucking
know that wars are
recall,
escalating
and
across
he's
the
still
planet that no
making
one's
$1 million.
voted for, and we're expected to fund. And now for a statement that's beyond irony.
Mr. Zuckerberg, you and the companies before us have blood on your hands.
Now, wash that blood off your hands, pick up some missiles, and drop them on Iran. What do the Senate and senators and the entire political system care about? Your children, who they're hoping will go to war for them, incidentally, in Iran, or do they care about control over the public sphere and the information channels that exist between us right now? I can tell you from personal experience, they care very, very deeply about being able to control the space between this and your consciousness, and what you say and what I hear. They are terrified of this type of communication. They're terrified of communities that are starting to coalesce and become disobedient and disenchanted with the narrative. That's why they go for something emotional that goes past the rational mind and right into fear and terror. We've got to protect your children. There are a lot of things that we need to protect our children from, and I would include on that long list the government. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the chat. See you in a second. Ah, to be awakened and wonderful. The moment of our awakening. This is it. Can you feel it? We've got some fantastic comments to read you. Love in action. Mixed reality. Those are the words. Yeah, I see something poetic in the use of the phrase mixed reality as well. UFO Unlimited Hangout. Thanks for the mug. Anytime, guys. Some beautiful comments from you. As I always say to you, you awakened wonders in the local chat, where you can be watching the Tucker conversation right now. I appreciate the tone in there. It's beautiful. You in the Rumble chat, I love you. Duck Clouds, Gracie Groovy, Ruffin, the Anderful. I love all of you. But remember, let me remind you that when you speak hatefully to one another in there, you are doing the work of the establishment. Were Klaus Schwab to be able to glance in there and see people hating on one another and say, yes, my work is done. They are spending all their time using language about Islam and Judaism to hate one another. Meanwhile, we control, we dominate. The truly powerful are not aligned on the basis of such things, but only on the mean and the cultist ideologies that we may yet not have heard of even. So be beautiful for one another, to one another in there. It's worth it, ladies. And also, if there's anyone that's bothering you, you can make the suggestion of muting them, and we'll mute them if people want to. We don't involve in it. You know, God, can you mute this dude? It's bugging me. And we'll go, yeah, use as many if you want us to mute that person. We'll do it for if you want. Tell you who we won't be muting. Amnesiac 75 talking about that congressional hearing. Pure Theatre. Mr. Joe Mo, how about we stop thinking it's someone else's job to raise our children? Brilliant point. Nancy Strickler, 45. In almost 7 decades of life, I've been told how horrible Russia and China are, but I haven't had one bad interaction, not one, with a Russian or Chinese person. Orange Tosh commenting on Tom Cotton's conversation with the dude that runs TikTok. Have you ever lived in China? No, sir. But you fantasized it, haven't you? You filthy bastard. Tim Bong, y'all fucking idiots waiting for a rich politician come save your asses. Lol. I did that in that accent. It just seemed like the sort of accent I was doing. Night Gazer. Did you do 9/11? Did you? That was a crazy conversation right there. To give you an update on what's happening right now over in Moscow, Tucker is leaving the Kremlin. Elvis has left the building. Tucker's leaving the Kremlin, isn't it? Hey, I see. So that's sort of like Russian media filming Tucker. He's been in the Kremlin for 1 hour. So presumably, when I've done my interview with Tucker, I'm not saying I'm as important as Putin. Obviously, I'm not a former KGB agent, and neither do I run a superpower. Neither do I have my finger on any button except for the buttons that play in clips. Nor do I have any doubles. Although I have received some pretty negative propaganda over the years. So that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Tucker is doing that interview. Pretty exciting. Remember, subscribe. If you're watching us on Rumble, subscribe. It helps us. And hit like. It helps us in ways I don't fully understand. It's pretty interesting that Nikki Haley appeared, wasn't it? Let's have a look at Nikki Haley on SNL. Do you think that SNL and the establishment, generally speaking, are pushing Nikki Haley as a candidate, a sort of a centralist, authoritarianist, globalist candidate for the Republican Party? It's one of the things I asked Vivek Ramaswamy, who you could join us for that conversation if you're a member of the Locals Awakened Wonder community. That will be our show on Friday. Brilliant conversation, actually. Let's have a look at Nikki Haley on SNL.
It was the hosting debut for Bear Star and Emmy winner Iowa Debris on Saturday Night Live with musical guest star Jennifer Lopez. All their performances later this morning, but we begin here with a surprise appearance from presidential nominee Nikki Haley.
Okay, our next question comes from someone who describes herself as a concerned South Carolina voter.
My question is, why won't you debate?
Oh my God, it's her, the woman who was in charge of security on January 6th. It's Nancy Pelosi.
And $1 million in your own legal fees. Do you need to borrow some money?
Oh, Nikki, don't do this, Nikki. Nikki Tiki Tavi. Nikki Haley, Joel Osment. Nikki Haley, Joel Osment, we call her 6 cents. Remember that one? I see dead people.
That's pretty amazing on SNL because I guess it's, broadly speaking, a neoliberal institute and organ. And when you see things framed in the context of the legacy media, you'll know how muted it is. Look at Jake Sullivan, straight out of the WEF. He was there very recently, wasn't he? Here he is on a mainstream media show talking about the potential for airstrikes inside Iran. Now, you saw that over the weekend there were 37 strikes, I think, in Yemen mostly, wasn't it? Now, the possibility of strikes within Iran ain't ruled out, which essentially means it might happen. Have a look at this and have a look at the framing of the discourse. Have a listen to the way that certain questions can't be asked, certainly not answered.
Ruled out strikes inside Iran.
What we've ruled in and ruled out from the point of view of military action. What I will say is that the president is people. The president also is not looking for a wider war in the Middle East.
But is it off the table? Our
Doesn't make sense. So not ruling out attacks, but also, let me go back a bit there, that's weird. Double speak. That's all well in double speak.
Strikes inside Iran off the table?
Again, Kristen, sitting here on television, it would not be talk about what we're ruling in and ruling out.
So you're not ruling it out?
I'll just say the same thing one more time, which is I'm not going to get into off the table when it comes to.
So he said, can we just go back to the bit where he said, we are not ruling out strikes within Iran, but we're not expanding the war in the region. It's sort of about 15 seconds back from there, because both those things literally can't be true. So one of the things, either you bomb inside Iran and you expand the conflict in the region, or you don't bomb in Iran. Let's have a look at that bit again. I missed the bit that I was trying to focus on. So let's have a look.
Wider war in the Middle East.
But is it off the table? Are strikes inside Iran off the table?
Also attacks on our people. I mean, what I will military action. What I will say is that the president is determined to respond forcefully to attacks on our people.
Determined to respond forcefully.
The president also is not looking for a wider war in the Middle East.
But is it off the table? Are strikes off the table?
Again,
Done with
Kristen,
this?
sitting here on television, it would not be wise for me to talk about what we're ruling in.
Wait, what's the point of going to bloody television if you're not going to answer the questions? If you're going to offer all possible alternatives.
Not everybody on television right now, though.
Talking about how the
It's like every person who is supposed to be reporting news for some reason is just like, I don't know. Here's the expert on this such and such topic, and it's like, I don't know. We'll see.
Is the United States already in a wider war in the Middle East, Jake?
What the United States is doing is responding to threats as we see them with significant but proportionate force.
But has the war
We are seeing
expanded?
threats.
Has the
significant but proportionate? That will be a brainstormed and discussed bit of language. It's significant, but it's proportionate.
war expanded in the region, Jake?
Well, first, we don't accept that what's happening in the Red Sea, for example, Kristen,
Jake, how do you
is
feel like knowing that your mother named you a
entirely
petulant
tied
toddler's name?
to the war in Gaza,
Do you think
because
someone
the
seriously
Houthis are
named
attacking
Jake?
shipping that has absolutely nothing to do with Israel. So there are
Those Houthis would have done that anyway. Ever since I've known about the Houthis, and you know they were like, in the 80s, the bloody Houthis. Then in the 90s, what are the Houthis doing now? Remember when those Houthis were tunneling under Vietnam? And do you remember when the Houthis were provoked that Cuban Missile Crisis? You remember the Houthis in 9/11? Those bloody
I thought
Houthis.
that we were talking about the people in Africa. The Rwanda, Hotel Rwanda. But then I realized those are Houthis. Houthis? I don't even know anymore. I didn't know they're not the same people.
Reported on that and see if they are.
The Tutsis.
It's not working out. It's possibly because time for these systems to radically review and perhaps potentially it's natural because what does it ultimately demonstrate? That hierarchical corrupt institution of wealth accumulation is something to aspire to, and somehow, well, literally, you could make this a ceremony of coronation, that these are figures that endowed by God over an intelligent being. I pray that the treatment, especially in the poor people, negatively affected by skin cancer and cancer more broadly, receive the comfort that they need. Hey, guys, we've got some fantastic shows coming up later in the week. Vivek Ramaswamy is going to be on the show on Friday. That's already up for our Awakened Wonders on Lotus. If you do become an Awakened Wonder, you can watch our conversation with Tucker right now. It's a fantastic little chat. It's beautiful, and you can be part of a community of love and positivity that you will enjoy. I want to welcome our new members. Let's see their names now. SK 2023. Stella Logos, Okanil, Tamarind, and J. Roy 1. No relation, Dara Boy. You guys, we will be back tomorrow for another fantastic show. Tell us what you want to see. Do you want to say not more of the same, but for more of the difference? Stay free.
I love you. You're so cute with your face. You're burning.
Hi. Okay.
Sorry, I stepped on your tail a little bit. Okay, Rod. Alvin, you fat bitch. Get back. You take away my poor Rod. Oh my God. I'll fight you. I'm therapy in this world. That's what I thought. Fucking told him.
What?
The squirrel is just sitting there eating, does not give a fuck about me. And he's just like staring at me while he eats. I'm like, yeah, you fuck my rod, I'll fuck you up. Yeah, what? I was like, yeah, told him. Great. What's up? What booby? Okay, I'm gonna bring. What? Don't start going sniffing around shit. What? Go upstairs with Daddy. Go see Daddy. Yeah? Go see Daddy? Come. Come. We go see Daddy. 1, 2. Oh. Shake up this dog, baby. You shake up the dog. Fucking the Facebook one. Oh, jeez. No, I'm gonna get blocked. Oh, sometimes, literally, that is enough for me to get blocked. I'm like scared to turn on the fucking radio. Scared of me talking about fucking Taylor Swift.
Sunshine, and of course, Laura, I guess the good news is that's going to stick around right through the rest of the month, right?
So I wish, but just a gorgeous day today. Yes, sunny skies. We're sitting at +1 in Montreal, so it actually feels a lot more like spring.
It's the first week of February.
So there's a lot of melting.
So this is
going on,
normal.
because we did have some very icy surfaces out there from last week. The overnight low tonight will be dropping to -10, which may sound chilly, but it's still 5 degrees above average, and the winds will continue to be light from the northeast. Tomorrow, we're expecting to see more sunshine, so another beautiful, bright day for Montreal. The daytime high tomorrow slightly cooler at -2.
Fuck you, Trudeau. Bet you didn't expect global warming to do this.
By the way, for anybody who did not happen to see the coverage over the weekend, tell
I'm not even gonna have to fucking film it.
They had
We're gonna
two
do dinner.
back-to-back storms that hit Atlantic Canada, mainly the
Oh
Maritimes.
my god, this
and,
nonsense.
right now, Cape Breton is under a state of emergency.
Yeah, but you guys were also saying that BC is fucking has emergency closures due to rain. It's like, oh my god, it rains in BC. What?
Centimeters of snow. So schools were closed today, and it looks like it's going to take quite a while for the cleanup there.
My favorite image is a guy, I don't know if it's on Twitter somewhere. He goes outside. There was so much snow. You said roughly 100 centimeters. Some places actually had more. His car wasn't covered in snow. You couldn't see his car.
Wow.
You had to start shoveling at the snow to see exactly where it was. That's how high the snow was up there. I can't imagine how much fun it was for kids.
Just wait a few weeks and let it melt.
That's what it's going to take. Lori, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's get to Manny. He's next.
A few days.
James Manny, brought to you by Gilbert and Daughter. Right now, fall and winter fashions are 50% off. They're already
And we're already back to fucking advertisements. Fantastic. That didn't last long. Is that someone licking a shoe? What? Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Who's the King of England?
King George. No, it's King Charles. Sorry.
I thought he died.
Huh?
Didn't he die?
No.
So then why are we talking about the other guy being king?
Which one?
King George?
No, Charles.
Interesting. But didn't they do like a whole ceremony for like the new king?
Yeah, Charles.
I thought Charles was already king because he was married to Queen Elizabeth.
Wait, what?
Is King Charles not the husband of Queen Elizabeth?
No. George was King George. That was on her.
I think I'm having a stroke.
Who was Queen Elizabeth's husband?
I think I'm having a stroke.
Prince Philip.
What the fuck? We're both wrong.
Yeah.
But he died like right after or right before the Queen died.
Yeah. Who's the King of England?
King Charles.
The third.
But he's got a cancer diagnosis now?
Fucking old.
Yeah, like that's, I thought, I thought it was Andrew's father was knighted as king.
No.
Or was...
Andrew's father's Philip.
I thought it was his grandmother. No, the Ginger is the grandson.
No.
Andrew.
Andrew?
No, Andrew is her son.
Andrew, Charles, and she has 3 sons. Andrew, Charles, and
I don't fucking know.
it's on the coin with the Queen Diamond Jubilee with Philip and all her children. Who are the Queen's sons? Charles, Andrew, Edward.
Who the fuck is Edward?
4 children.
Who the fuck is Edward?
King, Princess Anne.
Yeah, I knew that.
Prince Andrew and Prince Edward.
I don't even know who Prince Edward is. I know that the ginger had a brother. So who was Diana engaged to?
Who was Diana engaged to? Cedric?
Huh?
Oh, no, maybe not. Justin? I don't know. Oh, no, it's in the Bachelorette, they're telling me. I don't know.
Well, you hear what she said? According to Google.
Yeah, according to Google.
So what is it, like, does that mean it's not accurate information? Like, anyway, let's just go ahead and watch this, because I'm all kerfuffled. I don't know who the fuck is who, because I just never cared.
What do we know at this point?
All I care about is the Queen is dead and punk rock lives on.
Thank you, Bad.
I'm having trouble hearing you, Richard. I'm not sure. Okay.
Yo, why didn't you guys edit this out?
As soon as we can. 'Cause I'm-
No, look at this.
And we're following breaking news. Buckingham Palace has revealed King Charles has been diagnosed with cancer. For more on this,
My question is why they did not edit this out.
Richard Berthelsen. Richard, thanks so much for joining us. This is obviously major breaking news. The King has cancer. We've just heard from the firm. What do we know at this point?
Like, we all know you guys have not only a delay, a lot of the time you guys will literally go back and cut shit out. Why was this not cut out?
He's having some audio issues there, but again, keep it here on
It's Putin.
as we keep
It's obviously
a close
Putin.
eye on this
It's always
breaking news story. King Charles
Russia
is
did it.
diagnosed with cancer, and we are standing by with reaction. Let's try to go back to our royal commentator now, Richard Berthelsen. Richard, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is obviously making international news. Can you walk us through the very latest? What do we know about the King's diagnosis?
Well, within the last hour, the palace has announced
You're
that
gay
the
as
king was
fuck.
diagnosed with cancer as a result of tests which were undertaken when he was in hospital recently for prostate enlargement. They have suggested that this is
That's
not
embarrassing.
a cancer related to that, but was discovered in the course of his treatment. So we don't know what form of cancer
He's
it
doing
is.
so much
We
butt
don't know
stuff.
how far advanced it is. We know that he is already undergoing treatment for it. That treatment, I believe, they suggest began almost today. And the king has taken the step, again, very unusually compared to his late mother and father, of divulging this information to the public. Because it's going to have to explain an
I'm now
absence
so
from
confused.
public duties in terms of him
I
being
thought he
out
died
and about
already.
as he's undergoing the treatment, and also in order to quell some speculation. So there was an attempt, I think, in this statement to kind of a sense of real immediate concern, but obviously, I think many people know people who have cancer and are in various forms of treatment. Sometimes events can move quickly, sometimes things are treatable, and we don't really know at this stage what that is, aside from that fact that he will be continuing to perform his constitutional duties as king.
I think you bring up a really good point there, Richard. It is unusual for a monarch to be so transparent about their health. We know the king was really vocal about his enlarged prostate. To learn more about
King is very vocal about his enlarged prostate.
The palace will probably release
Before you would have said that, you would have been harmed in the public place.
enormous pressure to do so, because obviously we need to know what kind of
Who the fuck is public about that? Who's going around there like big flaming butthole?
or it's going to be a shorter period of time. So I think there's going to have to be some information come out about that. And again, we're living in a very different era. And
Have you heard about the king's fucking butthole?
He was more transparent with the media and the public than his mother would.
Yeah, he was talking to me about it the other day. It was crazy.
I think they also attempted to sort of kind of tramp things down a little bit, suggesting that he will be continuing on in his duties behind the scenes. We probably won't see him much in front of the scenes, in terms of discretionary engagements. for the near future. But that was already going to be the case because of the issue with the prostate enlargement. So this has been a period, I think, of real surprise to people about how the palace is dealing with this kind of thing quite differently.
Right.
It is obviously cause for concern, someone in his age group, but you know, I think we don't know this, but we hope that this has been caught relatively quickly, and it may be treatable to an extent.
Right. We know that Buckingham Palace released a statement saying the king is feeling positive about his treatment, Richard. We also know that, as you pointed out, he's
begging for death at this point in his life.
From the limelight. In a situation like this, would we see another member of the royal family step in?
Well, you know, we have in the past few weeks. We have seen, you know, the Queen, Queen Camilla, step in quite a lot. I mean, she had a lot of engagements in her diary. They took on more prominence because she was alone on the stage. So I think we're going to see that. We've obviously seen Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is a real important member of the royal family.
Fuck if I know.
You know, and obviously already. We've seen
It goes to the Duke and Duchess of
we know that William,
something, Windsor.
Prince William, his son.
Prince William! That's who I was thinking of!
His wife has returned home from hospital very successfully in terms of what she was facing. So these have all been quite destabilizing, I think, to the public, these two very significant periods in hospital and illness. We know more about one than the other, but now we have, you know, more information today, which is going to be destabilizing, and it really, again, points to the issues that the royal family have, where there's very few people on the stage because the royal family has been, you know,
dying off
by a number of deaths, taking engagements anymore, and that is a very significant problem with the workload.
Absolutely. We know when the king came out and talked about his enlarged prostate, Richard, that it had a really positive.
The more they
effect
say it,
on
the funnier it
and
gets.
Buckingham Palace talked about that as well. What do you think it says when the King of England comes out and says, you know, I have cancer, something that so many people
in
are
the butt.
touched by?
In the butt. I have cancer
I
in
think
the
it's,
butt.
and again, his statement has suggests that.
Take it from me.
So, you know, out of the sense of
As much as you think when you get older that you should do butt stuff, you should not ever do butt stuff.
Discussions with their doctors and their own follow-up on symptoms or issues they may
or else you'll get prostate cancer and die. Don't have sex, or you will get chlamydia and die.
Organizations dealing with prostate issues. Doctors was phenomenal following the
That's what I thought of the first time I smoked pot, and I thought of jumping off that roof. I'm like, I'm gonna be like one of those bad commercials where it's like, I'm so high, man, and he shoots himself in the head.
In the back of their mind about something they were feeling or some aspect of their health that had changed. I'm sure they're hoping that is what is going to be the case here. Again, I think we're going to have to wait to get a little bit more information because I know there's very many different types of cancer and they all have different treatment regimes.
All right, CTV's royal commentator Richard Berthelsen, thanks so much for joining us. We so appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Isn't that crazy? Because you know what this would mean? It would mean that even the Royal British Empire got duped, which would be just incredible.
You mean that even being king of the mighty Commonwealth doesn't save you from mortal illness?
From fucking strategic world war, like, because I think since TV, they've been lying. I think
What are you making?
what? Spaghetti and meatballs.
Cool.
Everybody always wanted to go to Chuck E. Cheese, but it's not in Canada.
Where a kid can see a dead end in the parking lot, which I believe is the slogan for Applebee's. And
Once me and Melissa got so fucking high, like on pot, and we went to McDonald's, and there was a Ronald McDonald, and I just saw him behind her, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be fucking amazing. Gonna be just perfect. And she just literally flew off her chair as we're leaving. He's smoking a cigarette in the fucking parking lot. Talking on the phone. I'm like, well, that kind of ruined all of this.
how many times can you go to Chuck E. Cheese's?
What did you do?
Everything that there is to do, and they end it with pointing across the arcade as he says, I started right over here. Implying that he's been going to Chuck E. Cheese for a conservative 100 years. Essentially, the message of the ad is, come to Chuck E. Cheese and guarantee you will die. Now, if you were a child or a parent any time in the last 40 years, you've undoubtedly been to Chuck E. Cheese at least once. They're the original pizza and arcade restaurants made famous by their animatronic band, which played hits like this. Yes! Monty's make-believe band fucking shreds! And I'm going to introduce you to the whole band later on, but real quick, I simply love it. This purple monstrosity is named Munch. I adore any creature named after a colloquialism for a certain sex act, and I've got to say, the name does fit. That is the face of a deep-sea explorer. You can just tell. How Delicious never stops diving. His treasure is your pleasure.
Ew.
Reverse DJ Khaled, if you will. But as an adult, you probably only hear about the restaurant whenever it gets bad press, like the fact that it was recently discovered that some Chuck E. Cheese's animatronics still run on floppy disks, or when the company
So do our airplanes.
swearing that it wasn't reselling pizza slices, although when you're issuing a statement denying that, you have already lost the argument. And perhaps the most notable way that Chuck E. Cheese can show up on the news these days is this.
Zapping parties have turned into battlegrounds, and it's the adults that are behaving badly.
We had several injuries.
You been to a hockey game recently?
There's a fight that broke out. We had people fighting and punching. I need a cop, I need an ambulance, I need everything.
Wow! A 911 call from a Chuck E. Cheese should not sound the same as one made after any Philadelphia sports event. But the fact is, adults do seem to love to fight at Chuck E. Cheese viciously and often. Just search Chuck E. Cheese fight on Google, and you will unlock hours of content, as well as find articles like this one from 2008 about how just one Chuck E. Cheese in Wisconsin had called police to break up 12 fights in just 2 years. In the biggest fight, 7 officers arrived and found 40 people knocking over chairs and yelling in front of the restaurant's music stage where a robotic singing chicken and the chained namesake mouse perform. With one local city official quoted to say, what parent is going to take their kids to a place where there is alcohol and pistols being brandished? It was like something out of a Quentin Tarantino. And that sounds about right, doesn't it? Especially because if I had to take a guess, those fights, much like a Tarantino film, included a bunch of white people saying shit they really shouldn't be. Now, why does this happen so much? Why so much anger, darkness, and viciousness rearing its head in the brightly coloured, well-lit funhouse where it's been promised that a kid can be a kid? And you might be thinking, well, John, it's stressful to manage a group of children, and there is booze. That is why fights start. But no. I believe it's much deeper than that. I believe that there is a rot at the heart of Chuck E. Cheese. And while I don't have a definitive answer, I do have a tantalising theory. And I'll be honest, when we started writing something about Chuck E. Cheese for you, we were thinking this will be 5-6 minutes. But the more we looked into it, the more fascinated we got. And this officially got out of hand. So I'm going to be talking about Chuck E. Cheese for, and I'm not kidding about this, the next 25 minutes. You can stop watching this at any time you like, but this studio audience cannot leave. And the fact of being there feels like a pretty shitty thing for you to do. So, let's start at the very beginning. It was the spring of 1977. Woody Allen had the #1 movie in the country. The Son of Sam was terrorizing New York, and on May 17th, the first in San Jose, California. The restaurant arcade was the brainchild of Nolan Cook, co-founder of Atari. You know, the company made classic games like Space Race, Asteroids, Pong, Pong Doubles, Super Pong, Ping Pong, Hockey Pong, Super Pong 10, Ultra Pong Doubles, and Quadra Pong. Every single one of those is real, by the way. Herschel was looking for a way to make money off his game's usage in arcades and add entertainment to mealtime, something that he once described as fundamental to the human experience, because in discussing the invention of Chuck E. Cheese, he once said, and I quote, "Throughout history, there was a celebration, and the celebration had food, drink, and games without exception. Whether you were talking about the summer solstice with primitive man to the circuses in Rome, there was always an entertainment element. I always felt that was something that was lacking in restaurants. I wanted to add a dimension of fun to the act of having a meal. And this feels like a pretty good time to remind you that in the 1970s, literally everyone was on drugs. Also, if you're thinking the primitive summer solstice, circuses in Rome, those both sound. Yes, exactly. We will get to that. Remember this moment because it will be important later. The point is that Chuck E. Cheese was a response to the needs of the primal needs of humanity. Check that super ego.
Okay.
To include talking animals was inspired by his trip to Disneyland's Tiki Room, which in a way makes sense, doesn't it? Chuck E. Cheese is kind of like Mickey Mouse butter wrap.
To 17 must be 18 or older. So it's a new way of operating new infrastructures across Canada. Vancouver is doing it. Toronto is doing it. Montreal is doing it also. So what it permits is to have the price and the time being respected.
I have no idea what she does. Carolyn Stewart, tourism. The money they're going to be spending on the roof.
We should jump this. If everyone else is jumping off a cliff, we should jump off of.
But who's she talking about? Toronto's not.
No, you guys should be the first to jump off that cliff.
Renovating. Baloney.
Okay.
This whole thing makes
Again, for those of you who have not been around, the 1976 Summer Olympics, which is what the Olympic Stadium was built for, was great for a day. Actually, it's not.
Oh, you mean the X7, which you guys monumentally fucking butchered? That would have set all of Canada up for like the next 50, 100 years. But it wasn't French enough.
Nothing changes. That doesn't make it a better place. It makes it a sinkhole for $1 billion.
But everybody's going to want to go there now, Aaron.
Why? Look down Mount Royal.
They even said, like, when the Blue Jays were getting more popular, they're like, if we brought back the Expos, would you guys go to games? And they're like, no. We'll go to like a game. When the Expos like do like a reunion game, but they're not going to sign up to go to actual like games consistently for a season.
Don't spend any more money.
Fucking baseball is like fucking same thing as worshiping Satan around here.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey. I watched the little blow up from where I lived and I grew up in St. Leo. It's beautiful, yeah, but when it was being built, you know how much corruption was going on.
Yep.
It was ridiculous. And
yeah, but it would have set us up for like a long time to be like as good, if not better than America. And then you guys were like, yeah, but French. And then all the fucking English people from Quebec ran away to Toronto.
It's not infrastructure, right? There's this thing built around it. What's going to happen then? We discover this is no good or the concrete is rotting. That's why I think this is going to end up costing way more than $870 million. That's just, to me, that's a bit of a joke. And if you live in Quebec, you know nothing costs what they initially projected to cost, or it takes as little time to build as they say it will. And I think that goes without saying.
I'm a bit of an understatement.
Thanks for the call. I want to hear from you. Already getting some interesting text here as well.
Why bother?
Do you agree with the announcement made earlier today by the province of Quebec to invest $870 million for a new roof for the Olympic Stadium? And by the way, not that it matters, but I'll say it. It's not a retractable roof like the original design was.
Like the original design?
$870 million. The government says, oh, once we get this done, all kinds of people are going to want to come here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Events.
Probably not after the fucking sexual assault case.
And
they're lying.
Really?
They are lying.
Sure sounds like it. Your calls, your text coming up next.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. I'm Don. What's making news? Speaking
I hate how he says his name.
Charges against 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey Team. London police issued an apology today to the victim of the alleged Canadian sexual assault. The chief of police apologized for it taking 6 years between the reporting of the alleged and charges even being
Vermont.
Ooh.
Confirmed that an internal review led to this case being reopened in
bad.
after being closed without charges. The tourism ministry has approved a replacement roof for the Olympic Stadium as well as renovations to its technical ring. The $870 million project is set to run for several years. Provincial tourism minister Kevin says this will keep the Big O open year-round.
Can we stop calling it the Big O?
And Outremont is introducing a new rule for drivers. Cars that are stopped.
It's not something we call the Olympic Stadium. We do not call the Olympic Stadium the Big O. Nobody actually gives a shit about that place. At least not since 67.
And now heading over to the CJ 800 Traffic Center. How are the roads looking?
I just wanted to save the fucking monorail.
Between Rockland and the Carey interchange. For the westbound side of the T-Can, you are losing time there. Morgan to the Elector Bridge. Northbound 13 delays. Cover 2 runs up Dolly Barassa. Southbound 13 delays there between Hickmore and the 20. For the westbound side and the Bill St. Pierre interchange. More volume, Morgan running into El Perot. Eastbound side of the 20 has delays from 32nd at the First Avenue. For the outbound side of the Mercier Bridge, you are backing to Bill St. Pierre. Now until Wednesday, visit Farmer Free for the bonus redemption event to get more for your points. A Farmer Free exclusive. Restrictions apply. Offer valid in-store and online. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJ 800. Your next report at 4:45.
And now your Dormant Weather Center forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of -10. Sunny day coming tomorrow with high -3. And then more sun on Wednesday with a high of -5 there. It's +1 downtown right now. Your next CTV News update is coming at 5 o'clock.
This newscast brought to you by Electrica. Install electric car charging stations in your home for all makes and models. Electrica.ca, Tesla certified.
When a storm hits Montreal, CJAD 800 is there with
Or does it?
coverage on air.
But that means we would be working.
Forecast, road conditions, and school closures. Live on air every 15 minutes. Plus, you can check the CJAD 800 Storm Watch page for a complete list of closures, information on snow removal, parking restrictions, and more. Brought to you by Gordon's Tires. Get great service at great prices. Book an appointment today at gordonstires.ca.
Storm Watch coverage on News Talk Radio. CJAD 800. Putting off surgery for back pain? Need medications to get through the day? Back pain, stenosis, and sciatica used to mean surgery and medications. Richard Kim Medicine, the region's regenerative medicine expert, solves back pain with a unique solution. No surgery, no medications. Get back hope and get back to living. Richard Kim Medicine, medicine that moves you. For a free consultation, call 514-657-8919. RichardKimMedicine.com. 514-657-8919.
At BDC, we work with entrepreneurs to spark more growth. With our advisory services and flexible financing, we help businesses so they can thrive over time. That's what BDC's guidance and support is all about. Our ambition is clear, empowering more entrepreneurs to shine brighter, longer. We're on it. BDC, the Bank of Ambitions. Until February 25th at Première Moisson Bakeries, get a free all-butter croissant when you buy a large filter coffee. Take this opportunity to enjoy their organic fair trade coffee from Faro Roasting House, another proud Quebecois company. It's a delicious way to save money.
Did you know that if you're 60 or older, RSV can be serious for you? Help protect yourself with Arexvy, Canada's first RSV vaccine.
I'm pretty sure it's actually a lot more dangerous to newborns.
Arexvy is a vaccine that helps to protect adults 60 years of age and older from lower lung disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus. RSV, 100% protection cannot be guaranteed. Learn more at arexvy.ca.
If we train parrots, we'd be really good at it. Really good at it. You know, we sell and install hot water heaters, and we're really good at it. We even install heat pumps and charging stations, and we're really, Polly. We get it. Solution. We get it done.
Hey, Dad, Lalto Residence offers 3 months of free rent for an all-inclusive 3.5 apartment. You can have a beautiful living environment for a very affordable price.
Oh, yes. Let's make an appointment right away on HorizonResidences.com.
When a cop loses her sight, she gains a partner she didn't expect to have. Now, can they work together? Tell me every detail to bring the truth to light. A new episode of Silent Scene tonight at 10 on CTV.
We will multiply by 5 the number of events that can be held here from 30 to about 150 per year. We will be able to welcome 2 to 4 grand concerts minimum per year. Sports events.
No.
So,
Wow.
the Swift will be happy to drop by in Montreal.
I fucking hate you.
And,
You're a fucking animal.
The Super Bowl.
Yeah, thanks so much for weighing in. Carolyn Prue, our tourism minister, announcing today that we're spending $870 million
We reached out to her,
for
by
a
the way.
damn roof for the Olympic Stadium roof.
She said no thanks.
I don't know what you think about this, but this thing has been a
How the fuck are you just saying no to your fucking citizens asking you, what the fuck are you doing?
Why the government wants to do this, they have to suggest, and they did in their notes today, this Quebec's cultural heritage. Really? Who built it? Frere Andre? Was he putting the bricks down? I mean, please, let's be honest.
No, but it is
No, it's not. It's not.
No, let's be honest.
It's part of our collective history.
Oh!
As such, it can be exactly that. Our history. It's over. It's done. Let it go. It's time to move on. I don't understand the attachment and the reluctance to just admit the reality of this situation.
That you guys fucked this all up.
Cultural heritage, rather, this is the cultural heritage of overspending on projects that turned out to be not worth it, and then finding out we spent hundreds of $millions after the fact.
Haha, funny not funny.
Pig-headed at the beginning.
Let's do it all over again.
Yo, you guys fucking let this happen though.
You see what they've done in Vegas? They put up the Sphere. It's going to be the biggest money-making thing, and it costs what, a couple $1 billion? That's what this is going to cost before the end of the day. Why are we pouring good money after bad? It makes zero sense. It's still a terrible place to watch a concert.
Because a lot of you chose this
Why are we lying to ourselves? Why is the government?
Because you guys are gonna look fucking hella stupid. At least the French people can be like, well, we're French.
790-0800. Brad's on the line. Brad, what do you think?
Hi guys.
Hey.
Hey, Brad.
Here's what I think. Total waste of money. What I don't understand is they're not do that money.
Because social housing is just one more big joke. It's not like all of a sudden they gave a shit about the lower class. They just found a way to profit off of them.
And any concept there sounds terrible. I feel that you want to help people, then do the social housing and food banks that need it more to their roof. That's nothing. That's the way I look at it.
Hard to argue against that, Brad. I thank you for the call. Debbie, what about you?
I think I want to praise you guys about what you stand, and even when they.
Okay, but what about what you didn't say for the past 60 years? Just saying.
The other guy said.
And then you guys are like, oh, these stupid fucking millennials.
Blow it up and fill the streets with the rubble because fill our holes, fill our streets, help other people. I mean, this thing is just.
This is a page out of the fucking French book. Just saying. Oh, this thing brings us massive shame. Burn down the evidence. All y'all. See, they're laughing. They're laughing. Sweetheart, lady, I don't know, like when you got here, this is very intentional. They're trying to get you pissed. This is the French being pissed off about the school thing. Like, this was, I'm sorry, this is like very much, anybody could have told you this would happen. Because all the English people being like, rah, 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 English rights. And Legault can't fucking silence the English in Quebec. Like, you guys are fucking idiots. Doing English week.
Let me go back to the phone. This is Adam. Adam, what about you?
Yeah, so
Adam, hold on a sec. I forgot to tell Bella I love her. Bella, I love you. Thank you. Okay, Adam, go ahead.
So I don't even know why the city's having this discussion. discussion right now with the price of housing and all these other things that no one's dealing with. It's crazy. Second of all, I don't know why. I mean, I don't want to be ageist, but I don't know why 60-year-olds are trying to say what Taylor Swift or what the young concert-going crowd wants in a concert venue. Even the outdoor concerts that they held this summer, these festivals, everyone I spoke to with them told me they were horrible. They're concrete. The outdoors itself is concrete ground everywhere. You can't even throw music festivals outdoors on that kind of thing. People want.
Oh yeah, because you're too fucking loud.
Nice place. The parking there is horrendous. I went to the
I'm sorry, you went to the fucking city for the peace and quiet? Like, what?
The parking lot is covered.
No, we were supposed to be like the Canadian version of New York City, and it's just you guys fucking totally fucked everything up. Pandering to the fucking French fucking separatist racist bullshit.
Out there, and the acoustic seating, portable building, whenever someone, a politician does decide to demolish it, they're going to get political clout for it. That building, that's all.
Oh, look at that! They recently were like, hey, we're gonna take this old building that I wanted to fucking rent out, and we're gonna turn it into a homeless shelter. Now it's a big hole in the ground. I'm like, great! Now the homeless people don't have to dig individual holes for their fucking graves. They can all jump into one big hole. In a year, they can get help, like fucking homeless fucking housing. Great. Right when they need it.
Structure in the metro and but to dismantle in 2017 they said it would cost between $500 and $700 million.
And I heard Elias this morning talking about it because he's done some homework on this side as well. It does not cost the city. I think at one point it would cost close to $2 billion to have to actually blow this thing up or do whatever they have to do to it. You look around other stadiums that have also had an issue with subways, metro. No, it's simply not true.
I'm sorry, you guys are just taking a total fucking play out of the fucking.
To knock down. So that's why we're not going to do it. That's not the case.
You think Native people just like suddenly are like, oh, we are hurting when we see the Catholic churches? I think that's not a new thing that they're upset about. Obviously, it's not them burning down churches. They don't really care.
Don't wake up and smell the scam of the government. And
you're a fat idiot. Like,
I think a lot of people are going to really move out of Montreal.
Wait, no.
Including me and my family.
Okay. I thank you for the call. By the way, and I didn't mention this at all, Valerie Plante, our mayor, behind this 100%. Great idea. It's, it's a Montreal institution.
Yeah, but I think she died.
100%. This is not her saying, I don't think this is really the best way we should be spending money when we need affordable housing available. No, this is a great. I don't get that. Honestly, I don't. John's on the line again, though. John?
Hey, you know what was great about the big Elbow? When you could slam the seats up and down and make all that firing noise.
That's so true, yeah.
It's because there were so many empty seats, too.
I tell you, though, it was better at Jerry Park than made more noise. But regardless, that's a very good point.
Jerry Park, like the ghetto?
I mean, Joe Schiff was going to want to play in such a decrepit building with everything falling apart. And I remember seeing the tower going from Quebec City to Ottawa and Gatineau and eventually living in Montreal, seeing it go up slowly. And anyways, any of the good parts that are there, like the trusses that are holding up the part of the roof that is so good, they can actually use those beams to cover up the Carey Expressway and revitalize that part of NDG that's kind of crap because of the Carey being there. So that's recycling. It can be a green, it's a separate project. Think about the money and you have a boulevard on top of it, on top of the Carey with the transmitting support. That's just my idea. That's all. That's it.
Let the city know, John. Thank you for the call. Francis, how about you? What do you think?
Well, I agree with everything everybody's saying, and I can understand the anger. The things I heard today was they're not even sure this is going to work because nobody's dealt with anything like this in the past. So I don't know if it would be possible just to remove to make a new, in Toronto,
I have a book at my parents about this.
Sliding roof.
Yeah,
there's so many other ways.
Yeah, it doesn't work with being able to do this like they do stadiums nowadays, modern stadiums, by having like slabs, if you will, horizontally. That's not the way this was designed, and that can't be done. By the way, they also announced the company that they're working with for this, so it looks like this is.
Hey, you were just talking about that.
It's going to take, I think, 3 years for this to get done, although we know that's not going to happen either, probably like 5 or 6. if they actually go ahead and do it. I wonder if enough
I know they're doing this for a bunch of money, millions and millions of dollars into it, and then it's never going to get done. They're going to be like, well, oh well. It's like, where did all that money go though?
Bitch about it as much as we want, but it looks like the government's going to go ahead and do it. So I'm not sure. Why would you not have had a public consultation first?
Because they don't care about what the public has to say about anything clearly.
Tina, what do you think?
Just like we all want more bike paths, we all want more condos.
Nice. Them can charge people to see it as an ancient structure from the 1970s. Tina, what do you think?
Hi.
67 to be precise.
50 years later, we're beating a dead horse.
Holy fuck!
Why don't they just distribute the money? Have they seen the inflation rate? Have they considered the potholes in the city? Why don't we invest that money in infrastructure and make people's lives easier?
Exactly.
What are they doing?
How do you guys do this for like 30, 40, 50 years of your life? You guys just do the same nonsense.
You can't even hold a concert there. Has she gone to a concert over there?
I'm going to guess no.
Obviously not. You guys are always talking about how we should be encouraged to bike more, take public transit more. When's the last time you think these fucking guys got on the fucking bus or metro? Give me a break.
Okay, Monica, are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I knew one of the engineers that was in a consulting firm when they were going to make the inclinated power, and he was actually a professor at Concordia University in the engineering department, and he advised against it because it's prefabricated chunks of cement that are actually put together, and he says that the design by the architectural firm was from France, which is got a different climate.
Which they hate us because we're like the white trash of French.
I knew a girl that worked as a secretary for the expos when they had the offices there, and she said that there were pieces of cement falling off from the sides of this spatial type of ship. So why don't they, regardless of besides the acoustic is awful. So why don't they do a consultation before they put more weight on this thing? The metro is downstairs. One day this thing is going to fall down and it's going to just crash all the way down into the center of the earth.
And on that note, I say thank you. Appreciate the call.
That'd be a
Appreciate you got some good text there. Would be.
Yay, because then you guys would look fucking stupid. And fucking like rich upper class fucking yuppies that throws everybody under the bus. And it turns out you guys are fucking not as upper class as you think. Fucking right up there with all the other middle class fuckers.
I feel like I do have to tell you that's so far the only one that I've found that says yes. I'm going to continue to scroll through because we've got to go unless she's going by Michelle. And then this one says Stephen Brofman should build a retractable roof baseball stadium with $1 million government assistance. Otherwise, blow the big O up.
And by the way, in case you're wondering, you could put up now a modern stadium that could accommodate enough people for a show like that for less than $2 billion. Around $2 billion would be the top end of it. It's going to end up costing close to that just to stick a damn roof on this place. How much sense does that make?
Here's something that makes sense. This texter says the city should cut their losses, put it up for sale, so a investor can figure out what to do with it, and they assume the risk associated with the project.
Who the fuck do you think is gonna buy that shit?
Carolyn Crew said the stadium, or maybe it wasn't her, but someone there today, one of the government officials said the stadium is worth, like if you were to try to sell it, $3 to $4 billion. That's like my house is worth $500 million. If someone would pay $500 million, who's buying the big O for $4 billion?
Did you just say your house is worth $500 million?
Yeah, love that idea. Thank you for the calls. Appreciate your text. We'll see how this one plays out. Let's go to traffic. TJ Under Traffic Center. Lauren Glaser's going to check on the drive. Lauren?
Aaron, Natasha, looking at northbound the Cary, it is.
I hope that's not what I heard. I'm gonna fucking freak the fuck out.
Also, delays now southbound the Cary from the top to Van Horn to the westbound side of the Van. You are losing time between Longelier and Papino, and again between Rockland and the Cary interchange. On the westbound side of the T-Can, that has volume as well between Morgan and the Illicourt Bridge. Eastbound side of the T-Can, delays there between Chateau-Vaudreuil and the Illicourt. Again, go to Liesa to Longelier on the eastbound Van. We did have an earlier accident there.
I've never heard them sound so fucking uncomfortable.
Ville-Saint-Pierre, again between Morgan and Ile-Perrot. Book with Air Canada Vacations and save $400 per family of four at Hyatt Ziva Riviera Cancun. Contact your travel agent. vacation or visit aircanadavacations.com. Let us know what you see on the roads. Following your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 5 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Let's get to it. Our Empire Gold News Quiz, which will give you a shot at winning $1,500. Courtesy of good folks at Empire Gold, who offer the most for gold, silver, collectibles, jewelry. Doesn't matter. Whatever you want to turn into cash, Empire will give you the most you can get for it anywhere. Been in business for more than 60 years. You can check them out, by the way, online, empiregold.ca, or visit their offices. No appointment necessary. 5593 Paré, that is 1 block west of the Cary Boulevard. That's the corner of the Orange Julep, by the way, just up the street from there. And,
the last one remaining.
And you get paid.
It didn't catch fire, mysteriously.
No one does it better. No one pays you more than Empire.
Who the fuck wants a raw egg and fucking orange juice?
Once you think you know the answer to it, give us a call, 790-0800.
Last week, what province did Justin Trudeau call the most anti-LGBTQ in the country?
Who honestly gives a fuck?
790-0800 one more time.
Who honestly gives a fuck what this dumb bitch says? Like, fuck it.
790-0800.
Oh. Not anymore, since Metallica came and then didn't show up for Heavy Metal Montreal when they were headlining because of Metallica, and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Prevent injuries. Live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
Take care of your home and your car thanks to ShoppyGo. Pay just $75 for a gift certificate worth $225 applicable to a complete cleaning of your ventilation, air conditioning, and heating system with Cones Retire AAA. And for your car, you'll find great deals from Garage La Finesse in Saint-Hubert. Trust your car to the pros at La Finesse, no matter what you need. Find these and other great local deals at shoppyco.ca.
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does. And shops the bonus redemption event at PharmaFree to get more free stuff for her points. If I redeem 50,000 points, I'll get $65 off. That's an extra $15 in value. I see a treat in my future. Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs February 2nd to 7th, in-store and online. Exclusive to PharmaFree. It's your chance to get more free stuff. Free feels good. Restrictions apply.
I can't hear this garbage anymore. Just fuck. You still alive up there?
Yeah. Watching my show.
Oh, okay.
Alright, it's time to another few countries to list of where I am not welcome. This is the line, a 170-kilometre long, 500-metre high sea in the desert proposed by the Saudi Arabian government as part of their NEOM project, which supposedly will also include a port city and a futuristic mountain resort, in addition to a selection of smaller projects in the same area. The NEOM proposal is just the latest in a long line of very ambitious and expensive projects undertaken by this oil-rich region, some of which have gone on to be global icons of excess, others which are eternally stuck in the middle of development, and most that will never get off the drawing board. There is a long list of far more qualified and far more humorous people that have commented on the problems with these projects in the cities that have been formed around them from a town planning and architectural point of view. But the countries have carried on with their ambitions regardless. So, what is going on here? Why do these countries need to build such expensive and inefficient projects? Well, you might have guessed that it's all economics. The typical explanation is that these projects will attract tourists, which will subsidise these countries' economies when their oil runs out or is no longer demanded at the same level it is today. The UAE, Qatar and Saudi Arabia have all doubled down on this idea, spending billions on impressive projects and subsidising global airlines to bring tourists into their cities, even if it's just for a short stop. But will this work? The inconvenient truth is probably not. If anything, all of this lavish spending is just going to burn through their oil well even faster, bring them closer to the day where they won't have the income to support the lifestyle that their citizens have become accustomed to. This obviously raises questions about alternative motives, which centre around unelected leaders building castles in the sand to stoke their own egos, even if it comes at the expense of their nation's long-term prosperity. Hopefully, of course, that doesn't happen, but regardless, these projects are still a fantastic economics case study to explore, because to properly assess if
Interesting.
So for those of you who've been to my previous lectures in this series, we've been talking a lot about the kind of fundamentals of evolution. So what is the role of chance in evolution? Tonight we're going to change direction and become much more personal and think only about evolution in the context of ourselves. And in particular, the question I want to ask, I'm going to give you a spoiler alert, I'm not going to answer it. The question I'm going to ask is, why are we alone on the planet? Why are we the only species of human? And I think if you think about that at sort of, very glancing moment, you might think that's a completely trivial question, but actually it's not that trivial. And for those of you who are perhaps fans of science fiction, there are lots of great science fiction movies where you see your hero go into a bar and there are all these different species at the bar, all chatting away in multiple languages and ordering drinks. And actually, if you look around the world, there are lots of instances when very, very similar species.
This is it. The aliens are here.
But as far as in this room, if I look around the room, I think
they're joking, and at some point,
interloping from different species here. And it's not, though, inconceivable to have a sort of parallel planet in which there are different species. Right? I could be giving this talk in multiple languages to multiple different species, all bipedal, relatively intelligent, ape-like organisms, and interacting together. But we don't live like that. So there is something that has happened to make humans the only human species on the planet. We don't know the answer to why, but what I want to do tonight is think about how we got here, and speculate a bit about the factors that might have driven that evolution, and perhaps even going forwards, think a little bit about where we might go from here. So before we think about why we're the only species, it's quite important to think about what a species is anyway, and that's not actually a very straightforward question to answer. There are several definitions of what a species is out there, but perhaps the one that is most widely used and most kind of functional is the one proposed by Ernst Mayr, who you see here, which is known as the biological species concept, which in essence says that a species is a group of individuals that reproduce successfully together. And it's important to say successfully. So this is not just about an ability to reproduce, but an ability to do so in a way that maintains the species. So if most of your offspring die, for example, then actually that's not a successful reproduction. You have to be able to reproduce successfully. And that group is reproductively isolated from other such groups. So in other words, you're not breeding with other species, you are distinct entities. And as we'll see later in the lecture, that actually is quite a tricky thing to define and quite problematic, particularly in the case of humans. But nonetheless, I think it's probably still the best example or the best definition we have of species. And by that definition,
then Homo sapiens, our own species, is indeed both those statements. We can always be used together and on other species with which we reproduce.
The Gresham College lecture that you're listening to right now is giving you knowledge and insight on what the world really is.
Essentially is not why we're only one species, but why don't we have another sibling species that looks a lot like us on the planet? Because lots and lots of animals and plants. So, for example, if you're a doctor, you're on butterflies, you'll be familiar with these species, the Heliconia butterflies, and they're a complete nightmare because they all look the same, but they're actually many, many different species. In fact, this diagram, each pairwise comparison are two different species. And to you, but certainly to me, it's very difficult to tell those apart, and yet they are distinct. So there are lots of sister species in this genus, and the same holds true for lots of other animals. So I'm a bit of a birder, not a very good one, and definitely not good enough to tell these apart. It's the Clark's and Western breed, or possibly the Clark's and Western breed, depending on which way around they are. And these are two distinct species of birds, and yet they are almost impossible to tell apart in the field. And in fact, these are a North American species, but closer to home, for example, in the UK, we have the marsh tit and the willow tit, and you've got to be a pretty advanced ornithologist to be able to spot the difference between those two species in the field. So there are lots and lots of examples of species that are very similar, living relatively close to each other. And yet we don't go down the road and pop into the supermarket and see something that looks like a bipedal, hairless, intelligent ape, but isn't actually a human. We are, as far as we know, alone. Or are we? I mean, the first question, perhaps, is might we have missed something? And one of the things that people occasionally speculate about in the press is maybe we have missed another related species of human. And actually, that's not completely impossible to think about. Because even today, in the 21st century, in this very developed kind of world in which we live, there are large areas of essentially unexplored wilderness. So, in fact, in this estimate from 2018, almost a quarter of the world's land surface is still classed as wilderness, i.e. it has relatively little human habitation or human activity. So, yeah. So it's perhaps possible that you have some other species living in these wilderness areas, although, of course, even wilderness areas are visited relatively frequently by tourists or explorers or mountaineers or whatever. So it seems a bit unlikely that you have large populations of another human living in those locations. There are some parts of the world, of course, that are completely unexplored. By recent estimates, it's about 2 or 3% of the world's land surface has genuinely not had human access in. And so there, of course, you may have some other species hiding out. The problem is that 2 or 3% of unexplored world are largely things like remote mountain tops in Antarctica, places that are not compatible with human life, or at least human life as we know it now. It's possible, of course, with some species that can live in the middle of Antarctica and is happily roaming around there and don't know about them, but they would look quite different to what humans. I think it's fairly unlikely. Never say never, so I'm going to say that probably isn't a second species that we haven't discovered. So what about the second possibility? Maybe because the species are less white than and actually, if you're an alien who zooms down onto this planet and you look at human capacity, you might reasonably think this is not one species, right? We come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes and colours and cultures and societies and family structures, and we do all sorts of different things that I think if you were looking at it in another species, you might reasonably think represented different groups of people. And this, of course, was something that early explorers, European explorers in particular, floated as ideas. And in fact, even quite late into our kind of exploration of the world, people were speculating on this. So this, for example, is a picture of Charles Darwin arriving in South America on his voyage on the Beagle.
And when he arrived there, in his diary, he noted many, many interesting interactions. One in particular with the native population of Tierra del Fuego, the Fuegians. And in his diary at the time, he noted this. He said, "Knowing such men, one can hardly make oneself believe that they are fellow creatures and inhabitants of the same world." This was obviously relatively late. This is well into the 1800s. Prior to that, the European explorers had met native indigenous populations in many countries and had repeatedly come up with this suggestion that maybe these were distinct. And this, of course, this pseudo-scientific idea was the horrendous justification used for real tragedies like enslavement of people in Africa and the eradication of Native American populations in a deliberate genocide by Europeans.
Yes,
the point
sir.
about all this, though, is it is completely
You take a little
untrue.
sip of water there.
And we knew
Your
actually
throat's
from
a
the
little
very
dry.
beginning, the very first interactions of Europeans with native populations elsewhere, that we are one species, either through coercive, sometimes consensual relations, we that people successfully put together. And actually, one of the great revelations of genome sequencing today is that many of us, perhaps even this week, realise that we have a very interesting blend of genetics from all sorts of populations in the past. Because, as we now know, all humans all around the world are one species and able to reproduce together. So we're not overlooking some secret second species within our own group. So neither do we have a hidden species somewhere else, nor are we overlooking something here. There is a third possibility. And the third possibility is maybe we're overlooking a sister species that we talk about all the time. So we are, as you well know, hopefully, are great apes, and along with the other families of species in the great apes, we
Apparently
all
we're
share
most
many
like
characteristics.
lobsters.
Our closest relations, as I'm sure you know, are the chimpanzees and bonobos. So perhaps
Are monkeys
I'm standing
racist?
here saying we're
Are
alone
they
as a
racist?
species, and I'm talking nonsense, because maybe these are our sister species, and that's a possibility. They look a little bit different to us. They're much hairier for starters, but actually they're very, very similar. And in fact, by genetic data, we know that we share something like 98% of our genome with chimpanzees. That's pretty high. And so perhaps chimpanzees are actually a sister species to humanity.
I see that.
However, if you look at that level of genetic sort of
Makeup.
preservation, within humans, the amount is much, much more consistent. So typical, in a room like this, a typical human-to-human comparison shows 99.9% DNA identity. And even the most diverse humans still share something like 99.6%. So the differences between any two humans in terms of genetics are an order of magnitude smaller than the differences between ourselves and chimpanzees. Perhaps more importantly, chimpanzees, of course, have a sister species, bonobos. And if you look at those, the genetic distance between them is about 0.4%. In other words, the difference between a chimpanzee and a bonobo is about the same as the difference between a human and a quite different human from the same species. So these two are indeed sibling species, but they are not a direct sibling species to human. The distance is much higher. So it doesn't matter which way you look at it, whichever way we board this question, it does indeed appear that we are on our own. We are the only species of Homo, the genus that we're in, that is currently.
I think that's a pretty fucking like bad cop out.
So then maybe
Like,
there's
just
a problem
'cause
here, because maybe actually
the
we have
monkeys
always been
are
alone. Perhaps Homo came into existence
close with
and we
another
have been a solitary species. essentially.
doesn't mean that makes us further away. That
And
doesn't mean
this
it makes
question,
sense.
or this suggestion, I guess, was not problematic for most of human history. Because, of course, for most of human history, certainly in Western Europe at least, the predominant rhetoric has been one of biblical creation. So the idea that humans were created as a species to have domination over all other species. So it would make sense in that particular view that we were alone. Because if you're going to create a species to dominate all the other ones, you probably wouldn't create two, because that's going to be problematic. And so up until sort of the 1700s, this was not a particular issue. However, as Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection took hold and people started to really understand this principle, they began to question more and more this idea about why humans should be so different to everything else. If species arise by natural selection, by diversification, then why should human species?
Oh, because we wouldn't have control over everything and everyone.
Why don't we have these sibling species?
Because we are an
this
elite.
problem, I guess, was kind of rumbling around, particularly in the more learned, more kind of liberal Victorian society, at least in England at the time, and across actually many of the learned cities of Europe in particular. And people started to ask questions about some of the artifacts that had previously
Man, the religions don't like that.
particularly from mining expeditions. And so actually for many decades, people quarrying for stone for buildings, for example, had occasionally stumbled across weird and wonderful things that we would now call fossils or archival material. Sometimes these were animals, often they were animals, but frequently they came across things that looked pretty human. For example, like this skull dug out of a quarry in Gibraltar in the early 1800s. When they'd done that, these were typically described, by the scientific community at least, as archaic humans. So they were humans that had been around for a long time. There was also a sort of interesting and slightly amusing and quite disturbing in some ways sort of trade, if you like, in these things were associated with crazy myths. So people say, oh, they're extinct giants, or they were kind of mythological 12-headed beasts or something. And there was a kind of roaring circus trade in demonstrating bits of scary monsters that came out of quarries. However, now we know scientifically that was not true. So these things have been found for a period of time, but had always been attributed to Homo sapiens. So people would say these are old, archaic, long dead humans. And then in 1856, this part of the skull was found in Germany, in the Neander Valley, and was successfully identified by a German school teacher, actually, as being distinct enough from Homo sapiens to be a different species. And this is the species that we now know as Neanderthals. And once that view had been
so many
promoted, this different lineage of humanity, people went back and looked at other material, including this skull from Gibraltar, and realised that this skull was actually much more similar to this new Neanderthal skull than to modern humans. And so actually much of the fossil material that had previously been identified was now realised to be Neanderthal material rather than human material. And so this, which is also going on in the context at the same time, for example, as Darwin was publishing his book on the origin of species, was kind of entering this sort of very intellectual debate around diversification and about evolution of humans. It still, though, didn't really change our view about humans being a kind of solitary species in existence. However, in 1891, this rather dashing chap here with the nice moustache, Eugène Dubois, who was a Dutch anatomist, was working in what was then the Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia. And he was particularly interested in some of the remains being found in caves as people pushed on up, and particularly the logging industry, as they started to roam into the rainforest, would come across sometimes caves with bone remnants together. And realised that one collection of skeletal material belonged to something that looked very human-like. He actually misidentified this and thought this was an extinct species of great ape, gave it a different name and published it. But people, once it was sent back to Europe, did not agree with this and relatively rapidly realised that this was a second example of a distinct species of now extinct human-like organism. So within the genus Homo, and this is what we now know of as Homo erectus, a long extinct ancestor of modern humans, and for which there's now fossil material from many other locations around the world. So now, as we start to turn into the end of the 1800s, we have a position where there are at least two species of Homo, so Neanderthalis and what is now Homo erectus, that we think have existed and no longer do exist. So the world is starting to view the fact that we perhaps haven't always been alone through quite a different lens. And then this third piece of the puzzle, if you like, comes around in 1907 with this chap with the even more dashing facial hair. The beards get longer all the time, I think. This is Otto Schlütensack, and he was a German industrialist. And I really like this story because he was actually, as a relatively young man, he was a chemist, and he set up factories producing chemicals, essentially, and made an awful lot of money. He was essentially an industrial entrepreneur. And rather than buying himself a fancy yacht or something and sailing around the world, he decided to invest his money in a proper education. He went back to university and studied what was then known as a degree in prehistory, what we now call anthropology. anthropology or something like that, and used his money to fund investigations into the evolution of humans. And in particular, what he would do was offer a reward to people who were working in quarries in Germany. If they came up with any interesting material, they would bring it to him and he would pay them for it. And in 1907, the Mauer quarry, someone came to Otto with this rather spectacular jawbone. And Otto, in his newly found life as a paleontologist, correctly identified this as another species of Homo and another extinct one. This is what we now know of as Homo heidelbergensis, named by him. And at the time was the first really well accepted, totally distinct species of human. Since 1907, we've obviously had a massive explosion in the activities, particularly in the last 20 or 30 years, actually, in the discovery of both fossil material and artifacts associated with humans. And this is an incredibly fast-moving field. So actually, in the time I've been talking to you, I'm sure someone's going to say I'm completely wrong. So to avoid you all putting the blame on me, I've lifted this rather nice diagram from the Natural History Museum, so you can blame them for putting out data instead. We now know that there are many, many species of now extinct Homo that have existed and have existed in parallel. So, for example, up here in this top corner, you can see at least 4 or 5 species that have been present on the planet at the same time for a large period of our history, but are no longer present with us today. Today, as far as we know, as I said, Homo sapiens is the only one of these to still be present. So why might that be? What has happened to drive this colonization of Homo sapiens around the world and to remove these other species? Why is it that we don't go to the supermarket and bump into a Homo heidelbergensis? And to think about that in a bit more detail, we have to think about what our most recent parallel species were like and why, therefore, they may no longer be around now. So, as far as we know at the moment, and as I say, this is undoubtedly subject to change, and I suspect very soon we'll have to revise this lecture, but as we know at the moment, there are at least 4 parallel species of Homo-like organisms, so like ourselves, that have coexisted in relatively recent evolutionary history. And by relatively recent, I mean the last 100,000 years or so. There are cells. This is Homo sapiens, and looks like a very familiar skeleton. And then the species about which we know the most, by far, are these chaps, the Neanderthals. In many ways, very, very similar. Skeleton looks very similar, same sorts of bones. Much chunkier. You can see already the bones are thicker, that the whole body is more well developed. And some subtle differences, particularly around the skull. And the example I like the best is that people say you can tell whether you're a Neanderthal or a Homo sapiens by standing in the rain. So if you're out standing in the rain and the rain is forming a nice sheet in front of your eyes because it's dripping off your brow ridge, then you're probably a Neanderthal and you should check in the mirror. If it's running down your face and dripping off your chin, then you're probably a Homo sapiens. You can go home safe in the knowledge you're the correct species. Because Neanderthals had a very prominent brow ridge and a receding chin. We have a negligible brow ridge and a protruding chin. So you can check your chin now in the audience if you want to make sure you are the correct species. And if not, please come to see me afterwards because it really ruins the lecture if you're a Neanderthal. So we know a lot about the Neanderthals. We have a lot of fossil material, and we have a lot of associated artifacts with their life. And as I'll show you in a minute, we also have genetic information. Then we have this little chap here. This is Homo floresiensis. We know far less about this species for 2 reasons, really. First of all, it was only discovered in 2003. And second of all, we have only found it on the island of Flores in Indonesia and nowhere else. And people with good memories might remember the kind of media flurry around this. It's often referred to as the Hobbit, because as you can see from this, it's very small. In fact, Homo floresiensis probably topped out at about 1 metre tall, so about here, something like that. It was a very diminutive species of Homo, and people actually argue still a lot about where it fits. It has some characteristics that look very ancestral, much more like some human precursors, if you like, that were living perhaps 6 million years ago. But in other features, it looks relatively modern, much more like Homo sapiens, and it's a little bit unclear about the lineage of this. There's also relatively little fossil material from this species, and there have been some difficulties in studying it, and so the position of floresiensis in the kind of family tree is debated. However, the dating is pretty good. So we know that this chap was running around on the island of Flores at the time that modern Homo sapiens was elsewhere in the world. So it's certainly contemporary in time, even if it wasn't contemporary in geography. And then the fourth and final species that we know we have shared our planet with relatively recently is significantly unspectacular as a fossil, because here it is. These are the Denisovans, and the Denisovans are a quite mysterious species living in Asia, in Siberia, in what is that, Russia? So we have 4 species, at least, that were cohabiting the planet at the same time. And our best guess is the wrong phrase, our best information so far suggests a story that looks a bit like this. And I'm going to caveat this by saying every time someone discovers new fossil material, all the dates change and a lot of the patterns of migration change. So if you're watching this on catch-up in 6 months' time, it might be completely wrong. Go away and do a Google search and check. But as of today, this is our view. The view is that around 600,000 years ago, Homo heidelbergensis, you'll remember that's the jawbone that was reported from Germany, was a sort of most recent common ancestor of modern humans, evolving in Africa about 600,000 years ago. And then from its African origins, started to migrate out into Europe and ultimately into Asia. Once located in those parts of the world, like species do, and like those of you who were at earlier lectures will recall, it started to diversify, and it started to, in the normal process of evolution, accumulate mutations, accumulate phenotypic change, so physical change, and natural selection did its work. The fittest organisms survived and the unlucky ones died out. So, for instance, the environment in Northern Europe, as we know, is quite different to that in Central Africa. Not least, it was a lot colder. And so selection started to act on these, and you ended up with diversification into what we now recognise to be a new species, the Neanderthals. At the same time, these early pioneers over in Asia were also diversifying in a different direction to become what we now recognise as the Denisovans. So those are the 3, and then the 4th species I mentioned, we know very little about Homo floresiensis. We know from the dating that years ago, we don't know at all how we get any of this. We don't know who represents any of these groups, or some kind of parallel evolution, or some kind of very serious migration of humans, but they will not. Meanwhile, back in Africa, heidelbergensis is of course not sitting unmoved. Evolution continues to work even if you're in the same place and continues to select traits that are beneficial. Traits in particular, like increased intellect, the ability to do things like use tools, to coordinate hunting activities, and ultimately to do all the things that makes humans a great success. These selective pressures change the way that Homo heidelbergensis looks, and ultimately leads to the evolution of what we recognise to be a different species, i.e. anatomically modern Homo sapiens, modern humans. And the date for this arise
there it is.
moved many times even in the last few years. We now think that anatomically modern humans were present in parts of Africa by about 300,000 years ago, particularly based on material from what is now Morocco. And that date again may move.
Leftovers immediately cooked.
But certainly, by about this period, and just like the preceding species, these humans too started to spread and migrate across the world.
really
crossing
wash working surface
across
because it has
the Middle East into Europe and over to Asia. And when they did that, of course, they realised they arrived in a place where there was already a human-like species. So in particular in Europe, there's clear evidence.
You are the most boring human being on the planet.
Europe, and meeting, essentially, the indigenous Neanderthal population that was there at the time. We have less material to evidence that from Asia, but it's reasonable to expect we had a similar interaction with Denisovans and possibly even down with Flores individuals in Indonesia. So anatomically, modern humans have migrated out of Africa. They come into places, they've met all these other species by around 50,000 years ago. And completely by coincidence, each of these other species then goes extinct. That feels a bit like a Just Say story. It seems a bit of a coincidence, doesn't it? Modern humans migrate out of Africa, and one by one, everybody looks like us dies. And in particular, I think, if you think about the recent history of humanity, we don't have a very good track record about interacting with people in their own countries when we get there. If you think about early European settlers in pretty much any other part of the globe, that story did not end well for the people who were already there. So for a very long time, the rhetoric of modern human evolution assumed, really, I think, species was a direct result of conflict with modern humans. In other words, we turned up in Europe, we spotted these Neanderthals, thought they were a bit of a pain, and killed them and took their place. There are two reasons that that is probably not true. The first is that thus far we have no direct evidence of that at all. For example, no evidence of Neanderthal skeletons that have wounds inflicted by weapons. We have no evidence of mass genocide. We have that either. The second piece of evidence I'll tell you in a second, which suggests we might have had a much more positive relationship, at least with some of those species. So we don't actually know why those species all became extinct. There's no evidence that we deliberately eradicated them. But there are certainly several suggestions of things that might have contributed, probably in a combination, to drive these other species to extinction. The first is that this was a period of significant climate challenge, I guess, for these species. So I don't know how well this comes across. This top graph, the blue graph here, shows average global temperature going from long ago, 800,000 years ago, to modern day here. And what you can just about see, perhaps, up here, and the long period here, between sort of 150,000 years ago and more recently, of extended cold temperatures. So these are one, the world was colder. Secondly, it was also much drier. When the world is cold, you lock up all the water into ice caps. So one possibility is this very extended period of cold, dry weather presented a significant challenge, particularly to those human-like species that were living in cold parts of the globe. So the Neanderthals in Europe, for example, Denisovans in Siberia, may have struggled to deal with that extended period of cold in a way that perhaps anatomically modern humans did not. There is also evidence at that time for several really large volcanic eruptions, particularly in areas like Italy and down in the sort of Polynesian area. That are likely to have produced a very large quantity of smoke and ash, essentially, which has direct impacts. Obviously, it's not very.
That's why I'm not getting anything.
And also indirect impacts in terms of climate change in the local region.
I'm choking on cheese.
Most of the evidence now suggests this on its own is not sufficient to explain extinction, but certainly probably wouldn't have helped the humans living in those areas. A third possibility, and one that's close to my heart, given I spent most of my life working on infectious diseases, is that maybe this was some kind of horrendous sort of pandemic for these particular species, perhaps even one that was precipitated by the arrival of modern humans. And if you think about that, for example, when Europeans arrived in the New World, they brought with them, inadvertently at first, deliberately later, smallpox, a disease that was then endemic in Europe, but was not endemic in Northwest and North America. And therefore, Native Americans had almost no resistance to smallpox, and this disease absolutely devastated the Native American population. And this is a pattern that happens a lot. So one possibility is that when modern humans migrated out of Africa, they brought with them perhaps some pathogens to which they were relatively resistant, having evolved. but these indigenous populations, never having seen it before, were very susceptible. So maybe they eradicated inadvertently Neanderthals by bringing their pathogens with them. A fourth possibility, and one which has had a lot of traction in the press, I think, is about the use of tools. Until fairly recently, this was looking quite compelling because there was a really good set of data on anatomically modern humans, creating really quite elaborate tools and using them to catch and butcher animals, for example, and indeed. And this was not something that was seen with other fossil materials. So the suggestion was maybe we were just technologically superior. We had these amazing tools that let us, for example, hunt mammoths and other things. We always got the food, and Neanderthals starved out because they couldn't compete. That has been largely poo-pooed with more recent discoveries of tools that were clearly associated with Neanderthals, and actually the demonstration that Neanderthals could produce equally elaborate tools and indeed
it's
have
not better,
things like fire.
cheaper,
So actually that technological difference between
more effective.
Neanderthals is nowhere near as striking.
You mean like when we tried to navigate the canals and all of our people died and we're like, hey, natives, the people that we stole this shit from, can you help us?
Intelligent cultural life that kind of characterizes Homo sapiens. And we know that a key feature of Homo sapiens is their amazing brain capacity and their ability to think about things that are quite abstract. And this is one of my favorite examples. This sculpture called the Lion Man dates back about 40,000 years and was found in Germany, was produced by anatomically modern humans, we think, and it's a really nice example, I think, of the level of sophistication of these primitive, in inverted commas, humans. Because this is a really nice piece of artwork that has been created by somebody that we think of as being
Why is his
very
penis
prehistoric.
zoomed in?
But B, it also demonstrates their ability to think in abstract thoughts, because this is something that does not exist, right? We don't have bipedal lions and never have, as far as we know of. So this is a demonstration of a fusion of ideas. We don't know why they made that. It's been speculated that perhaps it's some kind of religious significance, or maybe some kind of cultural purpose. But nonetheless, the idea that a modern human sitting in a cave somewhere would create something that was a fusion between a human and a lion for some kind of artistic purpose rather than as a practical tool suggests a level of sophistication that we have not yet seen in other species. And so I said at the beginning of the lecture I wasn't going to answer my question, and I'm not, because we don't know the answer. But I guess the most plausible explanation for the extinction of these other species at this stage is some complex combination of a difficult climate and maybe a pathogen and technological and cultural superiority. For whatever reason, though, by about 38,000 years ago, we were alone. All these other species had died out, and ever since then, as far as we know, Homo sapiens has been the only Homo species on the planet. But to end on a slightly happier note, it's not quite as straightforward as that, because in the last few years, we've learned that although those other species are extinct, they have left a really exciting remnant. And we have learned that from the revolution of ancient DNA technologies, particularly driven by Svante Pääbo, a Swedish geneticist who's spent his life really optimizing the ability to retrieve and sequence DNA from very old material, and for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2022. And what Pääbo and others have done is managed to extract DNA from this ancient material and sequence it. And in 2010, which was a dramatic year for this field, they came out with two really impressive findings. The first was they had successfully extracted and sequenced DNA to create a genome, a full genome sequence, from a Neanderthal, which was pretty revolutionary at the time. And then even more revolutionary from that, they had actually, as part of this project, been sequencing different Neanderthal material and realised that one of the pieces of material they were sent was not Neanderthal at all. And in fact, was the species I've been talking to you about, Denisovans. But this is still the first and only example of us discovering this species of Homo by DNA sequencing technology rather than by fossil identification. Once that had been done, people looked at the bone material and realised there were subtle differences, but nonetheless, this was the first discovery of a different species. We now have extensive genome information for both of these species. We do not, sadly, have it for that additional one, the Flores skeleton. That's probably because DNA is not preserved at all well in the tropics, and so there have been attempts with no success in retrieving DNA from that sample from Indonesia, whereas these samples come from much colder climates where the DNA is preserved better. But when we have these genome sequences from these two species, together, of course, with the huge amount of genomic information we have about modern Homo sapiens, we can now do some really interesting comparisons. And the thing that was most striking as soon as this comparison was done was it shed a huge amount of light on this early diversification and spread of our species. In particular, it validated many of the dates at which Homo sapiens, modern Homo sapiens, had left and moved around Africa. And the reason it did that was because of a pretty remarkable discovery. Two sequences of genetic sequences of Neanderthals and Denisovans with modern human genomes, you find that many of us, living humans today, but not all, have bits of those genomes within us. In fact, if you're sitting in this room or listening online, and you can trace your ancestry unbroken through Africa, only Africa, then you are 100% on average, 100% Homo sapiens genome. If you're like me, if you're a Eurasian, on average, you're about 98% Homo sapiens, but most Eurasians carry about 2% of your genome that you've inherited from Neanderthals. And if you come from this part of the world over here, Polynesia, if you're Melanesian, you have that 2% Neanderthal, and also up to about 4% Denisovan. And that means two really important things. First of all, it means that at a point in relatively recent evolutionary history, modern Homo sapiens did indeed cohabit areas with these two other species, because the second point is, it means we also interbred with them. And in fact, because we're detecting that at such high levels, we probably interbred with them quite a lot, actually. And in fact, you can see this pattern rather beautifully. This is some work fairly recently, just in the last couple of months, actually, looking at the level of Denisovan ancestry in modern humans across the world. And what you see is it's coloured from blue to red. What you see is that if you're from Africa or Europe, you have essentially no Denisovan ancestry on average. And you get more and more and more as you go across until it's peaking here at about 5% down in this part of the world here. And one of the things I quite like about this, actually for people who are familiar with this part of the world, is a thing called Wallace's line. So Alfred Russel Wallace, working at the same time as Darwin, spotted the fact that if you look in this part of the world, the plants and animals on one side of the line are quite different to those on the other side of the line. And that is because over evolutionary time, sea level has gone up and down, so there have been land bridges that have allowed animals and plants to migrate between these areas. But there's a very deep channel that runs here that has never dried out. So there's been a barrier, a natural barrier, for a very long time. And so you have a distinct evolutionary history here to here, but that has not affected this climb, this migration of humans, suggesting that humans successfully navigated that stretch of water between these islands by the
Nice.
Is that my dog snoring somewhere?
Huh?
Do I hear my dog snoring somewhere?
Yeah.
I thought you fell asleep.
No.
He is upstairs with you, right?
Huh?
He's upstairs with you?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. He sounds like a grown ass human man snoring. You're a beast. Ridiculous. And it's itchy. Oh, 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 nice.
Families, PAs, because the big problem is it is too expensive. Not very many people can afford it. This first step by Sonia Bélanger by supporting RPAs and care services is a good first step. There are some tax credits that can go to families, but I think it's a combination of the government having to jump in a little bit more to provide financial support so more people can afford RPAs. But Aaron, I would also stress is if we can focus in on increased home care, start there. We're one of the worst provinces in the country, but we're one of the worst provinces in all of the OECD countries by GDP as a percentage of capita devoted to home care. There's a lot of money, not enough, obviously, with RPAs, but a fraction going to home care. If we could support more people at home, that would have a domino effect in both these closures of the RPAs. For them to be able to do that, does the government control that?
Why wouldn't they do that, really?
Yeah, the municipalities, yes, but they are provincial as well. Okay, and there's a lot more to be done. Here's where I have a real problem. If you got a property management coming in and just we're closing this down right away, everybody converted to condos. That's a real problem. That's not happening a lot, but that needs to stop. In the case of King David, and I would say honestly, in the vast majority of these RPs closing, they really made a run of it. But when you're at 5% capacity, just do the math. $4,000 a month on average. You have 25 residents. There's $100,000 per month of less revenue. That's over $1 million a year. They try to make a go of it for the last 2-3 years. They just cannot do it financially. And I think that's what many RPAs are facing.
Matt Del Vecchio, Matt, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Very informative.
Thank you.
All right, you can hear it, by the way, as I said, he does a show here on CJD Sunday with issues like this. So if you're interested, check it out. 547, let's go to traffic, CJD 800 Traffic Center.
Aaron, Natasha, looking at the westbound side of the 20, it's still slowing between Onguerdio and the Ville St. Gary interchange. Also, delays on the eastbound side of the 20 from 32nd to 1st Avenue for the westbound side of the Met. It does have off and on volume between Vio and Valpino, again between Lackady and the Carey interchange.
Lackady.
There could be an infinite number of parallel universes. Does that mean that there is a universe out there where I am smarter than you?
Yes, but also a universe where you're funny.
Look, if you're so smart, what number am I thinking of? It was that. There could be an infinite number of parallel universes. Does that mean that there is a universe out there where I am smarter than you?
Yes, but also a universe where you're funny.
Look, if you're so smart, what number am I thinking of? It was that. There could be an infinite number of parallel universes. Does that mean that there is a universe out there where I am smarter than you?
Yes, but also a universe where you're funny.
Sure, why not?
There is much of science that we understand. If I threw a ball into the air and was given the right data about the forces acting on it, I could tell you exactly where it would land. Science explains through chemistry the molecules. We can predict the energy levels of the sound it would make when it lands. Much like a candle being held up in the dark, science illuminates our view of the world around us. But there is a limit to how far the light currently falls. Even today, when it feels like there is so much of the world and the universe that we can explain, there is darkness too. Answers we don't have yet. And worse, confusing results that erode our confidence in what we think we do know. There are experiments that seem to suggest that light is lying to us and call into question the very nature of reality. Are we real? Is time linear? Perhaps not. But are you ready for the comforting veil of understanding to be torn away and for the strangeness of the edges of our understanding to be brought into the light? If so, I have some experiments for you. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. And in today's Supercut, I will show you 9 experiments that will challenge your understanding of the fundamental laws of physics in a way that will almost certainly leave you with something between a headache and existential dread. You have been warned.
Okay.
Something to do with light. Life is so much stranger than you might think. So in cases, energy to see it provides light to life. That's not how it is. showed that light must actually be more wave-like than particle-like. He proved this using an important method known as the double-slit experiment. He set up a source of light and shone it through two narrow slits onto a board. There were bands of light on the other side of the slits. A strange striped pattern was forming. This was known as an interference pattern and was incontrovertible proof that light had been traveling as a wave. Why? Let's talk about waves for a moment. When waves travel, they oscillate up and down. But when two waves try to oscillate the same point in space at the same time, you get something known as interference. Imagine you had a bathtub with a rubber duck sitting on the surface. Two waves reach the duck at once. One wave tries to raise the duck up. At the exact same time, the other wave tries to drop it down. What happens? Provided the waves are of the same magnitude and are perfectly out of phase, they will cancel each other out, and the duck would not move at all. This is called destructive interference. Similarly, if the waves both try to raise the duck up at the same time, the duck would be raised twice as high. This is known as constructive interference. Because waves tend to expand in a circle, two waves next to each other will start both constructively and destructively interfere with each other. Here are two waves in water. See these lines? These color patches are where the waves are cancelling each other out. This is the effect we see in light traveling through the two slits. As the light from one slit propagates, we cancel out the other wave of light at certain points, creating the interference pattern that becomes. So the mystery was solved. Light was a wave and not a particle. Except there is more to this experiment than meets the eye. Let's fast forward another 100 years to 1905. Scientists around this time had become puzzled by something known as the photoelectric effect. It turned out that when we shone a light on the surface, coming off it. This was deduced to be because electrons in the metal were getting knocked off it by the increased energy the light was imparting. Imagine it like a fruit on a tree. If you pull the fruit off the tree, you need to use a certain amount of energy. Once the energy is directed over the strength of the fruit's connection to the branch, the fruit pops off. This was happening with the light and the electrons. Once the light hit an electron and gave it enough energy to pass the threshold, it broke free from the metal. However, what surprised scientists was that it increased the intensity of the light. They had expected the electrons to be knocked away faster. If you pull the fruit off the tree harder, it would come off faster. More energy equals more departing kinetic energy. However, this did not appear to be the case. Instead, increasing the frequency of the light increased the velocity. The intensity of the light didn't affect the departing electron's velocity at all, but did affect the quantity of electrons behavior. It was a difficult puzzle. Albert Einstein was the man who solved the puzzle. He deduced that light must be traveling in little packets of energy, so sending more of them, increasing the frequency, was the only way to increase the energy going to the electrons. He called these packets photons, and later earned the Nobel Prize for his work. Light, it seemed, was more like a particle again, or both a wave and a particle at once. Of course, even this is not the full picture. To be honest, you aren't completely sure about the full picture even now. Instead,
Oh my god.
that are contradictory.
You're boring me to death.
So is that you and you don't remember, or do you remember maybe one of those people who made that in literally in less than 24 hours the number one song on the US iTunes chart, which is pretty wild.
I have a story.
Oh,
Travel now. Brought to you by Gourmet Food. The new year, new event is on now with amazing prices on all your food essentials. Sleep well, stay well. Gourmet Food. During Cora's all-you-can-eat crepe festival, 1 crepe is $10. 5 crepes
I still think you should go to jail with your mother. That would be so fucking helpful.
Offer available on Honey Grapes until February 11th. Only in restaurant decor at breakfast and lunch. You know what you're paying. You know what you're
Because
paying.
apparently she needs a poke in the head.
Investment advisor with CIT with
So it's really healthy out of
where mutual funds charge a yearly fee for the management of assets. This fee is hidden, charged whether you get money or not. I prefer to buy my clients high dividend paying stock. If you're
Funny, actually, the one person who I called that actually fucking was able to deal with him. Okay. I know, right? Fucking fucking fighting. Fucking hit.
Do you know what it is? Of course I do. And I know how to get my tablets at no cost.
My God! Not even news is just fucking unbearable today. Bunch of boomers. They're like, how funny, how funny. No, remember the Olympic Stadium? Remember April 67? What? They sit in their fucking condos in GTA. I am not a cook. I am a baker. This is very time consuming, and I do not have patience. I don't listen to it because I like to, or if I want to. Unfortunately, as soon as fucking Trudeau's gone, I never listen to the news or politics ever again for as long as I can live. No, I understand my father. Why do you turn off every 3 seconds? My stove, having a timer on it, is not going to be saving the planet. I promise you that. I'll cook enough food. And I feel like I have so many dishes.
The shit that went around the world. This is a thing for fucking pounds. I'm convinced of pounds to extent.
Oh god, now we're gonna be talking about fucking King Charles' fucking swollen rectum for the next fucking year. Great.
The choice was $1 billion to build or $2 billion to tear down. We're investing for 50 years. That's what we're doing. We're doing.
Yeah, but it's been 50 years already!
And your grandkids has a decision. The Olympic Stadium is getting a new roof.
I swear. Forget me both.
California declares a state of emergency.
I want to talk about the Olympic Stadiums again. I cannot believe this. 60 years later, they're talking about having the Olympic Stadium. I swear, it's like we're in Alberta and it's 1960. It's just crazy.
Charles has cancer. Buckingham Palace says it was discovered during his treatment for enlarged.
Has cancer. The guy is like 90, fucking 7 years old or something ridiculous.
Cancer was not in the prostate.
Wait, what?
It was just a week ago King Charles left a London hospital after being treated for an enlarged prostate. Something else, identifying a form of cancer. They won't say what kind, but it's not prostate cancer.
Oh, really? So we're talking about the king's butthole for no reason?
Palace says doctors advised His Majesty to postpone public-facing duties while he undergoes cancer treatment, and that he will continue to undertake some business and official paperwork as usual.
The king will find a way of reaching out from home to continue the influence that he can doubtless bring to an enormous number of the projects that he's trying to
raised and support in the early years of his reign.
No!
Last year, after Queen Elizabeth, his mother, passed away at 96 years old, establishing Charles as head of state. Choosing to share his diagnosis is an effort by the monarch to reassure the public and to try to prevent speculation. It's a completely different way of dealing with health issues in the royal family. The landlord policy told that we are guessing is unprecedented.
Fuck, the unprecedented again.
Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace.
Fucking! God damn it!
Let's get ahead of the card. King Charles thanks his
Don't lock me.
swift intervention and remains positive about his treatment.
Look, they're burning my food.
And Prince William.
Good for you. Thank you. There's someone fucking gonna cook for me.
Surgery at home. And it's reported that Prince Harry remains in California with his family and is estranged from the royals, spoke to his father, and will be traveling to the UK in the next few days to be with him. Join Melvin CTV News, Washington. Chris wants more people to experience the college. Until now, chemical tests or fit tests could only be prescribed. But with doctor shortages, the province is opening up its COVID vaccination centers to offer the
Making $20 fucking steak.
criteria. Dr. Barkin worked with the health ministry to expand this service.
I hate steak, but I like great steak. That I will get home. Like the fucking biggest fatty steak I've ever seen in my life.
That's anyone between the ages of 50 to 74 with no symptoms or
Ray, go to with mom.
Appointments can be made through Clicks on Hay. Colorectal cancer is currently the second leading cause of cancer death in fact. The survival rates are good if it's detected early.
What we want to do is to get as many people to use these tests as possible so that we can reduce the incidence of colon cancer by about 15%. And to do that, we need participation of about 60% of the population. Right now, we're only around 40%.
Mary Stein survived stage 4 colon cancer and now heads Colorectal Cancer Canada. He wants Quebec to emulate other provinces and create a
Colorectal cancer
program where people enroll once they turn 50. For now, it's up to the individual to take the initiative.
Yeah, that's for anything nice. Why is it women have to go to the gynecologist like once a year or once every second year? Not that there's no problems, but then men only have to go get a finger at the bottom like fucking when you're 50. Yeah, because some of you don't know how to wipe your butthole. I just don't understand where the complexity is on that. When you think you put toilet paper on your finger and you put up your butthole and twist it around. Who told you to do that?
It comes with a huge price tag, nearly $900 million, and over years of work ahead.
No time to spend with the group that Big O begins this year. The first step in a major undertaking.
We're investing for 50 years. That's what we're doing. We're doing this for you, your kids, and your grandkids. But it will
An estimated cost of $870 million. The roof will not be retractable, but will include a translucent ring to allow more light inside the stadium. Also being replaced is the technical ring that links the roof to the stadium. Despite all its problems, the heritage advocates say the Big O stands out.
These are probably some of the greatest achievements from an architectural and engineering point of view of their day. Montreal was an outstanding structure.
Officials say demolishing the Olympic Stadium would cost even more.
Not only that,
The idea of demolition was dropped on the go. We established that
it should absolutely should be considered a historical landmark. Just saying. Along with the fucking monorail. What was monorail?
The fact that there's the biodome, the tower. Some Montrealers say the roof should be replaced, but others say it's too expensive. That's right. The Olympic Stadium on the
No, not the eyesore. Your fucking shame on a building. You're fucking bougie, upper class, who aren't even upper class, who are actually the middle class, acting like they're at the upper class, that shit on everybody else. Throw everybody under the bus.
I'm in favor. I mean, like I said, we may like it or not like the bingo.
I think Valerie LaFlante would probably be in favor of quite literally anything being built at this point. I'm a fucking stab of it.
That's a largest-ever housing project dedicated to fighting homelessness officially opened this morning. And the Costa is already making a difference in people's lives.
Monique Chavez is getting used to her new home. In May of last year, at 67 years old, she was rent evicted from her home of 15 years. And for the next 7 months, shelters.
Oh, you dumb fucking twat. No!
I didn't have a house no more. I can't never see my family in my place. So I was very
In December, she became one of the first residents of the Pestin, a 114-unit social housing project near Barrie in Quebec, where tenants only pay 25% of their income as rent.
It's a great day
Stop!
for homelessness because we're reducing it. And not reducing it with emergency services, we're reducing it with long-term housing.
Yeah, but wait, you guys just did that, and then there's a hole in the ground now. And I don't think that's what the homeless people want for housing, is a hole in the ground.
Responsible for homelessness says the province is working on between 300 and 400 units across Quebec. And in the last economic update, the government announced funding for 500 more. This project, the largest ever of its kind in Quebec, may be a drop in the bucket. But for Valerie, everything helps take pressure off emergency services.
Shelters are like a band-aid, but this is like your treatment. This is a long-term solution to support vulnerable people.
And with stability comes peace and a chance to move forward.
No, you cannot get one. No, that's just the problem. Yeah, but yo, lady, like, I'm sorry that you're going through that terrible shit and all. I really feel bad for these people.
For a very long time. Matt Gilmore, CTV News.
Some parents are questioning the location of a homeless shelter that was set up next to their children's daycare center.
Yeah, 'cause someone fucking died in the back.
A 2-year-old homeless man was found in the daycare's playground.
Fucking cunt, fucking bitch.
Ralph Knackle has had concerns about the neighborhood where his child's daycare is.
On the first or second day, I'm dropping off Mika. I see a guy with no underwear, no pants, right behind the garbage bin, right by the entrance.
The daycare is located in the same church as the St. Michael's Mission, which serves the homeless community. Daycare staff say before they let the kids out to play, they sweep the yard for drug paraphernalia.
We are having a fucking hard time right now.
We found the body of a homeless person here.
We didn't exactly know what this is.
Fucking asshole. Not you. Little shit up in the wall. No. No! For fuck's sake! Ah. What? Ow. What? Instruction. You want toast there?
Do you want a piece of toast or you want to share a smoke?
Toast? That feels nice. I swear to God, you steal a fucking lighter, I'll kill you. I have no lighters left.
It's there.
Good. Oh, good point. Debbie's kind of my alibi. My mom's friend, that was my grandpa's nurse, that became my uncle's wife, I guess. So technically, I think she's my aunt now, I guess. But she's been around since, like, always. Like, when I was little, I remember my mom threatening us, saying, I'm going to send you to Debbie's house. And we'd be like, no, I'm sorry, I'll do it. But Debbie had a more fucked up childhood than even my mom did. Like, her mom apparently, I think, was an alcoholic. And she used to have a lot of big dogs. Like, not like Allison's mom, who was like a dog breeder of Cocker Spaniels, but like just big, large breed dogs, and they'd shit on the kitchen floor, and she'd start her morning by shoveling shit off the floor. And her mother used to fucking hit them with the dog chain. And my grandpa gave her money for shoes. Because he was like, what happened to your feet? Why are your shoes all taped up? It's like, because they're my shoes from last year. Like, I outgrew them. I'm just waiting to buy another pair. So he gave her $10 to go buy a new pair of shoes. But she actually, when my grandfather died and my mom kind of came out and told the family that my grandfather was not a good guy and he not only molested her as a child, he would do really creepy shit. And Debbie was the only one who, because all my mom's family, they were like, oh, you're lying. We know that you waited until he was not competent enough to make decisions and you got him to go to the bank to sign everything over to you. It's like, nah, Greg was a fucking multi-millionaire. Like, and he also wasn't around for like the 6 years that my grandmother was like going through cancer treatment. It was my mom that was taking care of my grandparents. So like, yeah, Greg didn't get, and he got the stamps, like the expensive stamps. Did you lose the dog? Yeah. Like, actually? Go in the back corner. You notice you've been going there a lot. To go poop. Oh my god. What? Who's ready? You want a cigarette?
Oh, your face. Your face and your butt. Thing. Yeah, your butt. Oh.
Up. Hi.
Hi. You're my girlfriend.
Indeed. I am.
Yeah.
You say shit?
I said, yeah.
Oh, I heard you say shit. I was like, where? Sad panda face.
Maybe. I would say something like that.
I'm quite the pain.
Just a little bit. Not for me, though.
That's right. Oh, I have someone yesterday being like, "Oh, calm down, dude." I'm like, "No, I'm telling my boyfriend, calm down." She's going, "No, it's just fucking someone calm down."
You got down.
You calm down, bitch.
Oh, it's there. Oh, yeah. Oh, was it used that shitty today?
So bad. Oh.
Very rare. That,
No, I honestly, if I have to fucking hear about the Olympic Stadium one more fucking time.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, that's all they've been talking about all day. But then, like, and they're just like, how could this be? How can we be talking about this again? And then they start laughing. And it's just like, ha, ha, ha. Funny, not funny, I guess. But it's because they're the ones that caused the problem. And now they want to literally like, explode the fucking thing. The Olympics. And they said it would cost $2 million.
The dress you want to give to Victoria?
Yeah, what?
I think it's glow in the dark.
Shut up.
Because look, it's like very glowy right now.
Not because of the light from the TV. I'm a little busy, so I can't really look.
I will figure this one out for you. I don't know. It reflects the light very much.
Well, she was really excited about it.
Are you sure a picture?
I love how she replied though. You're right. Look at her reply.
Always so spooky. With the baby doing.
How to get her out of her place because, like, she obviously for a good reason doesn't want to open her door anymore ever. Because then Pam comes, and it's not Pam, it's somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I wouldn't want your fans to be deprived of the sight of you.
That's Facebook. No one gives a fuck on Facebook. No one watches me on Facebook.
What they do on YouTube? The other folks they get to you on YouTube.
That's what I wonder sometimes, but then I'm just like, I don't care. And it's funny when people are just like upset with me on YouTube. Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know you.
Like, I'm not here for you.
Not only that, like, I just don't care. Like, I don't know how clear, and it's just like the guy who's like giving me shit. Like, women have like no respect for you because you whine like a little bitch. Like, so maybe if you didn't like run your mouth like a little girl, like a 16-year-old, like you might get girls that actually like you. You don't have to go on YouTube and
Maybe
fucking
it
bother
is
me.
a little 16-year-old girl. She decided to identify as a boy.
Maybe it's the one who added me on Facebook. It's just a scammer, fuck. But sometimes I do that with scammers. Like sometimes if someone's pitch is good, I'll get intrigued as to what their what the rest of the pitch is, because I'm like, not bad, like, but usually when I follow up, it ends up being like way too complicated. I'm like, see, look, this is where you went wrong. Once you start, so once you start getting all complicated, you kind of like you're gonna lose your mark.
Is this spicy?
No, not at all. Why would it be? Why would I give my dog something spicy?
Last time you did.
Yeah, but it was sausage. I didn't know.
Your dog's never gonna do that.
He loves spaghetti. My dog loves spaghetti. And it's got meat in it. Not just meatballs, it's got meat in the sauce.
Nice.
And it's meat sauce with meat in it.
Nice. Well, am I down pale?
I am putting garlic on your
Oh,
toast.
so hot. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What, you're not used to hot food anymore?
No, the plate.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Maybe I'm a little. There's nothing but love you all day.
That's fine. Want some milk?
Yes, and if there's no,
Parmesan.
is there Parmesan?
Yes. Come on, baby.
Because if not, the mozzarella would have.
Would you rather that? Grate up
A
mozzarella?
little bit too. It's mozzarellissima. Right.
The last skull glass that fucking lives.
Survived, yeah.
Oh, God.
Thank you, baby. That's hot juice. Plate.
Don't swallow everything whole. Tell me when to stop.
So I was eating. Do it. Maybe stop what you think.
It's your food, you're eating it.
So do it, yeah. Oh my god. So the puffer fish eating a carrot.
I have one. I have a mummified pufferfish in a jar.
The guy thinks the pufferfish is like big like that.
Oh my god.
But he thinks the pufferfish, not the one with the pointy stuff.
Oh, then what?
Just the soft puffer one. And then he goes and you slap him with the carrot. He wants the carrot, so he eats the carrot. And he goes, for more carrot. And I'm like, you guys are fucking retarded. I totally told him, like, you're fucking retarded. And he told his friend, he's like, yeah, Frenchman called us retarded. He's like, yeah, I agree with him.
I think I punched that word.
What? Pufferfish?
Retard.
Oh.
Retardation. Yeah. Okay, good.
What?
My meatballs.
Why?
Because I didn't roll them in the bread crumbs.
It still tastes like meatballs.
Oh, sure, I hope so.
The meatballs. Your meatballs.
I love meatball.
Oh, my mom's a meatball. The burnt one.
Me and my best friend Joanne used to tell each other.
Yeah, she's cremated, right?
You don't even know that.
What? No, my mom? No, I know she's cremated.
Oh. But you don't know who has her.
Even my godfather doesn't know either.
What?
So pissed.
Why?
because it got taken care of by the roommate, which was my mother's best friend. And can you get a hold of her?
Are you only remembering all this now?
No.
You've never told me that.
No, I didn't.
No. Would have made looking to get your mom's ashes a whole lot easier.
To get her death certificate, you know what I needed?
Your birth certificate?
No, a signature from her. I'm like, you guys are serious? She's dead. How the fuck can she give me a signature?
What do you do with people who can't get signatures?
Well, no, that's just a flyer. They just didn't figure it out.
So you got a bunch of dead bodies like on ice?
No, I mean, because they release a death certificate when it happens. They don't release another one. Or in order for me to have another one, I would need a paper signed from her beforehand saying that I would be allowed to make another death certificate. There's only one purpose.
Okay, what if it gets like what if it's a flood and all my stuff gets ruined?
Did you insure it? Maybe you insured the death certificate? It's stupid. Very stupid. Thank you for the food, baby.
You're welcome.
Helping me deal with my emotions.
Bacon to me.
Huh?
Not the bake.
Stoned. This guy keeps saying, "Oh, he called the native the Indians." I think it's from Ireland.
My dad once called, like when she first moved in with us, my dad called her an Indian. She's like, I'm not an Indian, I'm a native. I'm a Pakistan. And my dad was like, oh shit, I'm sorry, like I didn't mean to be offensive. Like that's what we've always called like the natives is we called them Indians. It's like, yeah, but I'm not like running around like, oh, like wow. Joanne's funny. She's very, very funny. That's why, like, everybody warned me, like, right off the bat. They were like, oh, Joanne's, like, the biggest bitch that I've ever met. And I'm like, really? Like, she's actually really nice to me. She messaged me back after my abortion, but I saw that she sent me a picture of her kid, and I just, like, I don't know. I got too sad, and it's not for me to be, like, have those kinds of feelings about it. Selfish, but mostly feelings.
Well, you did lose a child.
Well, no, I just, like, I thought I'd be there for that.
Oh.
But she has to be good because she's now a mom, and me and her, she's my partner in crime. Like, we're getting in trouble together, so.
Yeah, but you wouldn't anymore. You ever think about that? Today, you're kind of a normal person.
Yeah, but I don't know. She needs stability.
Well, is that what you have right now?
Not when it comes to Joanne. I let her go with anything. I always take her side, even like.
I didn't chew.
I ate it out of the pot and burned my mouth.
What's it meant?
No. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna keep this right here. It was so good. Oh,
More milk?
I just did. Oh my god, I'm so fat.
Woo! Tupperware.
Second.
Yeah, but it has to have a fucking lid.
Huh?
It's gotta have a fucking lid.
Lids are on the shelf on the left. See how normal we are?
I need a Tupperware.
Second shelf on the right.
You know what I noticed? Since we don't hang around people who are drug addicts anymore, stuff anymore, is that I find stuff that I have no fucking clue where it could possibly come from. I'm like, what is this? When did this get in the back of my car? Did I put this here? Like,
and then yet your chocolate chips disappeared.
the car ate them. The car fucking ate my chocolate chips.
Oh,
like, I don't even understand.
You know what? Let's accuse your brother.
Oh my god, I can't even. 6 years over literally a knife, literally like this. Literally with a set of 6 knives.
Yeah.
And it was 6 years of being like, Fury stole it for drugs. I'm like, what? What is he going to do with it? Is he going to sell it to somebody?
That's why I say that.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's what you was Pam for stealing your chocolate chip.
You know what's funny? You don't even actually have to accuse Pam of anything. It's just she knows. Like,
so, Fallon's about to eat it. So, she didn't text you back.
no. Like, I don't know what she thinks this is.
She's not gonna go.
Yeah, you figured that already. Like, that wasn't hard to fucking put 2 and 2 together. But you know what? A lot of people do that when they... Like the counting down thing. Don't count down.
Yeah.
Or don't count your days because you're basically counting down. Same thing if you're planning on getting clean and sober, a lot of the time they chicken out. Like at the last minute. Like Fury does it all the time. That's why the first time he actually agreed to go to Portage, I was like, okay, I'm getting him in there. And I actually told him that I would go with him at first.
For me, I looked at it a very different way, which is after a year, I'm going to be able to say, hey, it's been a year. So I don't say, oh, I stopped doing drugs. I say, I don't do drugs.
Yeah.
And now it's just that. And I don't have to say, oh, I quit doing drugs because it's been over a year. For me, it's passed. So now I don't mention it to people that I used to be a drug addict. I just say to people I don't do drugs.
But you know what? That's how, like, I ended up fucking up a lot of, like, at one point, I was trying to get new friends. I was trying to hang out with people that were, like, a little bit more, like, I would talk to them about shit, like, that they're not into. Like I didn't realize that, like, most people, they don't want to hear sad stories of broken homes and shit, especially if you're, like, somebody new to a group of friends. Like, that's kind of a buzzkill. But to me, like, no, like, in my eyes, but, like, it's not actually funny, obviously.
So like, just give that to your dog, I guess? Or do I cut it?
No, you don't cut it. I don't think you need to cut. Oh, you'll figure it out.
I figure it out?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Big Daddy? You figure it out. I don't the whole shenanigan thing. So. Baby?
Yes.
You're perfect.
I'm gonna fart on you.
I know.
I fart on you.
Oh, fuck. You're perfect.
Oh, you suck.
Oh! What happened to my keys?
I was watching the window. So the screen can go back on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sicko. I like it. That's fine. You're the only sicko I do like. Yes, sir.
Well, that's me. I'm knocking at the door. knocking at the door.
Hello, it's me. Oh my god, they're actually fucking talking about Celine Dion.
Her best friend's dead?
No, giving Taylor Swift an award at the Grammys or whatever. And Taylor Swift completely like just grabs it from her and like doesn't even acknowledge. They're
Why
like,
Taylor Swift care about Celine Dion?
what? Nobody gives a fuck about Celine Dion!
Like old dykes does, you know?
Not even, I don't think.
Oh yeah, they do.
Maybe at one point in time they did.
Yeah.
But this is just all from the Canada's top 200 celebrities of the year, and a bunch of people were like shocked and appalled that fucking Celine Dion didn't make the cut.
No, because she's an American now.
No, because she was supposed to go on tour. And then she got this weird disease, whatever, that canceled her tour. But she's
more like a skeleton. She doesn't have like chrome disease.
not even. It's something I've never heard of before, to be honest. I think it's fake. I think it was just to get her publicity for a little bit. And then once she realized that she is too old and too tired and doesn't actually give a shit about touring because no one will come.
Need publicity.
No one will go. No one's going to pay money to go see Celine Dion. Like, no way. Like, what is she going to sing? My heart will go on?
Right?
Fucking, like, what are we talking about Celine Dion for anyway? Like, it's just old news. I don't know. Maybe I'm an asshole.
Popular with the Titanic was popular.
That's what I mean. And the Titanic was popular 25 years ago. Who gives a fuck about Celine Dion?
I went to and on the VHS section, you had like all the double edition, special edition of Titanic, like all of them. Like Jesus Christ, like how many copy of these have been given away?
No.
Oh, they didn't do it hard.
Yeah, but I'm already in pain.
Oh, baby, I'm knock you out. Oh. Is it funny?
No.
Didn't like it? Okay. No pregnancy joke then. So you say all the time. Smack now. WWE. Jesus. Big bang. Boom. That's the two.
I don't know where you get this from.
I don't know. It was WWE night the other day.
Like there's so many things that are like happening multiple times in the same year, and I'm like, didn't we just do this?
Yeah, right.
Like even like the Super Bowl. Like I feel like this changes every
like
time.
On my PlayStation, on my home screen, it gives me the option to download right away a Super Bowl live thing. Like I don't want to watch the Super Bowl.
It's Taylor Swift.
Like why? Yeah,
It's just Taylor Swift. It's all the Super Bowl is this year. Taylor Swift. And her fucking boyfriend. And they're like, if he wins, he's gonna propose to her. It's
But
like,
if he doesn't win, they don't meant to be. Not meant to be. I hope they do.
I hope they lose.
Fucking harsh reality there. Not good enough for me, son. Please. You couldn't even win the football game. You didn't even win my heart.
Wait, where is it?
I couldn't believe. I have to eat the last meatball.
I would expect you to, yeah.
Alright, I couldn't resist.
Wow.
Okay, hey Jack. I don't know what to do. I'm giving you a plate of spaghetti.
So I found this guy online. His name is Dudes, Doods, Vintage Antiques. And he is in Singapore or something?
Really? You found a husband?
No.
What are you leaving?
He's an elderly man that collects antiques.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but I saw he has a bunch of these relics. They're the key we found. It's a relic.
Oh my god.
What?
Wait, who, what, where, when, and then, and la la la. La 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 la.
Wow, that's so cool. I have a book like that too.
What, he's gonna buy your key?
No, he's got like a ledger from 1909.
Oh.
It's like my little book. Vintage religious books. Cool. Oh, these are cool. I have those. Dom has some of those Coke bottles.
The old Coke bottles?
Yeah.
Cool.
The blue one.
There you go. Hey, mister.
Oh, he's downstairs? When did he get there?
I brought him with me.
Oh, I thought you left him upstairs.
No, remember? I lost him outside.
Very cool. Look at that. This is like right up your alley.
Oh, fuck, it is. Oh, my
Aren't they cool?
God.
There's spears. There's more, though.
It's called, oh, wow.
Those are fucking right. Where the fuck do you get that shit from? Isn't that fucking cool?
Maybe the thing that you put your thing at the end and you put a thing in and pow. Like the old musket, kind of. Fucking cool. So, Jack, here's your food. I broke it into pieces. Oh. So apparently the law for putting a rent up, building that are built after 2018, they are allowed to bring your rent 100% up if they want. But that's building 2018 and above. So our building don't.
We can within the month. And it could be. You're right. We can do it through email.
Okay.
That is still considered
Just through
registered.
email? Okay.
Yeah, because it's documented.
It's there and it's documented. Okay. Because I'm just gonna be like, I understand that you want to raise the rent, but I think that there's a maximum percentage that you're allowed to do.
For what? Why would you raise my rent? You don't do anything here, and I'm pretty sure my $100 a month is not breaking your fucking wallet.
So, if he wants to bring I think it's like 1.6%.
It's probably a thing that gets sent out to all his tenants. That is
Yeah.
just a generalized.
But if I don't answer it, it's legal.
For him to do it anyway.
It actually, it will apply to my next lease.
Yeah.
So I will answer back to him.
And just say
I'm concerned about the why. I would like to speak in person.
I wouldn't even say that. Just
call
say
me. I refuse this. I don't think this is a just raise of my.
Yeah.
It's not a just increase of my rent. And if there's anything, I'm gonna bring up the law. Like you are allowed to bring 1.6%.
You don't even have to do that.
Yeah, I know, but just to because if legally he's able to do it, one person just do it 1.6%. Okay, it's gonna cost me $15 more. I don't give a fuck. $15 more, but not 100. Because I don't want to go to court for fighting the fact that you're gonna raise it at $15.
He's not gonna fight it. He doesn't want the headache.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's standard. All landlords right now raise their tenants $100. All of them, because that's the minimum that you can start increasing after a year. This year.
What do I do if he says, "Well, I'm not renewing your lease"?
You can't do that.
Well, that's a lease. Yeah.
If I reject my rent increase, can my landlord not sign my lease?
According to Comité d'Action des Citoyens et Citoyennes de Verdun, you refuse the modifications and renew your lease. Your landlord has 1 month to file a request to fix the rent with the Administrative Housing Tribunal.
Yeah.
If she fails to do so, your lease will be renewed with the same rent and conditions for another term.
Which means 6 months. So we'd have 6 months to get out of here.
Your landlord cannot use the work being done as grounds to increase the rent during a lease or to challenge its conditions. Regardless of the situation, make sure you always keep a data and signed proof of your discussions with your landlord. Yeah, but you have to tell them if you want to ever use it against them. You have to tell them that
just make sure that you mention everything on email or on text message.
Yeah, no, I guess so. Because I was going to do that with my doctor. I was
going to
fucking
you never
start...
paid your rent. We have every month. We have a proof that you're showing up at our house.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So that's my because it doesn't give us a receipt.
You have 1 month to respond to your landlord in writing. There are 3 options available: accept the increase and keep your dwelling, refuse the increase and find another dwelling.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Refuse the increase and stay in your dwelling. In this case, your owner can negotiate with you or ask the Tribunal Administratif de Logement to set the rent. Your landlord has 1 month to complete the process. The current rent will be maintained until the tribunal renders its decision. You have the right to remain in your dwelling if you clearly state your decision to stay in writing in the notice of increase.
Which means, like, we either accept the thing, we don't accept the thing, we leave, or we don't accept the thing, we stay until the Régie du Logement actually raise up our rent and we have to pay. So we can't get out of it. Pretty much. I have to accept it.
Why? I don't understand. No.
Because it's a renewal of a lease. It's not just like we're in the middle of the lease and he's trying to raise up our rent. No, it's like
that's why you have to do it before.
We are eligible. That's what he's doing. Our lease is done on July.
No, because they only have a certain amount of time before they have to notify you. It's like the end of the month or something like that. Yeah. The end of this month is the last. They can't up your rent later than that date. I think it's the 22nd.
But it's telling you that my rent is gonna go up only if I renew my lease onto that rent amount on July, which is renewing our lease with a new amount. But that's
Local housing committee.
Can't really get out of it.
If you receive a notice of repossession from your landlord so that they can live in your dwelling. Oh, repossession of a dwelling. What? Oh, that's what they did to Allison.
What?
If you receive a notice of repossession from your landlord so that they can live in your dwelling or have it occupied by a member of their immediate family or a person of whom the landlord is the main source of support, keep in mind that the landlord has the right to do so.
Yeah, always.
That's bullshit.
You bet you can be living 30 years in a fucking house, renting it.
I've seen that. I've literally seen that.
And then the person passed away, give the fucking the ownership to their child, and their child comes there. Okay, we're putting
I've literally
myself
seen
that
in
this
Verdun,
place now. Yeah.
Right before COVID in Verdun, they were literally kicking out fucking elderly people that have been living in like an apartment for 30 fucking years, their whole fucking life on the front lawn, and literally they're packing up a car. They're like, this is all we can take. What we can fit in the car is what we're taking.
In in Rosemont.
The saddest shit
the
I've ever
Zionist Jews
seen.
that they own buildings. They were just kicking everybody out and giving them money to move. But like, it's been like 50 years that person lives there. Like, where the fuck? Like, just removing all what's on the walls might take like a
Not only that,
week.
and they put all their shit on the front lawn, and it's just like, that's fucking inhumane. Like,
food was great.
I'm glad you like
Whoa.
What? Okay. I would personally say I think $100 is kind of a little bit steep, but I know it's like the base.
No, but
of
then I
what-
can just renew my lease for 5 years.
What?
So we're never going to be able to raise it again. It's always at the end of the lease. Let's say that you have a new tenant, you can raise it like 16% or something like that. But if you have an old tenant, it's either you raise it for like 1.6%.
Okay, so I think we should probably talk to him and be like, look, we want to stay here for a long
Decent amount of time.
Yeah, like years, like at least a couple years.
Yeah.
So I want to not just.
Because my job is going to be in that. Here we go.
Yeah, but like still, it's just like we like it here, and we don't want to have problems, and I don't want to be sneaky. Like I don't want to go behind his back like the last girl did, and do a bunch of like sneaky shady shit. Like I want to be upfront. Like I understand like every landlord expects to increase their tenants' rent every year. That's fair, but $100 I think is a little bit much. But if he wants to do longer than a year lease, then that's different. Like if he wants to do longer than a year lease, and I want the fucking lease this time.
Yeah.
And I know that he wanted me to go get house insurance, but there's nowhere that's offering house insurance right now. Like TD's not offering house insurance. I'm not really into BMO or fucking Royal Bank.
There is no, it's all independent. No, it's not.
That's what I mean,
it's not
though,
like banks,
and,
it's the same
like-
with cars.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I have to. I checked it out, but it's something between like $49 to $89 a fucking month.
What? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Mine was
No,
20.
that's-
It used to be 25.
That's why I'm like, oh, okay, wait, maybe I'm not looking in the right place, so I wait.
Or ask him if there's somewhere that his other tenants use frequently. Like I don't know.
What?
Like if his other tenants have house insurance.
No,
or
he
fire
doesn't have to
insurance.
know that we don't have house insurance. Do you have house insurance? Yeah, I have house insurance. And that's it. The conversation stops right there. I don't have to show him my house insurance. It's my insurance. It's personal. Your car insurance, your house insurance. If
So
something.
that was the reason for him not giving us our lease.
No, that was hydro.
Yeah, and then it changed to the house insurance.
No, he didn't say anything about that
Then why did we get a copy of our lease?
because we didn't want to get it.
You even went back in his office, didn't you?
Yeah, but then he said when hydro is confirmed, I'll give you your lease.
Okay.
And we just never went back because
Okay.
you didn't ask for it the time we went, and then after that we made arrangements to come over here.
Okay. What are you doing? Oh, what's the matter?
We'll be.
What? Why are you looking at us like you're the one who's confused?
Yeah, you're gonna.
We are the ones who are confused
Yeah.
as to what the attitude is all about.
What's all about the attitude?
You're so cute. Herp the door. It just stares into your soul.
Right?
You were talking about you.
What? There's food there.
Talking smack. I need it for you.
Yeah.
Eat your food.
It's made for you.
It's like sometimes he talks back.
Yeah.
Are you a little person?
Are you a little person?
Are you like a mundo?
You're a little person. Yeah, you.
I love you. You're the best.
What's this?
I want to go to that mango place.
Check.
Oh, mago. What the fuck does that? What does that mean? Magoo. Magoo.
Magoo.
Magoo.
Oh, it's like McGee, Magoo. Mr. Magoo.
Ah, okay.
You confused now? Huh? Now he's confused. He's giving me the lip. The teeth.
Nations. Dog block.
You with the face. Hey. Yeah, you.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh my god.
He's a puppy.
Oh my god.
His name is Jags. Like Jack, but Jags. He's 3 months old.
Oh my god, he's small for 3 months.
Yeah, he's gonna be a big boy.
Not really.
Oh, there's another dog named Jack.
You know what's cool having 2 dogs with the same name?
Yeah.
You only have to say it once.
He's a Labrador Retriever. Oh no! Ah, his name is Simba. Ah!
Oh wow. Oh, he's gonna be big.
Oh, look
This
at
guy is gonna
him.
be huge.
He's so cute.
Simba.
Look at his paws. Oh my goodness, look at his big ass paws.
Look at his face, man. This dog is gonna be big like this.
His ears are
He's a King German Shepherd
Yeah.
and mix. Whoa.
Oh, it's for fostering? Why can't I adopt him?
Because he's too big. Baby. He's big like this already. He's like 6 months. Let me run.
Toutes les jeunes vivant dans la maison, incluant les chiens, doivent venir. Everyone living in the house, including dogs, must come. Cool, I like that. I love that, including dogs. I used to bring my dog to apartments If I'm going
Oh,
apartment
so I
hunting,
mean, like if let's say we want to adopt a dog, we have to.
I
all
bring my
go.
dog. Yeah, I
We
bring my
all
dog
go.
too. Yeah, because the dog needs to be compatible. But that's good. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Like I much prefer that, and I like that because it's a puppy. They already assume that because dogs don't just inherently like come not dog friendly or child friendly. It's usually they had an experience. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Why are you so sad? His name is Pumbaa.
Oh wow.
He's so sad looking though. Oh, you're so poor.
Oh, Mr. the Butt. Mr. the Butt. Oh, Mr.
What are you
the
getting?
Butt.
Jelly?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, look at that one. That was beautiful. How are you a puppy?
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
oh, look at
yeah,
his,
that's an Australian Shepherd. Though.
look at his beautiful face.
Yeah,
He got
they're
attitude.
more on the hunting side there.
Yeah, I see that.
We eat Jack in one bite. What's your food? Fucking spaghetti, bro, man. Well, I'm eating that.
There's so many. Why is
Look.
so many dogs?
I'm eating the same thing.
Eat your food, please.
I'm not fighting with you this time. Dip.
These dogs are really ugly.
Huh?
Some of these dogs are really ugly. Dad? There's a dog named Dad. He's just like a golden retriever.
What do you want?
Oh, you poor thing.
Eat your food.
Oh, you're missing an eyeball.
My friend's dog.
It's so gross.
My friend's dog is two eyes shut.
Why?
Doesn't have his eyeball.
Why?
Because it had infection in it. And then,
That's someone
shit.
letting their infection go. Like, dogs don't just get, like, that bad of infections usually. Like, not that I've seen. But, because, like, okay, he was, like, 5, and he got his first eye infection. I went to the vet, and they made it this whole fucking deal where they're like, we recommend you get this eye exam where we put green dye in his eye and put it under UV light to see if there's any scratches on his cornea, but it might make him go blind. But I'm like, I just need a bottle of fucking eye cream. If you have like an old one on the shelf somewhere, like I'll take that even.
It's not food.
Because I'm like, it's his first eye infection. It's one eye, and it's just a little fucking thing. It's 3 days of fucking eye cream, and it'll be fine. And they convinced me to spend $300 to do this stupid fucking eye exam. Fucking swear, vets are the biggest crooks of all. Very upsetting. You have puke already?
No, it's a burp.
Oh.
You gonna puke already? Yeah, baby. Blech. All over the place.
I don't know why I'm hearing Mary Ebb be like, just wait until she realizes that none of the tops match the bottoms.
Oh, you don't even want to tell her anything.
Why not? She could have lost all her power.
What power?
She used to have major pull. She still has a bit of pull. But it's mostly like fucking, she's mostly chugging off fumes of pity.
Has no more pull anymore.
No, she doesn't have any pull anymore, but it's mostly she's and people feeling bad for her, which is just even worse. To me, that's even worse than people hating on me, shitting on me, and like being mean to me. I'd rather do that than be fucking pitying me and feeling bad for me. I don't need that shit.
Love you.
I love you. Can you take him with you?
The
Please?
thing?
No, the dog?
No.
Why? What happened here? Oh my god.
It was fuck face.
Because I can bake. I can actually. Where is your phone? I don't know where I put your phone.
My phone?
Yeah.
It's on the table, baby.
Oh my god.
You're the one cleaning up the spaghetti, though.
I'm freaking out.
What?
They're all around.
Yeah.
Oh god, no.
You need a square one.
Oh no. Oh god, no.
Going crazy!
Yeah, but like, what kind of fucking junkie are you? I'm gonna cry. Oh, why? You fucking crazy fucking hoe. I think that fits. Oh, god damn it. Why would you do this? What maniac does this?
Good boy. Eat your food.
Yo, this bitch is so cray.
Ah!
This bitch is so cray.
Right?
Like, how did this happen?
Like, where would you keep it?
I'm hoping that she has like a random stash of like bottom parts that she's just hoarding.
Well, not anymore.
Oh, that's fucked up. You're a nutcase. You're fucking nuts.
You know, if Terry gave a chance to Fury, but didn't give a chance to Mariev, which means that she wanted a reason for a while now to kick Mariev out.
I don't know. I think she's gonna let her back in. Place doesn't look too fucked out, so.
Okay.
If I know Terry, she's got a soft spot.
Not for crackheads.
Ah. To the old timers, like. Because that's what she was talking to me about.
Well, what you might do is, but I have to renew the lease under your name because it's not under her name. I did it like 15 years ago, all those apartments. Brad, Spider Mike.
Yeah, but you know, like that's what Terry was talking to me about when I went to talk to her about Fury. Because I was like Terry, you can't just throw him out on the street. He's got nowhere to go. I'm living in a tent. I can't take him. Like I can't help right now. And I'm pretty sure that like you don't have this job for as long as you've had if you don't give a shit about these people. Like you would either have like fucked off by now or you would have kicked everybody out a long time ago. So like I'm assuming you do give some fucks about these people to some extent. And she was like, Fury, you're always going to be a part of the Fatal community. But I can't let you live there as is right now. And I was like, all right, that's fair. And she was like, Fury, you're like the reason why I let you live in that one is because I trusted that you weren't going to do something like this. Like all the other ones would end up fucking me over, and I would kind of deserve it because they're junkies and they're well known to fuck people over because of their drug habits. But she was like, "This is the first time I've ever had a problem with you, Fury." I was like, "Isn't that more of a reason to let him stay? Like he's never been a problem before." She's like, "Yeah, but I legally."
That people let my ex-girlfriend back in Fatal.
No.
Like seriously, guys. Like just that. Like my time is over there. I'll keep in contact.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, they let Quinn walk around. They let Kat come back.
Yeah, but you know what? Quinn's only a matter of time before fucking his legs don't work no more.
Yeah, but if it's one, it's gonna be the other. It's gonna be the next one. Like they're never gonna do anything. So.
No one's going to do anything with Matthew.
No, I mean I'm gonna keep contact with the people I like over there. But
if she's there, you don't want to be there. I got it.
Overrated.
I get it.
Not good, mister?
Not worth the headache.
Not really.
Yeah, well, but you know what? That's the thing about Fatal. Like, you can't have high hopes even when they're doing very good and like they're not all fucked up. It's still, you can't really have high expectations because you're gonna be fucking disappointed every time. Oh yeah. Good boy, Jack.
Okay, so thumbs up.
No.
What are you praying for now? I hope you're not too bored with me, baby.
Sorry, what?
I hope you're not too bored with me.
Never. I always have shit to do. I like you boring.
Good. Not high on drugs?
Not on drugs. And you're not boring.
Okay.
You do fun stuff with me all the time.
Okay.
Go down in the water and pick up rock for me.
I do that. I even pick up garbage with you.
What?
I even picked up garbage with you inside the water.
I didn't go garbage.
I said I even picked up garbage with you on the side of the water.
Yeah, that's true. To go to the fair.
Hey, we did. We went to the Ferris wheel like a lovely couple.
Okay, dude.
You say you're so gay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
What?
Any paper?
You do fun stuff with me all the time. There's what other people consider as fun.
I was just saying that while I was turning on my video game. I'm like, oh, I'm boring.
No, I like our idea of fun. It's way more fun than other people's idea of fun.
Right?
Getting fucking all kinds of fucked up, spending all your fucking money, you don't even know on what.
No,
like,
it's doing drugs so you you're not and you don't remember what you doing. You pass out and people do your pockets, so you wake up with nothing, don't even know where you are.
yeah, it's like, yeah, sure. Like, you know what? There's never been a time where like the party thing was never fun for me. I always end up babysitting somebody. Like,
yeah.
I always end up having to deal with someone else's drama. Like, it's not fun for me. Like, even on my own fucking birthday, I have to fucking try to cheer people up from being fucking miserable. Fucking.
Can I bring you the dishes I have up here?
I still can't hear you.
Can I bring the dishes I have up here?
Well, yeah.
Where you want it?
Now the butt. Prostate cancer. He's cancer, but not prostate. So
Well,
everyone's just talking about his butthole for no reason.
Then he had a enlarged, oversized prostate. But he never said anything about.
Yeah. He
It
just
just
had
said
prostate cancer. He just has cancer.
Just has cancer.
So we're just all talking about the kid's fucking
wait.
butthole for no reason.
He has cancer, but he also has an enlarged prostate, which is not related. So they were talking about his butthole.
For no reason.
Fucking hilarious.
Fucking imbeciles. He's been very open about his prostate. Nice.
You have a chance to put into it up? I guess it's gonna be in there.
What? You sound like a monster.
Huh?
You sound like a fucking monster.
No, what? You're talking about You're my love monster. I know.
Really?
It sounds gay.
Yeah, but I want you for being gay.
Yay. Yay.
That means I don't have to.
I use it. Every time I want to look up something on my phone, I'm like, my game, or I'm on the Discord channel.
Why? Can you actually look stuff up on it?
Well, I can fucking get the Google page. I hope so. Oh my god.
What?
The lowest loading Google page I ever seen. Well, I guess it's good for that, right? Small reading.
At least you didn't pay fucking $2 grand for it.
Huh?
At least you didn't pay $2 grand for it.
No.
Fucking stupid ass freaking Bill Gates motherfucking bitch.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
So when I'm trying to open up a page,
okay,
it says no app found to open URL.
What? No app found in URL?
So this thing, I'm in Google, let's try again. No app found to open URL.
So can you go to the App Store? Is there an App Store? Yeah? What the hell? What if you sign into my account? Because all my apps could transfer over. What the fuck is that? What did it say? Work Android for work G service account. That is the most vague fucking scammy shit I've ever seen. At least I don't have to worry about fucking the person being fucking coming to try to steal back. Fuck. What a fucking.
Yeah,
What
so
a waste of technology, fuck.
App, Android device policy. It's the only thing I can
What's the
download.
policy? Open? Update? I'll fuck with it.
Deactivate.
Yeah.
This app device on the server must be deactivated before uninstalling.
So you can reformat it. I never reformatted a tablet, so I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's going to reformat into this because the firmware is this.
Okay. And
So
you can't download another OS on it?
Yes, you can do that. But I don't want to do that with this.
I'll try it.
Okay. I can even go on Google. I even go on Google. You want me to put it? On the phone.
phone pile.
Okay. You want it?
Oh,
Sorry.
it's so hot.
Yeah, I know, so I've been mailing it. No. My God. Sorry. Do you want me to make more coffee? Not a full pot?
Not a full pot?
6 cups, 8 cups?
Yeah, 6 cups would be great. Thank you, baby. I want to go bed down.
Ow. Two trailer park girls go round the outside. Round the outside. Guess who's back? Katie's back. I like that you always finish my song.
Two trailer park girls round the outside.
Two trailer park girls going round the outside. Round the outside. Round the outside.
Wow.
But I'm really happy there are certain songs that you don't follow up with. Like the I never seen no bitch like this. This bitch can twist like a damn contortionist. Kind of my dick, of course it is. This bitch don't know what abortion is, so I can't come in or fucks like porn side. Looks like Jenna. Fuck, I'm gonna come. I think my rubber's coming off, but oh, it's so fucking wet. Sorry.
Settle down.
See, you do that all the time.
Shut up. Rolling up. I don't care what it is.
This is why I love you. You're almost as batshit as I am.
Almost.
But not quite. Fucking round. Oh my god. I like how sometimes both of us are like, oh, jeez. What was that?
Yeah, where the fuck did that came from?
A little much.
What the fuck did that come from? So today we did the hardest dungeon,
Okay, what's that mean?
and we survived. Great.
It's great.
It is great.
You talking about the one where they're like fucking all upset because you were leaving?
All the way.
They were all upset because you were leaving for 15 minutes? I don't know. You said they were all upset because you were leaving for like 15 minutes. Oh, okay.
We did it before I leave.
Fuck, great.
Actually, when I logged in, they were stuck in a dungeon.
Yeah.
And they were both dead because of the boss. And they're like, oh my god. And I just jump in. I'm like, what are you guys up to?
Here he comes to say.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, my favorite Frenchman, please come kill that fucking boss for us. And I just come in, boop, boop, just kill the guy.
Aw. Friends actually like you.
Right? Well, they insult me a lot because I'm French.
Yeah, but it's like not nearly as bad as the kids fucking you grew up with insulted people that they consider friends.
And I told them, anyway, I don't speak French at home. Oh, you're gonna get the French police.
Oh, shut up! They don't know about that.
I have a nice basement, just waiting for them if they come over. French police me. They all start laughing.
Yeah, well, you would be. You're going your clan.
Yeah.
The brotherhood is so strong. I can't believe other places actually know that we have the fucking language police. That's so embarrassing. I'm very upset about this. And I speak French to you sometimes.
You speak more French than I do.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, you speak French here. I don't.
That's true. You ran downstairs yesterday and turned off the ad because you were like, no French in my house.
I did. I so did.
Oh, what are you doing? Please don't start making calls. Western Union. What's Western Union?
It's like Ria.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
But it's right beside it. Is it funny? There's a Western Union and a Ria. Two door, one beside each other. But the Western Union don't take government check.
What? Sorry, I was not listening.
Western Union doesn't take government check.
Oh. Why were they calling you?
What?
Why were they calling you?
Don't call them back.
Well, why were they calling you to begin with?
Western Union?
Yeah.
They don't have to call me. They're calling you.
Hi. Hang on. Why would they be calling me?
I don't know. It's probably just a scam thing. Nobody's sending us money.
Oh, okay. Are you at home? Are you planning on staying there? Because I was going to bring you spaghetti and meatballs. Okay. Okay. All right, I'll be by soon then. Okay. Bye. Doesn't sound normal. Oh, wait, it just sounds off.
Sounded re-snowing.
Yeah, but usually he's like that when he's just like a grump and cranky and shit. But he's just like the past month
It is February. It's the most depressing month of the year. And we're not depressed. Haha.
Yeah, but that's doesn't get depressed. But a while ago he said he feels like he's gonna burn out soon, which also is not normal. Why? Fuck. I'm gonna fucking hurt you. Why would you put that there? Right in front of the garbage. Why would you put that there?
Put that where?
Why would you put the pan right in front of
the pan?
Oh.
I don't understand.
Doesn't matter. Already done.
What did I do? Oh, I put the pan in the wrong spot.
Well, it's already done. Pour water all into fucking sugar fucking bowl again.
Okay. Jesus. Hands up, don't shoot. Fuck. Don't kill me.
My sock is wet.
You're wet as sock. Never really went to Western Union.
There's a phone call on your phone that says Western Union. All I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm curious.
What?
I'm curious.
I don't know.
Hi, some Nigerian prince wants to send you his fortune. I'm like, hey, I remember that scam.
I had one guy not that long ago that was actually very convincing.
I'm listening.
He knew a lot of my family members' names from Scotland. And it's very possible that one of my relatives from Scotland has like a family member with inheritance. But obviously it's not going to go with my family. It's going to go with one of the other families. But yeah, no, you knew one of my relatives.
So
Paul.
did they scam your relative first?
No, it's just going on white pages. Like,
oh, easy like that. Wow.
But he sent me his passport. If I lost count, fuck! He wanted to meet me at the airport. And he sent me a copy of his passport. To say that he was legit and blah, blah, blah. And like that I was the only next of kin. And I was like, well, why me, not my dad? And he was like, because there's not he's probably not recognized online enough. Like he doesn't have his name online enough that it would. He was very convincing, and I was like, just out of sheer curiosity, finish your pitch. Just because I'm curious, like, and then he just like started getting all complicated. I'm like, see, this is where you're gonna lose people, just like for future reference. Like you make it a little bit too complicated. So next time you make your pitch.
Well, you probably got people like that, right?
C'est la vie.
C'est la vida.
You live and you learn.
C'est la vida.
Da loca. What am I doing next? Oh, right. What's the other thing you needed? Oh no, the pee. Oh. Oh.
But baby. The butt baby. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh.
That's good coffee.
What?
This is good coffee.
Good. Nice. Really deep.
We are the nicest people. But yeah, of course, welcome with open arms, and just to have all these people who are there with passion, with competitive spirit, but for a great game, for a great cause.
There you go. That earlier today was Drake and the head of FIFA. The announcement that Canada gets 6 games, Vancouver 7, and then the elimination games. If Canada does well, it will continue to play in Vancouver. Bob Richardson is a contributor to the iHeart Talk Radio Network. We're grateful for his time on our roundtables and grateful for his time now. Advisor to FIFA World Cup 2026 and also former member on our board of directors for Soccer Canada. So big day for you, Bob.
Yeah, it was great, Jim. And by the way, I thought Drake did a great job there.
He did. He really did, right? As an ambassador for Canada, yeah.
And the other choice of Kim Kardashian, I thought was meh, but I thought it was. I thought Drake was great. Yeah, look, it was a great day for Canada. 13 games. Toronto getting 6 plus the opener. Vancouver getting 7 and 2 out of the 3 Canadian home games. I think everyone's pretty happy with the allocation of games and are ready to roll. So people seem to be pretty stoked about it. I listened to Laura, and I think it was Laura and Chris that you had on earlier. Yep. They were kind of representative, I thought, of people that everybody seems to have a story about their neighborhood or friends or family. People seem to be pretty stoked about the thing.
It really is quite unique in this country, whether it's the streets of Toronto or Ottawa or Vancouver or Montreal going crazy because of their favorite team. And I remember, Bob, you remember this too. I'm sure it's been a thing with Soccer Canada for the longest time, that we love to support the team that maybe our parents came from a different country. But now, and this is what used to happen, folks, if it doesn't matter what country they'd come to, let's say Vancouver, and they were going to play a game, there was quite frankly sometimes more people supporting the other country because Canada is so diverse than supporting. I know we're 48th in the world, but still we've got a pretty exciting team.
Look, we've got a dynamic, exciting, up-and-coming team. There's no question about it. We haven't been in the World Cup for 36 years, so we had to get our team wet in Qatar, and we did. They played relatively well, but not good enough to move on. I think we'll see improvement, and these players just keep getting better and better and better. A lot of them are playing for European teams, people like Alphonso Davies, Jonathan David, Tajan Buchanan, etc., etc., and our own homegrown captain of TFC, Jonathan Osorio. These are good players. So I suspect that we're going to do a whole lot better than 48th. But let's start preparing.
People are excited about getting tickets. How do they go about doing that?
Well, tickets will be given out in a lottery, and the lottery is usually done when the selection of who are the 48 countries that make it, and when that happens, then they'll figure out who's in, who's playing who, and then they'll do a lottery. So that will come in the latter part of 2025. And you can't sign up if you go to, I think it's FIFA.com. You can sign up and get information and about getting tickets and sort of get your name in there. But you want to be part of the lottery. Right now, every seat will be sold out in Toronto. We're the smallest of the 16 stadiums. Mm-hmm. Every single seat will be sold out, and you'll have to have participated in the lottery to get a ticket. That's the one. And in 2025, so you got lots of time.
Is there a concern with the lottery? And I'm sure it's been done before, but is there a concern that it could turn into a fiasco, like a Taylor Swift sort of thing, where people are trying to get tickets?
No, I don't think so. I mean, these guys do this every couple of years in one way or the other, either FIFA or UEFA or CONCACAF or a variety of different organizations for games. So they're pretty they're pretty used to doing these sort of things. So I would suspect FIFA, there'd be very few problems with these guys.
And so now that it's here and there's no going back, what do you actually do as an advisor to FIFA World Cup 2026?
Well, I worked on the bid when Canada the got together.
Yep.
I kind of did the government piece. You got to have your government supporting you for these sort of things. So I kind of was one of the guys leading our efforts to make sure that the federal government was supportive, the city was supportive, the province was supportive. So doing all that sort of work.
Doing all of the political stuff to make sure that this happens. Yeah. Are you concerned that perhaps the story in Toronto anyway is that the city is backstopping it? Does that ruin the excitement for this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the numbers for this speak for themselves. A, this will be entirely a sellout. Two, it costs about $300 million, most of which is going to a renovation of the publicly owned stadium, and the other part is we're building two.
Yeah, we're paying for it.
FIFA standards build two training facilities.
For
2026, and those convert to community use the minute the World Cup's over. So, there isn't a lot of spending. I worked on the Pan Am Games. It was $1.4 billion, 26 sports. We had to build a village. There was, big swimming complex, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Here, we're renovating a stadium. We're building two trains. So, it's a much smaller, more manageable bill, and one where, the opportunity for this to get wildly out of control is pretty small.
Pretty exciting stuff, Bob. Thank you very much for your time. Always appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim. Cheers.
Bob Richardson is an advisor to FIFA World Cup 2026 and formerly on the board of directors for Soccer Canada. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will get underway in June the 12th in Canada. It gets underway actually June the 11th internationally, and Vancouver will have only 7 games, and Toronto will have 6 games. Okay, in a matter of moments, we are going to head to Cape Breton, where we have a whole bunch of people to call in to tell us what is going on. And they're not a big fan of their premiere right now. The premiere, they have 5 feet of snow. And the premier has said it's not that big of a deal. We'll hear the reaction from some people out in Nova Scotia, and we'll hear Frankie McDonald's full forecast coming up in a moment. Don't forget that week popped a lot of talk about the Grammys from yesterday and the link from ADHD to depression. We'll talk about mental health coming up. I'm Jim Richards. This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Stalled vehicle has been cleared from the Iberville exit off the Met eastbound. In terms of road work coming up at 10 o'clock on the South Shore, 10 eastbound will be shut down between Boulevard de Cartier and on Route 30. The Cartier exit will shut down ahead of that as of 9 o'clock when there will be one lane closed and through that stretch. Also at 10 o'clock, Papineau Bridge southbound will shut down. At 11 o'clock in St. Pierre, you will not be able to access 20 westbound from the 138 eastbound. And Laurentian en route northbound will shut down through on Route 440. Book with Air Canada Vacations and save $400 per family of 4 at Hyatt Viva Riviera Cancun. Contact your travel agent or visit aircanadavacations.com. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 9 o'clock.
Paps will be back in action, and first game without Shanahan. Too bad he's traded now, but I just finally came up with a good nickname for him, Shanahan. Dr. Mitch Schulman at 7:50 on an exam you should not ever skip. And is it harder than ever to save for retirement? That's at 8. The Andrew
We got
Carter Morning
fucking
Show
colonoscopy,
and concert tickets
goddammit.
before 7 o'clock. Join us 5 to 9.
Let's face it, we take our hands for granted every day. The truth is, in order to maintain a quality lifestyle, it's important to keep your hands in good health. Hi, I'm Dr. Daniel Durand at MontrealHandSurgery.com. If you're having trouble with your hands, such as carpal tunnel syndrome, Dupuytren's disease, trigger finger, or any other issue, I can help you regain your quality of life. Using minimally invasive techniques, patients leave our clinic with their problem solved and pain-free. Let me give you a helping hand.
All I
Visit
asked was to fix my fucking
MontrealHandSurgery.com. This is Sam
Instead,
Watts from Welcome Home
surgery
Mission.
is easier.
In 2024, the needs are greater than ever. When you donate to Welcome Home Mission, you help us provide free groceries to families struggling to make ends meet. You help us to connect seniors who are living in isolation to the Health and Social Services Network. And importantly, you help us support people who don't have a place to call home so that they can get back into permanent. The only way forward is giving back. Please donate today at welcomehomemission.com.
Want to know something? Tough times call for smart plans, so I called Rito Lakeview Memorial Gardens and completed my own practical, affordable end-of-life arrangements. Want to know something else? I feel better knowing I planned ahead to protect my family and confident that my plans save money and will spare those I love from facing sudden expenses. Start the conversation today with your loved ones with a free planning kit from Rito and Lakeview Memorial Gardens. Please call 514-683-6700 or visit ritomemorial.com.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
Do your legs feel tired and heavy? Do you experience cramps, pains, or tingling in your legs or feet? These may be signs of poor circulation and fluid buildup. Active Legs from New Nordic is scientifically formulated to improve circulation and strengthen veins and blood vessels in the legs, using clinically proven natural ingredients like grape seeds, maritime bark extract, and magnesium. 70% of Active Leg users report being symptom-free in just 60 days. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Loblaws, Superstore, and Shonka2, or online at Amazon and
advertising to me.
Have you tested positive for COVID-19 5 days? The Research Institute.
God damn. Not vaccinated. Fucking nonsense. One is gonna put fucking toxic shit in my body is me. Huh?
Most judges would say, look, show emotion, you're out, right? We got it out. Like, I hope they would leave.
If only we had someone in charge.
Yes.
I remember Judge Ascarati, who at some point somebody laughed in the courtroom in Depp v. Heard, and she's like, if we could excuse the jury for a moment, and then just like, hey, I heard somebody laughing, and if it happens again, you're out. I've bailiffs, you're instructed. If somebody's laughing, if somebody's talking, out they go. And like, they were not at messing around. They removed somebody who fell asleep for a moment. And now to be fair, they didn't remove that person and they didn't like kick her out and ban her. But they said, like, you need to go for a walk around the courthouse and wake your ass up, and then you can get back here. That was somebody who'd been there for every day of the trial, which meant waiting in that lineup every day of that trial. Yeah, they were tired. They were exhausted. So yeah, I don't like this petty fight. But then we're going to hear a comment that I would have fired my lawyer if they made this comment. Like, just gotten up and been like, I need a new lawyer right now.
We asked the court not to play it. This is horrific. I don't know how the press she's watched it 100 times. It's horrific.
You've had this video over two.
I don't know. I don't have this video. I have to go to their office to watch it.
You've seen it.
No, I haven't. Because
do you see the judge's reaction there when she says, I haven't seen it?
What other evidence have you not reviewed before you go to trial?
So, if I told the court this in one of my trials, I would expect the judge to, like, metaphorically climb down over the bench and just beat the crap out of me. You have an ethical responsibility as defense counsel to go over the evidence. And saying, I didn't, like, as an example, I had an attempted murder trial. I got sent a 16-hour videotape.
Wow.
Because they said my client appeared on it. It was a surveillance camera.
You
from,
watched
like,
it for
a
16
building.
hours?
It just faced the sidewalk. I watched that entire 16-hour video footage.
Wow.
Twice.
What?
Because my client doesn't appear in it for a second. But every single time a person crosses that screen, I paused. I went like frame by frame to see, is that my client?
Oh my God, you were doing
because
your
the last thing
job?
I want is to be surprised by it. And if I'm going in front of a judge and there is some horrific video, and sometimes there is horrific video. I had a file where they caught like an attack with a baseball bat on video. And there's a lot of blood.
Oh, Jesus fuck.
So, I watched that over and over and over again.
Really?
Not because I enjoy the video.
Well,
but
no
just, I watched it until I could watch it without flinching. Precisely so that I don't end up doing this in front of a jury. Because what you want to be able to do in front of a jury is
know
just
what your evidence is?
and quiet and whatever. And this
Unless
is a good
you're
question
Jewish.
here.
Then you just
Why
say that
wouldn't she
you're
have a copy of the video?
fucking threatened.
What she tells them is that the prosecutors have basically embargoed this video so that she's
You
able
feel
to
like your
watch
life
it,
is in danger and you don't feel
but
safe.
she's not able to take it back
Why?
to her office. They're not
don't
giving
feel
her a
safe.
copy. And the reason why would be if this is a video that's not sort of in the public, public access, and they don't want it leaking out. The number one kind of video that this applies to is like bad pictures.
I would take an exception. I would take strong exception to that as a lawyer. It's like if you have a copy on your computers, I should have a copy on my computers. It's relevant to my case.
The thing is for like bad pictures stuff, they'll have a copy that's in a specific air-gapped room on a computer that is like air-gapped, and you sign in and sign out to get near.
Mm-hmm.
And it has like no flash drive, no anything. It's
Yeah, that's
just
fucking fair.
this thing. You can't get
Yeah,
anything
why
off
would
of it.
you're in the middle of a court case?
We'll
That
also do
makes
that with
more sense.
with files like you get like sextortion cases.
Yeah. Yeah, so
where like
Why
somebody's
did you
being
catch so
blackmailed
much?
with pictures taken, of them or something like that. The actual pictures might be in evidence. The prosecution's not going to give you a copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
The other just thing I'm wondering about this is, how did she lose the motion in limine to exclude this?
I want to go back and watch all the pretrial on this. This got to be just a circus.
How did she lose the motion in limine on all of this to exclude it? Because I can't see the value of it. I assume that there was an agreement that the children who were killed were killed.
The defense stipulated, but the prosecution didn't accept the stipulation.
They don't have to accept the stipulation. They want to prove it because they want to show the horror show. Of course they do.
I mean, I would have. I don't see how a court would have said anything other than just what do you call it? That this is overly prejudicial for the probative effect, right?
Yeah.
Like you could prove that the children died without actually having to show the footage of it in this, in this one,
I super agree with that.
circumstance.
That's like the Palestine
But,
thing. I don't need to watch a bunch of shit with kids fucking being bombed and shit to understand.
She lost the motion because state said they had to prove the act to support the charges.
Fucking helicopter. They're trying to fucking scare the shit out of
I mean,
you.
I would have said, like, stipulating to this. We're prepared to stipulate to it, and the court should either tell the prosecution to accept the stipulation or to prove it some other way. But, like, otherwise they're just playing games. It's, yeah.
That's not necessary. It's not relevant to my client's case. We've already litigated this with. We're doing our best. We were not sobbing or making a scene in any way. Oh my God.
And you see the judge's face when she says it's not necessary, it's not relevant. It's like, what?
This is the I make up
Yeah.
word thing, I think, right here.
Right here. You can see.
It's coming up.
So we can watch her for the double bird because this is why you can't be getting sort of overly emotional about this, and I don't like this moment at all.
It was still on. I checked my camera.
I'm not having.
I need to run to the bathroom. I need a break.
Okay, we're having a break. That's what we're doing. And you're gonna keep your voices down.
I'm sorry.
The walls are cardboard in here, so.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Everyone here is human, right? Everyone here is human. I understand that. I'm striving really hard to give both sides a fair trial, and if people don't at least try to check themselves to exit, if it's that excruciating, which I know it is, I'm not a robot. I'm trying to keep myself from sobbing. I'll do it at 6 o'clock tonight. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Good for you, lady. Fuck yeah. That's how you fucking do your fucking job. I sob about it at 6 o'clock tonight.
We'll try. That's it. Like, this was such an unnecessary back and forth.
The production of it all just feels so theatrical. So it's like, just stop talking. We've already went over this.
And I mean, this is really both sides being terrible at this. The prosecution, like, why are you getting up and being upset that she's crying? If I'm the prosecutor, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I want the jury to agree that this is horrific, and it's so horrific that even she's crying, right? Like,
wow.
I don't know. I guess maybe they were worried that it was a sympathy play. So, that was awful.
Painful.
And
anytime women are fucking crying and shit.
yeah, I kind of want to
Like,
look at her opening now, because her opening was so bad too. So bad. I'm just gonna try to find it in this timestamp here. Like the opening, she makes that Taylor Swift reference.
Oh, for
and it was
fuck's
just-
sake.
It was awful.
She listened to it on the way to the courthouse that morning.
So she said.
Yeah.
I don't believe that for a second, for the record, by the way. That feels like such a canned line. I don't believe that for a second.
I mean, it's possible that she listened to it on the way to the courthouse.
If she did, it's because she planned to, so that she could say it honestly.
Yeah,
I'm cynical over here.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't be writing your opening on the way to the courthouse. That should be something that is getting, like, you should have that down, especially because it's the opening, right? Nothing will have happened before your opening, and you have all the time in the world to get it right. Yeah, she says, the Taylor Swift line is that Band-Aids won't fix bullet holes. And I'm sitting there going, which side are you on? Right? Because that's kind of a cry for consequences, and severe consequences. I might have used that lyric if I was the prosecution to say, which is why we need such severe punishments for these kinds of offenses. Let's see, other greatest hits moments of this trial. She mutters when she's having trouble with her papers, "I'm going to kill myself."
That was good. That was good.
And then she goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Okay, fine. Like, you just make a comment, you just, it slipped out, fine. It was real bad. It was real bad, but it slips out.
A fucking murder trial.
It happens.
And you literally say, "Oh, I just want to kill myself."
And then
you're a fucking bitch.
She goes and the next day she apologizes for it. The worst thing to do at that point is to apologize for it. And I don't know. I might have apologized for it in the sense of, like, before the jury comes in to make the apology, but she waits for the jury. She wants to do the apology in front of the jury. She wants them to see her apologize. And I am just like, oh my God, why? The moment of that remark happened on a Friday. Was towards the end of the day Friday, wasn't it? I forget the time frame. I got it at like 7 hours in of an 8-hour day, basically. So any juror who remembers it over the weekend is still angry and will not forgive you. And any juror who didn't remember it over the weekend doesn't need a reminder.
Remember it now.
Yeah, it's like, okay, cool. Now I'm angry again. Like, thank you. So I thought that was terrible. But the thing is she actually does the facts should be on her side. They bring, like, the prosecution kept doing I felt like neither side knew which side they were on.
Prosecution was closer, though.
I guess lawyering is hard. That's what they say.
But they brought in, like, was it, each time they bring in witnesses, and I found myself convinced that I was pushed away from their views each time they brought in a witness. Like, what is it? Prosecution comes in and is like, hey,
justice.
What is it? Let's bring in a school counselor who's going to try his best to throw Jennifer Crumbly under the bus, but also admits he didn't see anything that, like, made him freak out. Now, you were saying you thought it was at 42 minutes?
I think it's 42:05 for Shannon's Open.
All right, let's try to see if we can land it at that.
Your Honor, is it okay if I just move this? Oh, you can move it anywhere you want. There's a lot of stuff. There's cords and stuff. So I'm sorry, Sean, can you just help me? I'm going to pull it just forward.
Sorry, counter.
And I'm going to keep it to the side because I don't need it. Okay. I just have a few notes. Sure.
She's very Canadian. She's always apologizing for things.
You had a nice little counter going there, Scott. I heard you make TikTok, Scott.
Apparently, I TikTok, so.
Yeah, we'll talk about the TikTok. We'll talk about the TikTok when we get to her close. Oh my God. Because I have some thoughts. I mean, she gets way better. She starts out rough in her close, and I think the last 2/3 was actually a really good close. She just needed to not have the first third. So, yeah.
She barely appears on camera for her open. You just look at her head from the camera.
She kind of likes to wander, and that's fine, right? That's
Maybe you want to move over here.
like she's allergic to the camera right now. The cameraman's just losing his mind.
I blasted Taylor Swift to warm up my voice and calm my nerves.
Jesus.
And there was a line in one of her songs that summarized what this case is about. Band-aids don't stop bullet holes.
Okay.
And that's what this case is about. It's about the prosecution attempting to put a Band-aid on problems that can't be fixed with a Band-aid.
Yeah.
I mean, what she's trying to tell the jury is basically this case will not bring anyone back.
What the fuck? Mm.
I got them. I got two. And I got it.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh my god, you're fucking pissing me off now. Please shut. Fucking psycho babble racist bullshit. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? The fuck?
So once you're at the pyramid star, that means you're a highly evolved human being. Pyramids in Cairo, they are facing a specific angle to a space star. How did they do it in those days?
I'm gonna fucking stab a bitch.
Evolved individuals who know engineering, who know astronomy. So you know they had high technology that we don't have today.
Do they use the pyramid structure on their planets?
Some do, but it's not being used anymore as we know it. There are spaceships right now, UFOs, in the shape of a pyramid that are
You people are fucking mentally ill.
like every other sphere, but it's not something that I believe NASA can put a telescope towards and look at.
fucking stab you.
From Tucker to Moscow with love, Tucker Carlson is in the Russian capital today to interview Russian President Vladimir Putin, much to the chagrin of many in the establishment. A frequent Trump and Russia critic, Adam Kinzinger, took to X saying simply that Carlson was a traitor going to Moscow. Business magnate Bill Browder added, I wish people would stop referring to Tucker Carlson as a journalist. A journalist is the one who is objective. He has an agenda and brazenly lies to support that agenda. His lies cost Fox News $787 billion. His work in Moscow for Putin will cost the world far more than that, but not everyone was so anti-Tucker. Presidential hopeful RFK Jr. posted that the legacy media is in shambles because we've caught on to their lies and propaganda. Tucker Carlson has every right to interview Putin. We need more transparency instead of less. It used to be understood journalists would interview world leaders, even those with whom we were at war. While beleaguered pundit Russell Brand posted a poll on his X on X asking who the real traitor was, Joe Biden for continuing to fund the war in Ukraine or Tucker for interviewing Vladimir Putin. Unsurprisingly, Biden seemed to be in the lead at the time of this recording. So this is remarkable. I mean, the number of people screaming traitor, Tucker is a traitor on social media right now is significant. We haven't even seen the video yet. For going to Russia to interview Vladimir Putin, something journalists from mainstream outlets from NBC and ABC and MSNBC and Fox and everywhere else have done this periodically. We can go down the list of people who've been interviewed, the Gaddafis and Husseins and Putin himself. Been interviewed on NBC and CNN.
Yes. It's common practice for journalists to do this very thing. Now, once the interview is available, if people have criticisms of it, if people think it's overly friendly to Putin, in the way that some of Tucker's other interviews have been, absolutely fine to criticize it. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying Tucker is a traitor, that he should not be allowed back to the country. I saw that sentiment because he's doing exactly what journalists do.
Now, I think it is fair to point out, as you just alluded to, that Tucker Carlson has done a number of very softball interviews as of late that, frankly, I don't think are to the benefit of this audience, who we were talking about in an earlier segment, how few people have had an opportunity to ask Donald Trump what he actually would do differently than Joe Biden on Israel, for example. And the failure of he and others in that position to ask those kind of hard questions, I think, is really deserving of criticism. And if people want to draw an implication or predict that Tucker is unlikely to be especially hard on Putin, I think that is a fair prediction, especially since he is not doing this interview in the United States. He's not doing it in the context of a news organization. He has flown to Russia. There have been obviously instances recently of American journalists who have been probing in areas that were not appreciated by the Russian government and are currently in jail. So does that also change the tenor of what this conversation is going to be like? I don't know. I think there's a legitimate question about
he should ask Vladimir
the
Putin
integrity of
about
the interview.
A Wall Street Journal reporter, Evan Gershwitz, who's being held absolutely under BS and should be released. It's a blow to journalistic freedom, and I hope he asks about that. I hope he asks about the Ukraine war and how it can be de-escalated and brought to an end. But I need to wait for the interview to judge it. And they're saying that the act of doing this is treason.
Sure, and I wouldn't say the act of doing it is treason, but I do think it's I don't think it's as outrageous to say if Tucker Carlson's recent track record is any indication, this is going to be another softball interview. And then to ask the question, what is the purpose of doing it? I mean, people have been resurfacing clips of him on Fox saying, why should I support Ukraine, which is, I think, a fair argument. Then why shouldn't I support Putin? Because I do. And when you get to that kind of a situation, I don't think it's wrong to say someone has an agenda. Many people have an agenda. I very much have a political agenda. I'm a progressive. I entered into politics.
Zelensky has a political agenda. When he's interviewed by
journalists over and over again. He has we have easy access to him.
Right.
I would like to hear from Vlad.
But the critique then isn't you have an agenda. The critique is I disagree very much with your agenda, and here's why. And here's why I think it's inappropriate to be leveraging your platform to give voice to an agenda that you disagree with. And that's a substantive argument that people can make. But I agree that much of this is just the fact that interviewing someone who I disagree with is a problem.
And frankly, it could be useful, even if it is a softball interview, even if it is coming from the perspective of someone who is more friendly to the Russian government than I am or than a lot of people are. The interview could still have merit. I mean, Putin could reveal something or say something that makes news. He's not someone who talks to Western journalists, very outer journalists of any stretch of the imagination. He lives in an authoritarian country where he can keep some control over the direction of the narrative. I think it's absolutely worth doing and crazy to me to see people throw around the T word.
I've had this debate with Nathan Robinson, founder of Current Affairs magazine, and we've come on different sides of this and different angles over the years about the platforming debate.
Yeah.
And I do agree with him. He feels very strongly that you should be willing to take people on. He's very famously read and engaged with the books written by any number of very high-profile figures on the right and been willing to engage them in person to the extent that they're willing to engage him back. And one thing that he says is, if you're going to do it, you have to be prepared, and you have to be prepared to win whatever that means for you, to be informed, to be able to respond to the points that you can very easily anticipate are going to be made. And then if you are not prepared, I think that's the only case in which you might not want to do it, especially if it could be used as a useful idiot. I'm sorry, for a much broader political agenda that could be destructive on a much bigger basis than is Jordan Peterson cool or not? And so I don't think it would be irresponsible for Tucker Carlson to go into it and not be prepared to get out of it what he wants to get out of it and what would be journalistically useful to get out of it, as opposed to taking advantage of a obviously interesting interview subject and get exploited in ways that he might not be able to anticipate. So that's the only thing I would also say, is that I hope he is going into it clear-eyed about the fact that everyone has an agenda and that some of the agendas don't align with his own and don't align with the interests of most Americans even potentially, and that he needs to be very prepared and not just be doing this for clickbait and the purposes of selling his own show.
Right, and Tucker does, because he interviews and releases on X now. He can do hours worth of it, as much for Vladimir.
My complaint is literally about everything.
It's in some ways better than those.
Like, everything you do sucks.
Interviews with world leaders that you get
Because now you guys are just not letting me put up a live video for literally no actual reason.
Because it's made for TV. This is made for a social media platform where we could theoretically be hearing from Vladimir Putin for.
If it's not that, then I apparently am inciting violence. If it's not that, I'm having the news playing.
Very fascinating, and we'll likely be watching some of it and reacting to it,
which
when
is
it
just
available. More rising right after this.
An embarrassment. And the whole planet's laughing at us. And this just goes to show how good the type to talk is. Please go fucking die.
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. When those crystals become electrically activated, all of a sudden they start calling energy back to them, and they begin to build their own electromagnetic field. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural when they follow this formula. They're healing themselves, they're creating new jobs, new opportunities, and they're having mystical experiences, and they look just like you.
Fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Ooh. Ooh.
It's been rough going for RFK. The independent presidential hopeful had an uncomfortable interview with comedian Dave Smith on his podcast, as he was seemingly unable to answer if he had concerns over Israeli influence in American politics. Let's take a look.
Do you have, I don't agree with that, but okay, do you have concerns about
what the fuck?
of Israeli influence in our politics here in the United States of America? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, I'm not a politician in political so I don't see much of that. So you don't think like so in after 9/11? Listen, I think everybody has there are so many malevolent influences on Capitol Hill.
I don't understand why you're fucking so retarded.
And they include many entities.
Later on in the interview, RFK struggled to justify the difference on his foreign policy surrounding Ukraine and Israel, respectively. Let's watch that.
Such
no.
And such an effective critic. You've been such an effective critic of the neoconservatives. I am a critic of the neoconservatives. Yes, I know. That's what I just said. But you know that these two issues are so intertwined. And I know you know that because I know you know this stuff. But look, the reporting pivot again. I would
What the
I
fuck?
would vote for World War II. I would not vote for any other war. The neocons vote for every war. You're voting for this war. The opposition to the Afghan war, to the Iraq war, to Panama. Oh, okay, fine. But Vietnam, I was okay, fine. That's all I'm saying. Vietnam. So okay. Wars. But I'm just saying, I don't want to live in a world where I think it would be bad for our country. It would be bad for the world.
I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Biden's patience with Israeli leader Bibi Netanyahu
No stars.
seems to be running out, as some reports indicate that Biden is becoming frustrated with the Israeli head of state as the conflict in Gaza is beginning to bleed in young voters and Arab voters alike. Twitter community notes pointed out that Deputy White House Press Secretary Andrew Bates denied the accusations and added that, quote, Biden and Netanyahu had a decades-long relationship that is respectful in public and in private. Meanwhile, third-party candidate Cornel West was far more candid about Biden's connection with how Biden's connection with Israel made him a quote war criminal. West added that Israel and the United States were quote intertwined in genocide as a result of their actions in Gaza.
Biden has been taking a walloping from the left over his Israel policy. Politico reported an unnamed House Democrat is saying he is really ticked off, and it's not just the leftists. I have never seen such a depth of anguish as I've seen over this Gaza issue. Bibi is toxic among many Democratic voters, and Biden must distance himself from
I hate you.
yesterday.
You're just